How's it going, everybody? My name is Kyle Smith, and it is 10:57 a.m., which means it's about some time for some NABF baseball. It's pool play between the Cleveland Indians and the Buffalo Diesel. The Indians, of course, not to be confused with the Cleveland Guardians. Of course, the Guardians used to be called the Indians until the 2020s decade, which we're currently in. If you're a big baseball fan, there's a couple of Major League movies called Major League, and it stars the Cleveland Indians that are now called the Guardians. I know that you're probably getting confused as I'm talking here, but the Cleveland Indians, the semi-pro team, not to be confused with the Major League Baseball team, is the away team, and in the purple and the home team is the Buffalo Diesel. Starting on the mound for the Diesel today will be their starting pitcher, and we'll get that for you in a minute. But for the Indians, their starting lineup, and that's brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions. Check us out at sportsbroadcastsolutions.com. It'll be Stephen James, the leadoff hitter at shortstop, Carter Macko, the two-hole hitter at center field. Batting third, Andy Finn, the third baseman, and batting cleanup, the catcher, Richie Perez. And here we go as play begins at beautiful Leaf Fund Stadium. First pitch, James swings on and misses. James wearing number 7 today. In there for a strike. This is semi-pro, so it might not be a major league strike zone, but most umpires, once you get past 18U, they start doing major league strike zones. Some of these guys currently playing D1 baseball. A little bit high for a ball, makes it a 1-2 count. Just missed, and that'll make it 2-2. So he goes with the fastball outside, and not able to get him there. See if he goes with the curveball on 2-2. Can't hang it, though. And he got him guessing. Jams him on the inner part. That's going to be a 5-3 put-up if you're scoring at home, and that's 1 up, 1 down. As it was Schmarter to Martin on the putout. That'll bring up Carter Macko, the two-hole hitter, wearing number 11 today. We got teams from all over. Ooh, that was close. And it was a late call by the home plate umpire, but he does indeed call it a strike on the outer part. 0-1. He has a really nice changeup. See if he goes with this on 0-1. Fouled away to the screen. That's one way to win as a pitcher. Get ahead, stay ahead, kid. And the first two batters starting on 0-2 counts. A little chin music accidentally, and that makes it 1-2. He's got a really nice changeup. See if he goes with that right here. Fouls it away on the first base side. One fouled back, right behind home plate. You got to finish as one of the two best records in your pool to advance. As that one's in there for strike 3, swung on and missed, 2 up, 2 down. But you got to finish as one of the two best records in your pool to advance to the quarterfinals. So there's 6 teams that advance to the quarters. Then we have the semis. And the way they also do it is if you have the best overall record, run differential is the first tiebreaker. He's finding the strike zone beautifully today as Andy Finn has no choice but to just let that go by him. Tough pitch to hit on 0-0. In there for strike 2, makes it 0-2. Andy Finn not happy with the call, but it looked like it was right at the knees. 0-2 to Finn. Just missed. Fans didn't like it, but it looked like it was outside the plate. That might be a strike at the high school level, but not today. Down there for a ball. That evens the count at 2-2. And so he has made his batters look foolish with the changeup and the fastball. See if he goes with the fastball here. Went with the breaking ball, and Finn did not chase it. Counts full with Perez on deck. That one's driven out to the outfield. Got a nice break on it, though, did the left fielder in Barowdi, and that does it for the Indians. 1-2-3 go to the Indians. We go to the bottom of the first with the Diesel up to bat here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Back to the action at beautiful Leaf Fun Stadium. My name is Kyle Smith, and hope you're enjoying the game as much as I am. We play 7 innings of pool play. Once we get to bracket play, we'll get to 9 innings, but most of the games in this tournament are going to be 7 innings. Chase Meyer pitching for Cleveland. Jake Harper went 1-2-3 in that inning for the Buffalo Diesel. And here's the defensive alignment for the Cleveland Indians. That's brought to you by SportsBroadcastSolutions.com. It'll be James at shortstop, Mako in center, Finn at third base, Richie Perez behind the plate. In right field will be Jesus Roldan, Matt Brofman at first base, Travis Outh in left field, Ty Fumno at short, and the designated hitter batting ninth. You don't see that a lot in baseball with your DH batting ninth, but Victor Zalin, the designated hitter today. Chase Meyer pitching, of course, and let's see how his defense does for him today. Travis Outh in left field. See how he can do as Barudi made a nice play in the top of the first to end the inning. See if Outh can do that as well for the Indians.
Leading off the bottom of first for the Buffalo Diesel, the right fielder from 15, Jacob Victor.
So Jacob Victor will lead it off for the Diesel. Left-handed pitcher Meyer is. Might have missed, and the leadoff hitter in Victor not happy about it. But here we go. Got to battle through it. Got to battle through the umpire strike zone. Same spot, attacks again. And remember, some of these guys are really young that play in the NABF World Series, so they're used to high school strike zones. Both batters and pitchers today, 0-2 the count. Very outside, but a good spot on 0-2. See what the right fielder and Victor can do down in the count. Both pitchers getting ahead and staying ahead. It did look like it went into the white line where the batter's box starts, which is why I called it a ball. 2-2. That's fouled away by Victor. If you're wondering the difference between a major league strike zone and a high school strike zone is what the umpire is going to do is he's going to put a baseball on both corners of the plate, and where the ball would land, a baseball distance on both corners, that's going to be called a strike. 2-2 the count to Victor. Really close, but I do agree with the home plate umpire. I think that was a tad high, and Perez, the catcher, didn't even argue with the home plate ump. Outside missed. Leadoff walk. Meyer got ahead 0-2, but he couldn't finish the job, and the dreaded leadoff walk. See what it can do for the Diesel here. They are the three-time NABF champions.
Max, smarter.
And not a good idea for a team that's used to getting through these tournaments, getting all the way to the championship game. You don't want to put on the leadoff hitter via walk. You want them to earn their spots around the bases. And Schmarter is behind 0-1. Schmarter asking where that pitch was. It looked like it crossed the knees. Remember, it's not really where the catcher frames it. The umpire's looking where it crosses the plate. Almost hit him off the glove of Perez. Close play, but it looks like Perez should have had that one, so we're going to say pass ball if you're scoring at home. Went off the glove, clearly did not hit the dirt. And an early break for Buffalo. Richie Perez doing the catching for the Indians, one of their better hitters, too, in the 3-hole today. Always nice to see when a catcher is also a great hitter. Outside for a ball. And Meyer, who started the game off well with that 0-2 count, is now starting to struggle in his last 5 or so pitches. Swung on a miss for a strike. That'll even the count at 2-2. DeLeo on deck, Jasinski in the hole. Schmarter, the third baseman. DeLeo plays second base. Swung on and missed for strike 3. Good job by Perez by hanging on to that fastball. And runner on second now with 1 out. So that'll bring up the left-handed hitter in DeLeo. Jasinski on deck. Eye for a ball. If you're just joining us, Cleveland went 1-2-3 in the top of the first, a leadoff walk and a pass ball. That's where we stand right now with 1 out. Nice pitch. And I say nice pitch because, yeah, it was right down the middle, but it was right at the knees. It's so hard to hit that pitch when it's below the belt, unless you're just a fabulous hitter. 1-1 the count. Swung on and missed. Looks like a 2-seam fastball. 1-2 the count now. When you get in the middle of the order like this, you try not to put pitches on the inner and outer part above the belt. Get that pitch low if you can. Nice pitch. Pitcher's pitch, but the umpire said ball 2. Perez asked where it was. Looked like it was outside. You know, when you're heading the count 1-2, you don't really want to throw a strike unless it's like right at the knees. Try to keep that ball down when you're heading the count 0-2 or 1-2. Missed. 3-2. Great discipline from the Diesel, and that's what happens when you win 3 World Championships. It just shows the discipline that you have, and you're able to lay off pitches, and the OPS goes up when you get close to 3-2. Swung on a miss for strike 3. Nice at bat, though, by DeLeo. So back-to-back strikeouts for Meyer, but he had to work through them as he got ahead with both batters, but he had to fight through them. A 2-2 count to Schmarter and a 3-2 count to DeLeo. So that pitch count going up for Meyer. And Jasinski, the DH, now up. Trying to get this guy in with a base hit. In there for a ball. Perez on the stop. He's got Victor at second base as a pickoff attempt. And Victor gets back in real quickly. As baseball has changed, leadoff hitters used to be the smaller guys, the fast guys, but as on-base percentage has become more commonplace, as Meyer comes set, fouled away. But as analytics and on-base percentage have been more commonplace, sometimes you see these taller leadoff guys that are great at drawing walks. Now, you're not going to get the stolen bases, but you're still going to get that guy on base. Nice pitch. And Jasinski didn't even argue it, and he falls behind in the count, 1-2. All four batters, Meyer has been ahead. Pickoff attempt, and almost an overthrow, but a nice job by the shortstop in James to knock that ball down. And that's going to be strike three looking. And that'll do it for the inning. So the leadoff walk goes for naught. We go to the top of the second. No score here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Top of the second inning with the Cleveland Indians now in the middle of their order. They went 1-2-3 in the top, but a nice line drive by Finn. But a good play in the outfield by Barowdy, and that did it for the threat for the Indians. So let's see how they do in the top of the second. Jake Harford on the mound as he went 1-2-3 in the first. Only 7 innings, so you got to know that as a batter. Every inning so much more crucial than when you're playing 9 innings. Try to get somebody on and get them in. Buffalo in the bottom of the first, they had the leadoff walk, got to second on the pass ball, but couldn't do anything with it. That'll bring up the lefty power hitter for the Cleveland Indians in there for a strike. Going with an open stance today. Outside for a ball. As Perez, the catcher, pops that one up. It's going to be a tough play going towards the dugout and out of play. So Richie Perez has new life on the foul ball third base side. As Perez telling his on-deck hitter, and Roldan just missed it. And late swing, he did not catch it, so it's an attempt at first base. Great job on the pick as another 5-3 putout courtesy of Schmarter and DeMartin. Schmarter didn't catch it, but he was able to throw it to DeMartin for the out. Rolled on now up, Rothman on deck. So 2 5-3 putouts, a liner to left, and a strikeout. Meanwhile, Meyer in the previous inning, bottom of the first, he struck out the side, but he had to work for it. That one is a fly ball to right, major league pop-up. And a good catch that time by Jacob Victor. 2 up, 2 down. Rothman, the first baseman, now up. Travis Outh is on deck. A little bit low, and the home plate umpire says ball 1. So the contact has not been great thus far for the Cleveland Indians. That one's fouled away by Brofman. A little bit windy today, blowing out. And high for a ball. Medium depth for left and center field, but the right fielder and Victor pretty shallow. You might see a 9-3 putout today. In there for a ball. 3-1. In the catbird seat. See what Brofman can do with it. Swung on and missed. Swung at ball 4. Now a full count. It's good contact that time by Brofman. See if they send him to second base. First base coach says, yes, you will. And it might have gone out of play. So it's a ground rule double. And the first hit of the day for the Indians.
Double down the right field line.
In fact, it's the first hit for either team. First hit, and it's an extra base hit. Second time that either team has had a runner on second base. See what Oth can do with it. It's one of the slight issues with playing shallow. When you're that shallow, it's harder to take a route to the ball to try to get an angle on it and stop the ball from getting to the wall. When you're deeper, you can run in on it on an angle, take a route to the ball. But I understand why he's playing shallow, trying to eliminate any cheap hits to right field. Oth 0-1. Swung on a miss. Quick 0-2 count to Oth with Fumno on deck. Wooden Bat League here at the NABF World Series. Outside missed. The Buffalo players in the dugout and the substitutes wanted that to be strike 3, but the home plate umpire said no. That one's a liner to left, and that should give the Indians their first lead of the game, but getting a late break on it was Brofman, and they do not send him. And maybe if it was the 4th or later, they would have sent him, but because it's the 2nd, they're hoping they can go station to station here and have Fumno drive him in. But Brofman at 3rd, Oth at 1st, and now Fumno has a job to do. Runners at the corners, 2 down, back-to-back hits for the Indians. That one's a little hop up to second base, easy play, and the catch is indeed made by DeLeo. So the Indians threaten. They get the runners at 1st and 3rd, but they can't do anything with it. We go to the bottom of the 2nd, still no score here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Bottom of the 2nd inning, Kyle Smith alongside our wonderful crew from the WNY Athletics. Chase Meyer struck out the side after allowing the leadoff hitter to get on first base via the walk. But after a pass ball, he struck out the side to Schmarter, DeLeo, and Jasinski. And that now brings up the leadoff hitter, the 5-hole hitter, and Mike Wagner playing shortstop for the Diesel. Perez behind the plate. As he had that pass ball in the 1st inning, he had a nice at bat in the top of the 2nd. as he had a liner to third base. It was a one-hopper to third, but Schmarter made the play. And here we go. Bottom of the second, brought to you by WNY Athletics. And see how they adjust to Meyer. Obviously, you don't want to go down on strikes. Try to put the ball in play and force this defense to work. Meyer, the lefty, in the windup. Yes, whew, that just barely missed. I thought he was going to call a strike, but inside for a ball. Grabowski on deck. And he takes one for the team. The leadoff hit by a pitch. And in back-to-back innings, the leadoff hitter has gotten on base.
Did my pitch when I run on first with no outs. Now to play for Diesel, center fielder for two, Darren.
And if you're just joining us, the Indians had a chance to score. They got a runner at second and 2 outs. And after a base hit to left field, I thought they were going to send him, but Rothman was not sent to home after Oth got the base hit. And Fumnow could not drive him in. And because of that, still a 0-0 game. So we'll see if that comes back to bite Cleveland. As they needed that run, it's still a 0-0 tie. And now the leadoff hitter's back on base for Buffalo. Swung on and missed for a strike. Grabowski is up and with DeMartin on deck. Lukongo in the hole. Looks like he did go, and the first base umpire agrees. Quick 0-2 count right now to Grabowski. Just missed. 1-2. Went off the home plate umpire's mask. Shakes it off, and as he walks towards Meyer, we want to let you know. Appreciate everybody watching. If you missed any of the action, just hit that rewind button on YouTube. You can rewatch as many times as you'd like. And Perez asks the home plate umpire if he's okay, and the crew chief says, I'm fine. Let's continue on. 1-2 to number 2 in Grabowski. A little bit high for ball 2. Got to get something done here. Try to get him to second base any way you can. That's a drive to left field. Late break on it. Where will it go? Over the head. And at least a double for Grabowski. After it is out. Play at the plate. Slides in safely. And advancing to third base is Grabowski. So the Indians get aggressive, try to get him at the plate, and it costs them a runner going to third base in Grabowski. Wagner credited with an RBI double. Alf could not make the play. If he got a good break on it, he had a chance, but it was a late break and a double and a chance for the Diesel to get an insurance run here with nobody out. Early on in the game, but remember, we only play 7 today. So the corner's in right now. And now here comes the infield. First pitch ball to DeMartin. Grabowski advances to third on the throw. And that's going to be in there for a base hit. Even if he was deep, it might have been a base hit anyways. DeMartin with the RBI single. Grabowski scores.
RBI single, have Diesel now up 2.
And that's 2 hits and 2 runs right now for Victor and the Diesel. First 2 base runners that reached for the Diesel were not a hit. It was a walk and a hit by a pitch. In there for a strike. Lukongo up with Barowdy on deck. Still nobody out. Outside for a ball. Double play depth, of course, is the Indians. Outside for another ball. 2-1. Also harder to steal on a left-handed pitcher. Just missed. I think Perez tried to place the glove to the outer part. If you just stuck it with the frame, it might have been a strike. 3-1. Falling behind the count is Meyer. Swung on a miss, strike 2. With Barowdy on deck. Appreciate everybody watching. If you're just tuning in, back-to-back hits by the Diesel have put them up 2-0 in this inning. Swung on a miss, strike 3. That's now 4 Ks for Meyer with his team trailing by 2. Meyer has done everything in this game. He's hit a batter, he's walked a batter, he's also has 4 strikeouts and has given up an extra base hit. You can make the case Alth maybe should have had that one and left. It was a good hit. Alth was playing medium death, though. Maybe should have had it. Outside for a ball. Rowdy up and then back to the top of the order. Victor, who had that leadoff base on balls. That's off the mask of Perez, so both Perez and the home plate umpire been hit on the mask. Always nice to see the Indians' uniforms. Reminds me of Major League. One of my all-time favorite baseball films. Major League 2, it's okay. And then Major League 3, we try to forget that movie ever happened. It's actually so bad. I don't even think they call it Major League 3. I think it's just called Major League Back to the Minors. It was so bad that the legendary Brewers play-by-play guy had to apologize for it. The movie known as Harry Doyle, outside for a ball, just passed away, unfortunately, at the age of 90. 2-1. Swung on a missed strike 2. But his Brewers are doing well. They lost yesterday to the Cubs, but they're still up a game in the division with the best record in baseball. Count even at 2-2. 1 on, 1 out. As Meyer looking for his 5th strikeout. Isn't that something? He could have 5 strikeouts, but his team is down by 2 runs. Swung on a miss, strike 3. How about that? 5 strikeouts for Meyer. The second inning's not over yet. Problem is, his offense has not delivered yet. They did get runners at the corners. We talk about not sending Brofman. It's hurting right now. It could be a 2-1 lead. Now, would he been thrown out at the plate? Possibly. Also got to remember, with 2 outs, the defense is probably going to be more aggressive to throw you out. With 1 out or nobody out, sometimes they just cut it off. And as a third base coach, you got to know how many outs there are. As a manager on defense, you got to know how many outs there are and what the score is, where you are in the game. It was only the top of the second, so I think the Indians were thinking if we don't score here, we do have 5 innings to work it with, but now they're down 2 in the bottom of the second. And outside for a ball. 1-1. The battery duo between Perez and Meyer working, but they trail by a deuce. Very low for ball 2. Smarter on deck. He struck out. Pretty much all of his strikeouts have been via striking out swinging. Jasinski struck out looking with Victor at second base. That one fouled away, first base side. So far, Grabowski and DeMartin with the RBIs. Grabowski with an RBI double, DeMartin with an RBI single. 2-2 the count with DeMartin at first. A little bit high. And that will make the count 3-2. Another 3-2 count. We've seen a couple of them today from Meyer, but he does have those 5 strikeouts. Fouled away, first base side. A lot of foul balls today. Diesel have Schmarter on deck with DeLeo in the hole. Both guys struck out. Another walk. Back-to-back walks for Victor. The on-base percentage today at being 1,000 as the manager for the Indians is going to talk to his lefty in Meyer. He's been pretty good, but a little bit shaky too. In fact, he's given up more non-hits than actual hits. That's now 2 walks and a hit by a pitch, 5 strikeouts, and a couple of hits, 2 runs given up. He's looked pretty good. I mean, I wouldn't go to the bullpen yet. If for some reason an extra base hit happened from the bat of Schmarter, then you might have to get the bullpen up again. We did see some bullpen action on the first base side. Remember, you have 3 pool play games, so you're probably going to use 3 different pitchers unless you want the third game to be a bullpen game. I wouldn't want to go to my bullpen this early unless I had to. So that's in there for a strike. Runners at first and second. Just missed. DeMartin at second, Victor at first, DeLeo on deck. Schmarter looking to make up for that strikeout he had in the bottom of the first. A little bit low, ball 2. OPS, of course, stands for on base plus slugging. And what that means is your on base plus slugging can change according to the count. So you wonder how important the umpire is. Well, sometimes the OPS goes down 100 points from 0-1 to 0-2 instead of 1-1. As that's a ground ball to short, easy play. 6-4 on the putout as James is able to get it to Fumno to end the inning. But the damage is indeed done. An RBI double and an RBI single, and we stand at 2-0 going into the top of the third here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Yeah, it's okay. How's it going, everybody? Kyle Smith alongside our excellent broadcast team, Mike and Rolando Delgado. 2-0 lead here at beautiful Lee Fun Stadium. The Buffalo Diesel in the purple, leading 2-0 over the Cleveland Indians. I just love seeing the Indians. I understand why they had to change the mascot, but I still love Major League. A lot of great Indians, White Sox games over the years. I was at the game. We'll talk about this after the first pitch of this at bat. But I was at the game where if the Indians had won, they would have come back from a 15-game deficit in the division to the White Sox to being down just a half game. That was nuts. Meanwhile, first pitch of the at-bat, and it's in there for a strike on the outside corner. So what happened is the year the White Sox won the World Series, that was a fantastic year for everybody who lived in the Chicagoland area. Sox hadn't won it for 88 years. Outside for strike 2, but the White Sox were up 15 games on the Cleveland Indians for first place in the American League Central. As Zollin just fights it off. And it got down to a game and a half. And it was a crucial game at Guaranteed Rate Field. And the White Sox won on a walk-off homer by Joe Creedy. Swung on a miss for strike 2. It's actually strike 3, sorry. So that is the second strikeout for Hartford. He's more pitch to contact today. Meyer has been strikeout or bust for most of the day. And that was just a huge hit by Joe Creedy. The White Sox never looked back. won the World Series. And what's crazy about about that is the Indians were the best team for most of the second half of the year in 2005, but they crumbled down the stretch and missed the postseason altogether. Ooh, that must have just been a little bit low. Remember, this is 18 plus in terms of how old the players are, so strike zone for most of the pool play is going to be Major League Strike Zone. Outside for a strike. And fight it off. Gotta go after anything close. And now the count at 2-2. Carter Mako on deck, Finn in the hole. Mako struck out. James, his second at bat. That one's a liner, fouled away. James was a 5-3 ground out. Two and two the count to James. Looked to get on base for the first time today. Little fly ball to center. Can of corn as it finds its way to the left center dugout. The wind took that ball, but able to read it well was Grabowski. Makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down. We've seen some excellent outfield play from the Diesel. Rowdy made that nice play in the top of the first. Now in the top of the third, able to get out James is Grabowski. So it's up to Jacob Victor to start making some nice plays in right field. Ball hasn't been hit to him that often, obviously, since most of the batters are right-handed. As that's a liner to center, going to be a tough play for Grabowski. He can't catch it. And a 2-out single for Mako. That's the third hit of the day for the Indians. Still scoreless, of course, with Finn up. Remember, Finn had that nice hit to left field. Barowdy made the play. Let's see what he can do here with 2 outs. You got to assume anything to the gap or down the line, they're going to send him to home. Lays off the pitch, but they call the strike. Quick-off attempt, and able to get back was Mako. Close pitch. I thought it was a ball, but home plate umpire has been great most of the day. Outside for a ball. Interesting with the pickoff attempt. Up by 2 runs with 2 outs, but he's got a good arm behind the plate in Tommy Lacongo. Ooh, close, but I agree with the home plate umpire. Looked a little bit high. 2-1 the count with Perez on deck. Another pickoff attempt. Interesting. And that's an E2. It hit the dirt. As the first baseman in DeMartin maybe should have gotten off the bag, but it was a tough hop anyway, so we're going to say E2 on that. Both catchers have been good, but also a pass ball and an error, respectively, for both catchers. Perez with the pass ball, Lacongo with the throwing error. And a 3-1 count. In the catbird seat is Finn. A base hit would make it a 2-1 game. Ground ball to first. Did not get it. And that's going to be a play at home. Here's the throw. He jumps in the air. Lacongo with the tag. Mako jumped in the air to try to avoid the tag, but Lacongo with a nice play. And that does it for the Threat. So they get the 2-out single, but a great throw in right field from the arm of Victor. Lacongo on the tag. We go to the bottom of the third. Still a 2-0 lead for the Diesel.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Defense has been fantastic today for the Diesel. I'm Kyle Smith alongside our excellent crew for the WNY Athletics. And they sent the runner, but a great throw from Victor. So, I was teasing him. He's got to make a nice play. So Victor, Grabowski, and Barowdi have all made nice plays. And it's cost the Indians a chance of getting back into this game. They send the runner, and just Lukongo made a brilliant tag at the plate. And it's up to the Diesel to get more runs now. Fouled away as the leadoff hitter in DeLeo falls it off. Jasinski on deck, the DH. DeLeo struck out. And the Diesel could have scored more runs in that second inning, but a fielder's choice, 6-4 putout, ended the threat. Liner to second base. It's a one-hopper, no catch, and an easy play as it's Fumno to Brockman for the out.
With the plate for Diesel, the designated hitter for 87, Nick Jasinski.
Cleveland has had their opportunities. They had a 2-out single, decided to not send Brockman, and then last inning, they got another 2-out single. That time they decided to send the runner, but Carter Macko was nailed at the plate. So, darned if you do, darned if you don't. They don't send the runner, they don't score. They send the runner, they still don't score. 1-0 the count to the cleanup hitter. Close pitch. Big strike zone in Jasinski. That might have been low. 2-0. Fouled away. Very deep at center field. There's Macko. Swung on and missed as he swung at ball 3. 2-2 the count. Jasinski with that open stance. A little bit high for ball 3. Count full. 1 down. And Jasinski trying to get on base. Jasinski a little bit late. Let's see if Meyer has confidence in this pitch to go with the fastball again, or if he decides to throw a changeup. Pitching is such an art form, and on 3-2, you don't necessarily have to throw a strike, especially with nobody on base, but there's got to be bite to it. Fouled away. And by bite to it, I mean it looks like a strike, and then it just dies. So if you remember Jose Contreras when he pitched for the White Sox, sometimes he'd throw a forkball on 3-2. It looks like a strike, and then it just dies out of the zone. Full count to Jasinski. Swung on a missed strike 3. Not Jasinski's day thus far. He's now struck out looking and swinging. Baseball is just an interesting game. If you ever have time, so the Golden Sombrero, if you guys aren't familiar with, it means 4 strikeouts in a game. Some of the all-time 4 strikeout guys in a game are some of the greatest players to ever do it. Swung on a missed strike 3. Jim Tomei's on that list. Reggie Jackson. Isn't baseball interesting? You got a guy that hits over 600 home runs, but he also struck out 4 times in a game several times. Swung on a missed strike 3. Some interesting stats like that. Guys that have 4 strikeouts in an inning because of the drop third strike rule, it's still counted as a strikeout. Chuck Finley is the all-time leader with 3 4K at times. As easy call for the home plate umpire. That was right down Broadway. Wagner strikes out looking, but they still lead 2-0 as we go to the top of the 4th here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Top of the fourth inning with the Indians trailing 2-0. I'm Kyle Smith alongside our excellent crew with the WNY Athletics. Indians, like I've said before, they've had their opportunities to score. They had 2 base runners last inning, but just couldn't do anything with it. A 9-3 putout. Has a good arm and right field from Victor. See what the Indians can do here with Perez, their catcher, at the plate. Ralden on deck. He had a fly out to right field. Perez's first at bat was a grounder to third. Outside for a ball. Four hits today for the Indians. Outside for a ball. If you want to talk about analytics, though, only 1 extra base hit. Not that home runs are everything, but when you can get doubles, triples, and homers, as that's inside for a ball, but when you can get doubles, triples, and homers, it just makes your chances of winning the game so much easier, right? Because if you need 3 singles to score, right, that means 3 guys have to get the job done. That means 3 times the pitcher either misses or it's a good hit. Yeah, he did. And Perez didn't even argue the call. He didn't even need his third base umpire for an appeal. Makes the count 3-2. Perez with an open stance. Most of the guys have open stances tonight. As a ground ball to first, this should be an easy play. And taking him himself for the out is Neil DeMartin. 3 unassisted, 1 up, 1 down.
At the plate for the Indians. Right fielder, number 33, Jesus Roldan.
So Roldan now up with Brofman on deck. Brofman, the only guy with an extra base hit for the Indians. Coming set is Harford. And a nice pitch by Jake Horford. Harford has just allowed his defense to help him out. Looking for the call. First base umpire says he did. Could have gone either way, but I do kind of agree with the first base umpire. Just 2 strikeouts for Harford, but he is still dealing. Ooh. And the catcher in Lukongo wanted to throw it around the hole. 1-2 the count. Missed. Lukongo wanted to throw it to third for the called looking, but 2-2 the count. Ground ball is short. Diving play makes the play. The throw. 6-3 on the putout. Wagner with a beautiful play. Able to get back up, make a brilliant throw, and DeMartin with the stretch to finish the play. Rothman with 2 outs, looking to do what he did in the second inning. Get on base via an extra base hit. This time, 1 hopper to third. Schmarter with the throw. Easy play for DeMartin, and that does it for the Indians. 1-2-3, the Indians go. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 2-0 lead for the Diesel here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Back to the action at beautiful Lee Fun Stadium. Kyle Smith alongside our excellent WNY Athletics crew. Two nothing lead for the Diesel. It's back-to-back hits, a double and a single, and that's where they stand right now, looking to add more for their starting pitcher in Hartford. And we are not going to play 9 innings until the championship game. So time running out for the Indians. They have 3 innings to work with, and they've got to get some outs and not give up any more runs. Grabowski with an RBI double. He also scored in the second. And it all started with a leadoff hit by a pitch. Fouled away back to the backstop. Martin and Grabowski with the RBIs, and that's where we stand right now. A ground ball, first base side, and Perez will let it go. And he actually kicks it foul. You don't see that often, but you can do that. As long as you're not making a mockery of the game, you can do that as a catcher or any infielder for that matter. Only time you'll see a guy called out is when you try to make a mockery of the game, so you're not allowed to run backwards as a batter. With an 0-2 count, let's see what Grabowski can do here. Going to get on base again. He's 1 for 1 today. Perez tried to frame it, outside ball. As, oh boy. It looked like it hit Perez where there's no padding. 1-2 the count. And good sportsmanship from Grabowski, asking how Perez is doing. Watch it on replay in a second. That one's going to stink. Looked like it got him on the shoulder. Let's see. As Perez trying to shake it off. They're not putting on the gear yet. Something a little bit unorthodox, but what you could do is if Perez is really reeling, you could put him in like right field or something to keep him in the lineup. And then the next inning, if he's feeling better, he would go back out to catch. Every game's so crucial. You only get 3 pool play games, and you have to be one of the top 2 teams. Plus, not just that, but ideally, you want to be one of the top 2 seeds because you don't want to have to play at 9 a.m. There's 9 a.m., 12 o'clock, and 4 o'clock games on Saturday, August 2nd. Yeah, swung on and missed for strike 3. Thought about throwing around the horn, but Perez not feeling well after getting hit on the shoulder, so he decides to just throw it back to his pitcher in Meyer. DeMartin now up with Lukongo on deck. DeMartin had that RBI single to make it 2-0. Curveball inside for a ball. As a ground ball, easy play for Meyer. And he'll underhand it first base over to Brofman. 1-3 on the putout. 2 up, 2 down. Perez shaking off after it was hit on his shoulder, and that'll bring up Lukongo. He struck out in the bottom of the second. As that missed, not by much, inside for a ball. Give you some information on the Buffalo Diesel. Tommy Lukongo graduated from SBU in 2016. We talked about Jacob Victor. He graduated from Canisius in 2022. Swung on miss for another strike. 1-2 the count. Talked a lot about Schmarter. Went to Tusculum, and he just graduated. Right down the middle for strike 3. So that's 2 strikeouts on the day for Lukongo. We go to the top of the 5th. 2-0 lead still for the Diesel.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Top of the 5th as the Buffalo Diesel lead 2-0. As Tommy Lukongo about to throw it down to second base. On his knees, how about that? Nice arm from Lukongo, but top of the 5th, Indians still scoreless, but they only trail by 2, and they've had their opportunities. Don't want to repeat it too much, but multiple times they've had runners in scoring position, and they just haven't gotten the job done. And this could be a 2-2 game. If not for a decision at third base to not send him, and a great throw from Victor, this could be a 2-1 or even a 2-2 game. But meanwhile, still 2-0. Yeah, swung on and fouled away that time for Travis Howe. Howe today playing in left field. Outside for a ball. That one is a hard hit to right field, but an easy play for Victor. And one up, down, one down.
Off the top of the 5th. Towards the plate for the Indians. The second baseman, number 13, Ty Reno.
As Freno now up with 1 out. First at bat for Freno, a fly ball to second base. As that missed for ball 1. Missed again for ball 2. Zollin, the DH on deck, he struck out. That was back in the 3rd inning. A fly ball to second base. That was a big out because they had runners on the corners, but right now he has a 3-0 count. Trying to get something done here. In there, right down the middle for strike 1. Zollin on deck, James in the hole. As that's a fly ball, first base side. Going to foul territory. And as he was going towards the fence, able to make the play and a nice one by DeMartin. He has had a nice day today.
designated hitter, number 1, Vicker.
The three best players, if you want to do the 3 stars of the game, the first star has definitely been Hartford working on that shutout. Second star, well, with the RBI double, you got to give it to the young man in Grabowski. And the third star is Meyer. I mean, he hasn't had a great game, but all those strikeouts, he's keeping his team in the game. Line inside for a ball. 1-1 the count. As Zollin trying to get on base to get it back to the top of the order. Low for ball 2. Back-to-back flyouts. As the Indians trying to avoid back-to-back innings going 1-2-3. Fouled away for a strike. Foul tip, in fact. If it gets to James, he's 0 for 2 on the day with a flyout to center. Trying to keep the line moving as the DH in Zollin has still not put the ball in play yet. And that's a liner, but able to knock it down with his glove. Close play at first, a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. But the 1-3 put out, Hartford stays with it, knocks it down with his glove off the line drive from Zollin. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 2-0 lead for the Diesel here on the WNY Athletics YouTube account.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers, the Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Back to the action at beautiful Lee Fun Stadium. Kyle Smith alongside our excellent crew with the WNY Athletics YouTube account. As here in the bottom of the 5th, the Diesel lead 2-0. The top of the order. And oh boy, hit by a pitch. And Ryan Browdy, the 9-hole hitter, able to get on base here. Jacob Victor, the leadoff hitter. He's now up, and he has 2 walks on the day. See if Victor could get a 3rd walk, or maybe he puts the ball in play here. Pickoff attempt. Able to read it easily was Barowdi. A lot of strikeouts today for Meyer, but his team still trails. 8 Ks for Meyer. High fastball. His offense has just not gotten the job done. Meyer's not giving up a lot of hits, but he's now hit 2 batters and walked 2. That reminds me of Mr. LaRouche from the movie Bull Durham. High fastball for a ball. 2-1 the count. I think in the movie he had like 15 strikeouts, but also 10 walks in a game. So he broke the AAA record for strikeouts in a game, but also walks in a game. Kind of a funny tidbit of that movie. 2-1 the count. High fastball. Attempt, stolen base attempt, and he is in there safe as Barowdy. First stolen base for either team. And that'll make the count 3-1. And in there for a strike. So Victor, 3-2 count, looking for his third walk of the game or possibly putting this ball in play. Bites it off. You know, you wonder why these tall guys are in the leadoff spot. That's why they get on base. It's the new era of baseball. As Billy Bean said in the movie Hardball, do I care if it's a walk or a hit? I do not. 3-2 count with a runner at second in Barudi. How about that? He's gotten on base 3 times today, and they're all via the base on balls.
Now first and second with no outs.
You never know what you're going to see in a baseball game.
So the third baseman, number
Now, it happened to Barry Bonds, but usually those were intentional walks. But they are not intentionally walk Victor. He is just getting on base via the walk. And the good, bad, and the ugly today for Meyer. The good, the strikeouts. The bad, giving up hits. The ugly, hit by pitches and walks. And this is a sacrifice bunt, a good one by Schmarter as they get him on by a step. But a 1-3 put out. And the runners advance to second and third. Schmarter gets the job done. And that'll bring up DeLeo.
second baseman, number 5, Mark Julio.
Mark DeLeo, ground out to second and a strikeout. And the infield is going to talk about it here. And I think they're telling Meyer, you might want to put this guy on, load the bases so we get a force at every base. It'd be easier to get the lead runner at third. And it's good to talk about that because Jasinski, even though he's the cleanup hitter, he has not put the ball in play today. He's 0 for 2 with 2 Ks, including 1 looking. And when he did it looking, there was a runner at second in Victor. That is a soft liner. It's into the outfield. They choose not to walk DeLeo, and it costs them. 2-run score, including Victor, as he just reaches home plate. 4-0 lead as Barudi and Victor both score. And I'm not going to say that's the dagger, but that one hurt. And an interesting decision not to walk DeLeo there. Problem is, too, you have to know what's happened in the game. And the tendency for these hitters is when they put the ball in play, they hit it a long way. They don't have a lot of groundouts today. It's been feast or famine. Either they put the ball in play with a hit or they strike out. There's a couple of groundouts, but as Meyer comes set, that's fouled away. There's been a couple of groundouts, but what they were hoping for if they walked DeLeo is they were hoping to get a ground ball that they could throw to the plate and maybe throw it back to first for an inning-ending double play. They decide to attack DeLeo, and he got it into the outfield for a 2 RBI single. That one's a liner to first base, and Meyer's day might be coming to an end. That's another base hit. He can't first and third him, though, as DeLeo's only able to get it to second base on that play.
Play for Diesel. The shortstop, number 27, Mike Wagner.
Wagner, he started that rally in the bottom of the second, reached on the leadoff hit by a pitch, and then scored. Nice block that time by Perez. If you're just joining us, it's gone from bad to worse for the Indians. A leadoff hit by a pitch and then a walk to Victor. He has 3 walks today. It's been kind of their unsung hero, just getting the job done in the leadoff spot. As that could be trouble in foul territory, not able to make the play. If he did, it was going to be a fantastic one from Finn. But he can't make the play, and with new life is Wagner. Indians are just hoping to get an inning-ending double play and have any kind of chance of getting back into this game. Downstairs for a ball. They have been shut out today. They've had some opportunities. Just the little things in baseball, you just second guess yourself, right? Darn if you do, darn if you don't. Should they have walked DeLeo there to load the bases? Should they have sent Rothman? They didn't, and they trail 4-0. But the problem is, if you walk DeLeo, it's not like you're walking the 6-hole hitter to get to the 7-hole hitter. You're walking the 3-hole hitter to get to the cleanup hitter. It's kind of a pick your poison situation. 2-2 the count. Fouled away right behind us. Count even. Grabowski on deck. He had that double in the bottom of the second. That was the first RBI of the game. And when Buffalo has scored, it's been in somewhat of bunches. They don't just score one in an inning. They've scored twice already and looking to do more damage. Runners at first and second, one out. As that's a fly ball. Major league pop-up. And that's close. They signal no catch. Now, are they going to signal infield fly? He touched the bag, so no infield fly was called. And I'm interested why they didn't call infield fly there. And I think that's what the Diesel are saying to the base umpire. That was close enough to the infield dirt, but maybe infield fly should have been called. So if you're scoring at home, it's a 4-5 putout, rare one. And the reason you want to call infield fly there is you don't want the runners to get doubled off. Because if you're a smart infielder, what you would do is you would let it drop on purpose, and then you would chuck it to third base, or second if you want to do that. But most of the time they chuck it to third. And then the third baseman becomes a pseudo shortstop where he just catches it and then throws it quickly to second base for the double play. 1-1 the count. And so that could have been a big no call because the D's are looking to put this one away. And I'm not saying that the Indians can get a game-tying grand slam, but crazier things have happened in the game of baseball. If you're the Diesel, you're looking to get a 5 or better lead so that the Indians cannot come back on one swing. 2-1 the count, as we're in the heart of the order for the Diesel. Grabowski sees that one go past him for a ball. 3-1. Grabowski looking for his second hit of the game. Wagner has gotten on base twice, but he is still hitless. And another walk. Not a lot of action in the Indians' bullpen, so they might just let Meyer finish this one to save their bullpen for tomorrow. Bases full of Diesel. And for the Indians, they're hoping that some unleaded gas will fix the Diesel in this inning. 1-0 the count. Now I gotta know, do the Diesel, do they only come to the stadium in diesel trucks? Nice pitch right at the knees for a strike. Lukongo on deck. Just has not gone the Indians' way thus far. They need to get out of this inning. Close pitch, but that was a ball. Myers frustrated, probably more at himself than the home plate umpires. That was clearly outside. The left-handed hitter in DeMartin is 1 for 2 today. That one was jammed, might have cracked his bat, and that is a Fly ball out to Profit, but the damage is done. 2-run score off an RBI single from Jasinski. We go to the top of the 6th, 4-0 lead for the Diesel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the 6th. So the people that are watching, if you're interested how this game has gone, and we don't have the live chat today, but you can text me if you'd like, 330-957-7653. I'd love to get your guys' thought process on what happened in the previous inning. So what happened is the Indians were on defense. There was runners at second and third, and they had first base open. They could have walked him to load the bases and have a force at any base for a potential inning-ending groundout. They decided to attack DeLeo. He got the job done with the 2 RBI hit, and now they trail 4-0 instead of 2-0. Yeah, as a frame attempt, but unsuccessful, as James has a 1-0 lead in the count. James is 0 for 2. He flew out to center as well as a ground out to third. In the dirt, Lukongo with the stop. Lukongo's had a nice day. Home plate umpire might have gotten a little bit brush back from the dirt. Those rubber pellets. Really nice complex at Lee Fund. It's right behind the VFW. Outside for a ball. 3-0 the count. And up by 4, you can attack him here and see if he can drive one into the outfield. Interesting decision. He goes with the outside fastball. And as a pitcher, always know what the score is. If you're up 4-0, yeah, if he hits a home run, that's not good, but you're still up by 3. Now you give them a free base runner, so if this guy gets a hold of something, could be a 4-2 lead now. Inside for a ball. That's now 5 straight balls from Jake Horford. Missed again. 2-0. Down by 4. Probably just going to wait on a strike. Try to get more base runners. That time, strike 1. So gets rid of the consecutive ball streak. 2-1 the count. Runner at first. Nobody out. Swung on a miss. Pickoff attempt. And Lukongo, ice in his veins. Even though his team is up 4-0, he is not going to give any of these base runners an inch. But it did almost cost him in the previous inning. He did have a throwing error. And foul tip, strikeout for Mako. That's now 2 strikeouts for him. Andy Finn coming up. He's had a good day. A line out to left. And a base hit that looked like it was going to be the first run of the game for the Indians. But Victor in right field with the put out at the plate. Lukongo with the tag, and the Indians are still scoreless. In there for a strike. One and 2 the count. Lukongo on his knees, and it's a stolen base for the Indians, but striking out looking is Andy Finn. Finn didn't like it, but he just decides to go back to the dugout because you cannot argue balls and strikes with the home plate umpire. That was a little controversial. That was big because they got the stolen base they wanted. And instead of it being a 2-2 count, it's now 2 outs and a runner at second. And Horford has not had a lot of strikeouts, just 4 on the day. But he has pitched to contact. Swung on a miss. Perez was fooled on that pitch. He only used one hand on the backswing. Perez has a job to do. In the dirt, Lukongo, as Perez tells his base runner and James to stay at second. Lukongo on the stop. Tommy Lukongo, the 2016 graduate, looking good behind the plate. In the dirt and down by 4. No need to test Lukongo's arm. Maybe if it was 1-0, Perez would have told James to try to get to third base. You try not to make the third out at third, especially when you're down by 4. Outside for a ball, and that call by the home plate umpire might impact the result of this game. As instead of 1 out, the Indians have 2 outs on the base paths, only 1 to work with. Jesus rolled on, 0 for 2 on the day. Strike, pickoff attempt, nice throw. And he's going to try to get to second base. The throw is in there, but sliding it safely is Richie Perez. Oh, boy. Well, Richie got in there, very aggressive, in fact. So a lot happening on that play. Lukongo tried to pick off James with 2 out. It was a 1 hopper. Are they going to call it balk? Or are they going to say... Okay. Roldan had his hand up, but that doesn't matter. The home plate umpire either grants you time or doesn't. Nice pitch. Ooh, that just missed. And that's interesting. It was a similar spot to where they called Finn out on strikes. But a lot was happening. A pickoff attempt by Lukongo as he just fooled him on the off speed. Technically, it's a throwing error by Lukongo, as that's outside for a ball. But the second baseman in DeLeo probably should have gotten that ball. Ground ball. Should be an easy play and is. Schmarter over to first. And that'll do it for the inning. So the called strikeout and the ground out. And the Indians have runners at second and third, but they can't do anything with them. We go to the bottom of the 6th, still a 4-0 lead for the Diesel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Bottom of the 6th with the Diesel leading 4-0. My name's Kyle Smith. Feel free to go on the text line 330-957-7653. Your favorite high school, college, or MLB memory. And any of your thoughts on today's game. The Diesel have scored 4 runs today, 2 in the 5th, 2 in the 2nd. A 2 RBI hit by DeLeo, an RBI double by Grabowski, and an RBI single by DeMartin. And some decisions from the Indians that have cost them, not dearly, but just some interesting decisions, to say the least. They did not send Brofman at the plate. And the next inning, after not sending Brofman, they decided to send Mako, but he was thrown out at the plate. And then on defense, with runners at second, third, 1 out, trailing by 2, they decided to pitch to DeLeo instead of intentionally walking him to load the bases for Jasinski. DeLeo got the job done, the 2 RBI single. Sets outside for a ball to Lukongo. Lukongo has not put the ball in play yet. He's got a strikeout looking and a strikeout swinging. Fouled away right behind us to the backstop. 1-1 the count. And swung on a miss for a strike. One and two the count with Barowdy on deck. Barowdy scored in that 5th inning rally. He had the leadoff hit by a pitch. Up and down for Meyer today. Fouled away. Here's the stat line on Meyer. He has 3 walks, all to the same player. 2 hit by pitches, so we count the hits right now. As that's upstairs for a ball. He's only given up 4 hits. High for a ball. 3-2 the count. But when you can't locate, you get into problems. You got to find a way to let your defense work. Play stopped as Lukongo was granted time. Every umpire's different. When I used to umpire, that swung on a miss for a strike. And that's now 3 strikeouts today for Lukongo as he says some words that the FCC doesn't exactly agree with. But Lukongo has gotten it done defensively. He does have 2 throwing errors. The second one, you could make the argument that DeLeo should have caught the ball. It did 1 hop, though. You know, there's these rules of baseball that sometimes I don't agree with. If the outfielder doesn't touch it, it's technically not an error, which I disagree with entirely. And if it 1 hops, it's technically a wild pitch. If the catcher touches it, you can make the argument that it's a pass ball. And usually it is a pass ball. Because that's fouled away. But yeah, the first one was definitely a throwing error on the pickoff attempt. The second one, DeLeo maybe should have had it. And that was a big decision by Lukongo. Perez wanted to throw it around the horn, but that was clearly not a strike. And Perez said, where was that pitch? Home plate umpire says, not even close to the plate. 1-2 the count to Barowdy. It was a good frame by Perez. A little bit low, though. Remember, usually a major league strike zone for these games. Outside for ball 3. And umpires are going to make mistakes. The best umpires are usually 95 to 98% correct at the major league level. So that's a liner into the outfield. And a 1-out base hit for the Diesel. They have not had a lot of hits today, though.
base hit the right field for Rudy has runners on first with 1 out. The top of lineup for Diesel. Now batting the right fielder, number 15, Jacob Victor.
Just 6 hits on the day for the Diesel. But they have gotten the job done by taking walks and allowing themselves to get hit with the baseball. That has led to them leading 4-0 early on in pool play. Pool play started last night, as that one just missed for a ball. As it continues until Friday, and then the semifinals start at 9 a.m. And they go into noon. As Brofman tried to do the old hidden ball trick, but the Diesel and Barowdy were not fooled. 1-1 the count. The lefty Meyer pickoff attempt. Surprised he's going to do a pickoff up down 4-0 and the Diesel up 4-0. But just trying to keep that runner in Barowdy close. Barowdy did have a stolen base in the 5th inning in their first strike. Pickoff attempt from Meyer. For the Indians, they've got Brofman out and Fumno to try to make something happen in the top of the 7th. Scoreless today. Very few times have they had ducks on the pond. Missed with an outside pitch. 2-1 the count. Runner at first, 1 out. The men in purple up by a grand slam. On the inner part for a strike, 2-2. Max Schmarter on deck. He's 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt. Meanwhile, Victor 0 for 0 with 3 walks. Fouled away, just fights off pitches and forces the pitcher to make more of them. The lefty Meyer has hit a couple of batters, walked Victor 3 times. Here we go again. 3-2 to Victor. Mr. Walk himself looking for the quadrupleness of walks. Looking for the quartet of walks. 3-2 with a runner at first. Fouled away. Victor walked in the 1st, 2nd, and 5th, and now with a runner at first in the 6th, looking for the quartet. 3-2 the count. Pickoff attempt again. Unsuccessful. Barowdy back to the base. After Schmarter, it's DeLeo, then Jasinski. But meanwhile, Victor at the plate on the full count. My goodness, a quartet of walks for number 15. You never know what you're going to see at a baseball game, and that's one of them. I can't remember a game where a guy had 4 walks and none of them were the intentional walk.
At the plate for the Diesel, third baseman, number 25, Max Schmarter.
And they're going to finish with Meyer, try to save their bullpen for later in pool play. Swung on miss. Schmarter down in the count, 0-1. Like we said before, he's 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt. DeLeo is on deck. He had that big 2 RBI single. He's 1 for 3. Fouled away to the netting behind us. The Diesel looking for their 4th championship. Got a lot more baseball before we decide who wins. But up 4-0 with 1 out and runners at 1st and 2nd. Stepping off is Meyer. Appreciate everybody watching. Hope you're having as much fun as I am. as that's going to get to the outfield. That should score for Rowdy, and it will. It's now a 5-0 lead, and that might be the dagger against the Indians. Max Schmarter with his first hit of the day. And with the game now pretty much over, I think they're just going to have Meyer finish this one. If they wanted to make a bullpen change, they probably would have made it this inning. And the unsung hero of this game, Victor, he hasn't done anything with the bat, but he's fouled off pitches, gotten on base. Victor now at second base. Looking for a second run of the game. Only one player with 2 RBIs. That's DeLeo, who's now up. Outside for a ball. 2-0 the count. Jasinski on deck. He's also 1 for 3. And the Cleveland Indians just going to have to fight this one off and try to play better in future pool play games. Crazier things have happened in the game of baseball, but it'd be pretty crazy to score 5 runs. Because remember, you just can't tie the game up on one swing of the bat. So you got to get a rally going, get runners on base. You got to get consistent hits or walks. Swung on a miss for a strike in the dirt, so the stolen base happens. And it's a double steal. So Jacob Victor and Max Schmarter both steal. And that with 2 ducks on the pond and a 2-2 count, decision time for the Indians coaching staff, but they're going to decide to attack DeLeo again. Infield comes in. Fouled away right behind us. 2-2 the count, 1 out, runners at second and third. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Jasinski is 1 for 3 with 2 Ks. First base open. If you wanted to walk him, that would set up Wagner. He is 0 for 2 with a hit by a pitch and a run scored. Swung on a miss for a strike. And it goes back to that decision. At the same time, even if they had walked DeLeo and gotten out of that inning, the offense just hasn't been there. Meanwhile, a ground ball to short and able to throw him out is Steven James. And that'll do it for the inning. But the damage is done. As an RBI single for the Diesel makes it 5-0. We go to the 7th inning, 5-0 Diesel.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Top 7, Indians trailing 5-0. They need base runners, and they need a lot of them. They need a bloop, a blast, 2 more bloops and a blast to tie this one up. And to get this one started, it'll be Matt Brofman, the first baseman. 1 for 2 today with a double. Brofman had that 2-out double off. Able to get him to third base on the single. Third base coach decided not to send him. Hasn't really mattered, though, in the grand scheme of things with the Indians trailing 5-0. Swung on and missed. He was fooled on that pitch. Outh is on deck, 1 for 2, and then Fumno has had a tough day. He has flown out twice to infielders. Just missed. Buffalo wanted that call, but the home plate umpire says no dice. Broffin with the open stance. A little low for ball 2. As Harford has thrown over 100 pitches. But the good news is, that swung on a miss for strike 3. Broffman hoping that the catcher in Lukongo dropped it, but he didn't, and around the horn we go. But the good thing about throwing over 100 pitches is it saves your bullpen. But because he threw over 100 today, if you want to use him again, it would probably have to be in spot relief spots. Maybe 1 inning or less. Outside for a ball. So to use him again, you probably couldn't use him until maybe the semis. But, you know, most of these guys are not worried about minor leagues. Some of these guys are getting looked at by minor league teams, but what's the worst that can happen if you throw your arm out? Well, my career's over. Well, it's not like I'm pitching for the Yankees tomorrow. 2-1 the count. Ground ball to short. As that's a 6-3 put up. Easy play. As the throw that time was by Mike Wagner. As down to their last out are the Indians. Ty Freno, he has popped up to second and first base, and he is the last Indians' hope. Outside corner for strike 1. Second game of this quadruple header will begin at 1:30. It's 12:45 right now. Swung on a miss for strike 2. It's been a fast game today, under 2 hours this far. 0-2 to Frauno. Thought about it, the appeal, he did not go. And down to their last bullet, it's a 1-2 pitch coming up for Harford. Way outside for ball 2. Cleveland Indians just did not have the offense to support their starting pitcher. It was a Paul Skeens day. Full count. Not that Meyer was pitching like Skeens. He had some wild Nuke LaRouche action to his fastball today. Ground ball to third. Ooh, that was close. Remember, when it's before the bag, it has to, go to the left or right of the line. If it's the right of the line, obviously it's a fair ball. To the left, it's foul. And then when it bounces over the bag, it's a fair ball. If it bounces over the bag foul, it's foul ball. But that was before the bag. And they're going to say went to the left of the foul line. 2-2 the count. High pop up. And this will go out of play. As the fans put the hands over their head, make sure they don't get hit with the ball. It's not over till it's over. I still think of that 2011 World Series where the Cardinals were down to their last bullet multiple times. And they found a way on multiple occasions to keep the game alive. Hit by a pitch. Game not over yet. Runner at second, 2 out. And I forget the name of the third baseman for the Cardinals, but he hit a walk-off homer in like the 12th inning in Game 6, and then the Cardinals went on to win Game 7, breaking the hearts of Rangers fans throughout the nation. As that would have been the Rangers' first ever World Series title. They lost that game, and of course Game 7, but they did win it a couple years ago against the Diamondbacks. But Neftali Feliz, who, interesting tidbit, pitched in that 9th inning against the Cardinals. He was one of the best relievers in baseball that year. He went to the All-Star game. They're gonna do a pinch hitter, by the way. 34 now. As Andy Hoffman will pinch hit for Zolin. Trying to keep the rally going outside for a ball. We've seen a lot of interesting things today. You have the DH batting 9th. And Victor Jacob with 4 walks. 0 for 0. On-base percentage of 1,000. Hit him on the foot. And how big was that run to make it 5-0? Well, pretty big, because we're getting close to the bases being loaded. And like we said before, one swing of the bat. I still think of that golden slam that Ryan Bodie hit. The Cubs were down 3-0 in the ninth against the Nationals. And down to their last bullet, it was a 3-2 count, and Ryan Bodie hit a home run to straight center field, and the Cubs won 4-0 in the bottom of the ninth. You never know what's going to happen in a baseball game because there's no time limit. You got to get 21 outs. Outside, they've got 20 outs right now, but it ain't over till you get 21. And of course, in MLB, it ain't over till you get 27 outs. 1-0 the count to the leadoff hitter. Fouled away. Stephen James, he's 0 for 2 with a walk. He got to third base in the sixth. 1-1 the count. Off the glove. And they're going to hold him. And I agree with that decision. Your run doesn't really matter. Like we said before, Hartford's thrown over 100 pitches, so you don't have to have him fight his way through it. But I guess you're just trying your best to keep your bullpen intact as much as you can in case you have to pitch a bullpen game in Game 3 of pool play. Bases full of Indians. Outside corner for a strike. Carter Macko, he's 1 for 3. He got to second base in the third. In the dirt, good stop by Lukongo. Anything to the gaps should be at least 2 runs scoring, but remember the Indians want to keep the rally going. They don't want to be thrown out on the base paths. At the knees for a strike. Down to their last bullet again. Can Carter Macko keep the rally going? A little bit high for ball 2. Remember, it's where it crosses the plate, not where the catcher catches it. 2-2. Macko trying to keep the rally going. Fouled away. Still alive. That's what makes baseball so great. How can you not be romantic about baseball? You need 21 outs to finish off the Indians. 2-2 the count. Ground ball gets through the hole. Over to the left side. 1 run scores. Make that 2 runs. As in to score is Andy Hoffman. 5-2. 1 swing of the bat can tie this one up. There is some action in the bullpen for the Diesel, so this might be the end for Hartford's day, as we are now to the middle of the lineup with Andy Finn coming to the plate. Hartford with a smile on his face. I don't know if the manager is that happy, but he does give him a fist bump, and he's going to tell his big righty to finish the job here. And I don't know about this decision. He got the 3-hole hitter with 1 swing of the bat, could tie this one up. It's a pretty shallow college field. It's only 395 to straight center, 330 down the lines. But we haven't seen hitters get it to the gaps or even hit the fence yet. Swung on a miss. Finn was very fooled on that fastball. Finn has a base hit. He lined to left, and he struck out looking in the 6th. Ground ball to the first. This should do it. Hartford gets to the bag, and they finish off the Indians. So things got really interesting at the end of the game. With 2 outs, they had 2 runners on, but Finn cannot keep the rally going, and the Diesel hang on. That does it for our first game of our quadruple header. We'll see you around 1 or 1:30 for Game 2. But for now, signing off, I'm Kyle Smith alongside Rolando Delgado and the rest of our crew. 5-2 win for the Diesel here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated, multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere, covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated, multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere, covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated, multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere, covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to beautiful Lee Fun Stadium. It's 1:32 p.m., which means it's about some time for some NABF World Series baseball. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Rolando Delgado and the rest of our WNY Athletics crew. It's the Addison Braves in the white and red taking on the Midland Tribe in the green and orange. Midland Tribe looking like the University of Miami in those uniforms. Addison, the home team from Addison, Illinois, just down the road from beautiful Lee Fun Stadium. And the Midland Tribe, a Midwest team. This is the second game of our quadruple header. If you missed the first game, just go back on the YouTube channel. You can watch as many times as you'd like. It's a 5-2 win for the Buffalo Diesel. But what's crazy about that game, it was 5-0. And the Indians were down to their last strike, and then they scored 2 runs as 4 consecutive batters reached the dish. And they had the tying run at the plate, but a ground ball to first base, a 3-1 putout to end the game. And maybe things will be just as exciting or more exciting in today's game between the Braves and the Midland Tribe. Here's the starting lineup of the Tribe, brought to you by Sports Broadcast Solutions. For Midland, they're going to lead off with Addy Volland, the third baseman. Cash Kalar in the 2-hole. He's at shortstop. The 3-hole hitter is Ty Trozen, the catcher. Batting cleanup, the DH, Eric Rozek. Batting fifth, Alex Petrowski in right field. Owen McEwen in center. Nick Stemak at first base. Chase Hunt in left field. Corbin Larkin is the 9-hole hitter today. And here comes Addy Volland. Pitching today, it's going to be Schnurr for Addison. They're led by manager Larry Kurkowski. And here we go. As here comes Schnorr to pitch to Volland. First pitch swung on and missed for Volland as the home plate umpire says strike one, and we begin here at beautiful Lee Fun Stadium in Carroll Stream, Illinois. Home of the Wheaton Thunder, a Division III school in the suburbs of Chicago. Swung on and missed, strike two, an early 0-2 count to Volland with Kalahar on deck. The lefty Schnurr, we saw a lefty in the last game with Chase Meyer for the Indians. Foul tip and a strikeout. 3 pitches, 1 K for Schnurr. Cash Kalar, the shortstop, number 25, coming in to try to get on base. That's inside for a ball. Sonny at first base, Swarbrick at second for the Addison Braves, and at third base is Hernandez. In there for a called strike. 1-1 the count. Inside for a ball. Something I've also thought of as a fan or a manager. What do you think is more impressive? The immaculate inning, which of course is 9 pitches, 9 strikes, or if you get 4 or more strikeouts in an inning. 2-1 the count to Kalahar as that misses down and away for ball 3. You can text it to 330-957-7653. What do you think is more impressive, the immaculate inning or a 4 strikeout inning? 3-1 to Kalahar. As that's outside for ball 4. So 1 on, 1 out.
Ball 4 has a runner on first with 1 out.
It'll bring up Ty Trozen for the Tribe.
Number 32, Ty Trozen.
They're led by manager Eric Rozek. As he's a player manager, he is batting 4th today. In there for a strike. 0-1 the count with Kalahar at first base. Keeping him close as Putty, as that's a ground ball. And it gets in between third and short. So a ground ball to the left side. And it's a base hit for the Tribe and runners at first and second. As trouble brewing right now for the Braves. That'll bring up the cleanup hitter, the player manager, and Rozek. Shortstop, definitely a double play depth. Second base and Swarbrick, pretty much halfway between first and second. That one's fouled away as it goes to the third base side. Remember, you only get 3 pool play games, and really you want to get the number 1 seed. And then the 2 best records get a bye for the quarterfinals. You don't want to have to play at 9 a.m. on August 2nd. You want to play at noon. Inside for a ball. So there's 3 pools. Obviously, the 2 best records from 2 of the pools will get the number 1, number 2 seed. Every game, every pitch important. 1-1 count. Runner at second and Kalahar with Trozen at first. That's off the glove. So that'll be a pass ball. As the pass ball was committed by the catcher in Cuniff. 2-1 count. And first base available, but with the count being 2-1, I think you attack here, especially it's the top of the first inning. But 2 ducks on the pond for the Tribe. That one's fouled away off the netting right by us. That'll even the count at 2-2. Rozek up with Piotrowski, the right fielder, on deck. See if he attacks here with a high fastball. Cuniff gives him the sign. Nice pitch. Oh, boy, that did not miss by much. But Schnurr, the constant professional, just shakes it off and says, okay, I got a battle here. Count full. 3-2 with first base open. He does not have to throw a strike here, but Cuniff has to block it. And he didn't. Good idea. With 2 strikes, you got to fight off anything close, but a good at bat by Rozek, and he knew it was outside the strike zone. Base is full of Tribe, and the Braves in trouble here. As Alex Piotrowski trying to do something good here. Fly ball will reach the outfield. It will. Infield fly was called, so he does not have to run. And I like the call there. Yeah, the second base was on his back foot, but it was so close to the dirt, you just don't want to put the runners in a position where they can get doubled off. Infield fly was called, and it's an F4. 2 outs. Able to make the easy catch was Swabrick. That brings up Owen McEwen, the center fielder wearing number 10 today. Base is full of Tribe with 2 outs. That ball, lazy fly ball, should be an easy catch. And it is. Putty makes the catch. So the Tribe get the bases loaded with 1 out, but they can't do anything with it. We go to the bottom of the first. 0-0 here at the home of the WNY Athletics.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Bottom of the first inning with the Midland Tribe now on defense, led by their starting pitcher, Cole Bronell Cothrell. Goes by CBC for short, another lefty. And that's good to see. You know, left-handed, it's not common, but these teams are able to find left-handed pitching, and when you can find good left-handed pitching, you got a chance to compete. And the left-handed pitcher for the Braves had his struggles, but able to get out of it with Schnurr with back-to-back pop-outs. As let's give you the defense from left to right for Midland. It's going to be Vlad and Kalahar at third base and shortstop, respectively. Larkin at second base and Stinek at third. In left field, from left to right, Hunt in left, McEwen in center, and Petrowski in right. And doing the catching today will be Ty Trozen, managing the signals for his pitcher. Down 2 we go, and bottom of the first we are as the Addison Braves trying to get something going here early on in the game. Remember, we only play 7 innings until the championship game, as it'll be Hernandez to start things off.
Third baseman, Trey Hernandez.
It's Trey Hernandez in there. In there for a strike. Putty on deck and Lickin in the hole. Swung on a miss for a strike. 0-2 to the leadoff hitter in Hernandez. As that's a ground ball. Should be an easy play as Kalahar over the first overthrow, but it hits the fence. And an early base hit in this game. Hernandez gets on first base. Leadoff runner on for the Braves.
Sorry for the Braves. The first baseman was 23 Anthony Buddy.
So that one's fouled away. CBC facing off against Putty with Hernandez at first. That's in there for a strike. 0-1 the count. It's 365 to the gaps, 395 straight center, 330 down the line. That ball gets to the gap. No one's going to catch that. And able to handle it, the right fielder in Petrowski before it gets to the warning track, but a no-out double by Putty. And something brewing right now for the Braves. They got the first 2 runners on, and now we get to the middle of the order. First base open as Blickhand up to bat for the Braves. First base open, but I don't think you want to load the bases here with nobody dead. In there for a strike. Yes, first base in for the Tribe. Outside for a ball. 1-1 the count. And that just missed. As the catcher for the Tribe and Trosten wondering where that pitch was. 2-1, no score, 2 ducks on the pond for the Braves. Missed again, 3-1. And CBC struggling early on. That one jammed him. Should be an easy catch, and is. Is able to easily hand that as Larkin.
In the first out of the inning, now batting for second baseman number 7, JD Schwarber.
So Swarbrick, the second baseman, is batting cleanup today. If you want to load the bases for the double play, this would be the time to do so. So that ball is hit to the outfield. This will score at least one, and no one's going to catch that, but it's a foul ball. The Braves don't like the call, but it looked like it went to the right of the foul line. And a break for the Tribe. That's why it's always dangerous when you got first base open and you choose to pitch to the 3, 4, and 5 hitters when you got the double play available. At the same time, though, you put an extra base runner on base, so if something gets to the gap, then another run scores from first base. 1-1 the count. No batting gloves for Swarbrick. And he swung at junk. 1-2 the count now. Got to trust in your catcher to block that ball if you want to throw a non-strike here. Swarbrick has a job to do, second base and third base deep. Makes contact, but it's foul. Just a very loud strike. As the great White Sox play-by-play guy used to say, Ken the Hawk Harrelson, big hack, no cattle. In the dirt for a ball, try to get him to swing at something out of the zone, but Swarbrick disciplined. Once again, second and third deep, they're going to give up the run to get the out. That ball's going to be hit to the outfield. This will score at least one. As tagging, not cut off, but easily gets in there. The leadoff hitter in Hernandez. Swarbrick gets the job done, and because no cutoff, Putty gets to third base. Interesting decision by the Tribe to go straight home with it. And it allows Putty to get into third. 2 outs, runner at third, Yearsley now up. Every run crucial, but at the same time, you don't want to allow another runner to get 90 feet closer to home plate. Very outside for a ball. Yearsley up with Jakubowski on deck. Yearsley playing right field today. Close, but it looked like it was inside for a ball. Pretty average lead right now for Putty. Outside. Ooh, gets the strike call. Yearsley a little bit frustrated by that, but you can't argue balls and strikes when it comes to the home plate umpire. It's a big call, though. 2-1 is a lot different than 3-0. Runner at third, 2 outs. CBC trying to get out of this jam. Can't get out of it. Another hit, and that was the problem of not cutting off that ball, is it would have been a play at the plate if the runner was at second. But with Putty being at third, it's just an RBI single without a throw. You know, baseball is a simple game, right? You pitch the ball, you catch the ball. Sometimes it rains, of course, Bull Durham reference there. At the same time, it's the little things, not cutting the ball off. It seems like such a small thing, but in the grand scheme of things, it can cost you ball games sometimes. And now a 1-0 lead has become a 2-0 lead for the Braves. Runner at first, 2 out. Jakubowski trying to advance him. Going to be a one-hopper to short. Close play at second. They go for the force, and they get it. 6-4 on the put-up, but the damage is definitely done. It's 2-0 Braves as we go to the top of the second here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics. your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Top of the second here at the beautiful home of the Wheaton Thunder. I'm Kyle Smith alongside our great WNY Athletics crew. The Midland Tribe had the bases loaded at the top of the first. They can't do anything with it. Meanwhile, with two ducks on the pond, the Braves scored both runs, and they lead 2-0.
Playing for the Tribe, first baseman number 24, Nick Stick.
Sometimes baseball is the haves and the have-nots, and both teams had two ducks on the pond. Midland Tribe couldn't do anything with it, and the Braves did a lot with them. Outside for a ball. And we have some of the Brave stats coming into this pool play action. Talked about Swarbrick. Leads the team in RBI with 21. He now has 22 after that RBI. Sac fly. That's in there for a strike, by the way, to Chase Hunt. Corbin Larkin is on deck. And in the hole is the 9-hole hitter. No, sorry, in the hole is valid. Apologize. Steemick is up with Hunt on deck and Larkin in the hole. Nick Steemick, the first baseman. One-two count. Yeah, Steemick trying to get on base. Swung on a miss, strike three. So that's now 2 strikeouts for the starting pitcher in Schnurr. If you're just joining us, shame on you. Where were you? But just kidding. 2 walks and a base hit for the Midland Tribe in that first inning. You know, things happen, right? You thought the pizza was going to be on time, and then the delivery driver couldn't make it, so you had to drive to the place, get the pizza. Fly ball to the outfield. Easy catch. Man, that is the definition of a major league pop-up. And I understand why we have aluminum bats now, but that's kind of what I love about wooden bats. You get that nice pop-up, just stays up in the air. It just feels like Major League Baseball, right? With aluminum bats, it just stays up in the air for maybe 2 seconds. And then sometimes you get an outfielder that doesn't have the best range, so it becomes a duck snort single because it's not in the air that long. That is a base hit to center field as Larkin, the 9-hole hitter, keeps the line moving. And I know probably too much about baseball, but an interesting tidbit. When Burley threw the perfect game, and I bring this up because Larkin, the 9-hole hitter, got on base. Obviously, when you throw a perfect game, the game has to end, as that's a pickoff attempt at time from Schnurr. But the game has to end with you facing the 9-hole hitter. Well, how about this? So Joe Madden, who was managing the Rays at the time, the day that Burley threw the perfecto, the 9-hole hitter was Jason Bartlett, who went to the All-Star game that year, and he batted over 300 going into that game. So how about that? You're tired, right? You've faced 26 hitters already, 26 hitters, 26 up, 26 down. And for the 27th out, you have to face a 300 hitter. Joe Madden, Mr. Analytics, was like, I need to keep the line moving, so I want to get somebody on base to get the line moving to my best contact hitter and my leadoff hitter, and he put Bartlett in the 9-hole. 2-0 count to the leadoff hitter in Ballard. Swung on and missed for a strike. As we talked about the starting pitcher in Schnurr, give you his stats in a second here. 2-1. Swung on and missed. Stolen base attempt. Good throw, and they got him. Larkin tries to steal second, but an excellent throw that time by the Braves starting catcher in Cuniff, and it goes for naught. So the 2-off single is nothing doing, and we go to the bottom of the second, 2-0 lead for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Kyle Smith, alongside our great crew from WNY Athletics. 2-0 lead for the Braves. What a throw by Cuniff to nail the runner in Larkin. That ended the top of the second. We're in the bottom of the second. The Braves already leading 2-0. And decision time for the Tribe. Do they try to have CBC battle his way through it, or do they get the bullpen up early? The problem is, if you use the bullpen pitchers today, they're going to be tired for tomorrow. But you got to win today to make tomorrow easier on your team. So, darn if you do, darn if you don't. You only have 3 games. And yeah, if you lose today, you're still alive. But not just you want to get to the quarterfinals, but you want to get the 1 or 2 seed ideally, because you don't want to have to play at 9 a.m. Then you have to play at noon. Then you got to play at 4 o'clock to be eligible, for the championship. And we don't have any stats on Schnurr, so he might be a new addition to the Braves starting rotation. As that's outside for a ball to Cuniff. CBC trying to do better than he did in the first. He gave up 2 singles and a double. In there for a strike. Birch on deck, Jenkins in the hole, then we go back to the top of the order. In there for a strike. 1 and 2. If Schnurr starts to struggle, they'll probably give the ball to Monty. He's pitched 24 and 2/3 inning. He's 2-1 on the season. Outside for ball 2. Talked about Cuniff's excellent throwing arm. Coming into today, he's been hit by the pitch 4 times this year as Cuniff. As he puts the ball in play. Late break in center, and that's going to get over his head. Cuniff will get to second base easily, and he's going to attempt to go to 3. Here's the relay and an easy stand-up triple for Cuniff. Joshua Cuniff with a leadoff triple, and one would think that the Tribe's bullpen's going to get going quickly here. Granted, it wasn't the best break on the ball by his center fielder and Owen McEwen, but regardless, it's a leadoff triple, and that should probably bring the infield in. So now that's a triple, 2 singles, and a double early on for the Braves. And they bring shortstop at medium depth, third even with the bag, first base in. Interesting, they have second place playing deep. Any duck snort to the shortstop side should bring in the runner. Outfield at medium depth. Outside for a ball. Never a good time to give up a leadoff triple, but this is the bottom of the order for the Braves. Outside for another ball. High pop-up. It'll reach the outfield. This should be deep enough. It's caught in left field. The relay to the plate actually cut off by the pitcher as Hunt had no chance to get the runner in. Cuniff scores and another sac fly for the Braves. They have 2 today. Situational hitting. It helps you pretty much every time to win ball games. Get them on, get them over, get them in. 3-0 lead for the men in white and red. Outside, but he calls it a strike. That's the thing about being an umpire. 50% of the fans are always going to love you. 50%, well, not so much. Outside for a ball. You ask any Royals fan what they think of Don Deckinger, probably their most favorite umpire of all time. In St. Louis, well, not so much, as that's a foul tip for a strike. 1-2 the count. But you know what? Everybody's going to make mistakes in life, including the umpires. You just got to rise above it. Inside for a ball. And I would love it if Cooperstown would award Armando Galarraga that perfect game. If you're not familiar with it, Armando Galarraga touched first base, but the first base umpires thought the runner was safe. And that would have been the 27th out. We didn't have replay at the time. The ironic part about that story is we got replay just a couple years later. So replay would have overruled Jim Joyce's call. And the crazy part of it is Jim Joyce was ranked the best umpire by the managers and the players. That swung on and missed for strike 3. As Jenkins goes down swinging, we're back to the top of the order in Hernandez.
And strike out the second out of the inning. Will be the top of the lineup. The third base for 19, Gray Hernandez at the plate.
Hernandez, a new cover to the Addison Braves. In there for a strike. Swung on a miss for strike 2. Hernandez trying to reach base again. He had that leadoff single and then scored on the sacrifice fly by Swarbrick. And then Yearsley drove in Putty. A sacrifice fly by Birch, and that's where we stand right now at 3-0. Swung on a miss, strike 3. 1-2-3. Go Addison after the leadoff triple by Cuniff. Addison scores 1. We go to the top of the third. 3-0 lead for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
How's it going, everybody? Kyle Smith alongside our excellent crew, WNY Athletics. 3-0 lead for the Addison Braves. Top of the order with Andy Bala to start it off. He was actually batting in the previous inning, but Corbin Larkin was thrown out at second on an absolute gun of a throw by Joshua Cuniff, and then Cuniff rewarded himself with a triple. Arguably speaking, the ball in center maybe should have been caught, but he does get the triple regardless. And then Cuniff scored, 3-0 lead. And for the Tribe, just get one run. You know, you can't score 3 runs with one swing unless you have 2 runners on base. You can't get it all on one swing here, so just get on base. And after the bases were loaded for the Tribe, it's been easy sailing thus far for Schnurr. Fouled away, almost hit the on-deck hitter. That's why you got to stay in that green circle, kid. Just kidding, but he started to ease away from it, and the ball almost hit him. 1-1 count with Kalahar on deck. Outside, couldn't catch it. On deck will get that ball. Another one outside. Fowler struck out in the top of the first. And then Kalahar, Trozen, and Rozek all reached base. 2 of those were via the walk. 3-1 count, and the catbird seat is Kalahar. And he walks. Kalahar reaches base, the dreaded leadoff walk, exactly what the doctor ordered for the Tribe.
First with no outs.
Kalahar has a job to do. Whatever you do, kid, gotta get on base. And for the pitcher, for Schnurr, just get an out. Thought about bunting and then backing off is Kalahar. Down 3-0. If you're going to bunt, I would suspect it's for a hit. So you want to try to get it past the pitcher. Maybe on the first base side because it's harder for the first baseman to get to the ball. Pickoff attempt, trying to keep the leadoff hitter invalid close. In the olden days, sometimes your fastest guy was the leadoff hitter, but as things have changed, other teams like to have guys that can draw walks in the leadoff spot. That one fouled away, first base side. As it's arching away from the right fielder in the Braves. Playing right field is Yearsley. He has an RBI single today. And what makes these afternoon games interesting, it's a Thursday game, so maybe some guys can't get off work, so you got to use new players sometimes in these pool play games that you haven't used most of the year, because some of these guys are playing night games after work, but obviously today is during normal business hours. 2-1 the count, and this should be a double play ball from second to first base. 4-6-3 on the double play, and 2 outs in the inning.
And a double play for the Braves. 2 outs now.
Turning the double play, it was Swarbrick to Jabuski to Putty.
Tie, Trozen.
It was just drawn up beautifully by the manager and Kurkowski. Sometimes you see the second baseman play closer to the bag, but that one was hit right at him. And an easy pitch and catch to the shortstop, and then an easy throw from Jakubowski over to Putty. 0-1 the count. My dad used to tell me, what's a pitcher's best friend? And I never knew because I was 12 at the time. And he would say 643. 643 double play. Unless Tim Anderson's playing shortstop, then it's always an E6. Just kidding. Fly ball. This should be a catch. It's still up there, though. Late break, and how about that? The second baseman had to get it as Jakubowski lost it, but Swarbrick able to make the catch, and that does it for the inning. So some interesting things happening to end that threat. But we go to the bottom of the third, 3-0 lead for the Braves here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Bottom of the third inning, Addison Braves leading 3-0 here in pool play of the 2025 NABF World Series. If you're just watching and you don't know what the NABF stands for, it stands for the National Amateur Baseball Federation. It's a pretty cool thing. And you can't ask for a much better day than what we're having today. All-turf field at Lee Fund Stadium near downtown Carroll Stream. We're about 35, 40-minute drive from the downtown area of Chicago. Both of the locations of the tournament are being played in Naperville at North Central College and Lee Fund Stadium in Carroll Stream for Wheaton College. Midland Tribe, they had the bases loaded in the top of the first, but since then it's been pretty weak offensively for them. And meanwhile, have to keep the damage to 0 more runs given up, as a couple more runs should put this game away, one would think. Putty will lead it off. He had a double in the bottom of the first. Give you Putty's numbers in a second here coming into this tournament. We haven't seen a lot of runs scored thus far in this quadruple header of pool play today. A lot of the runs have been situational hitting. Saw just 7 runs scored in the first game of this quadruple header, and today 3 runs scored for the Braves, but 2 of them were via the sac fly. And as much as we love walk-off grand slams and walk-off homers and dingers and Cal Raleigh demolishing previous catcher home run records, find a way to get that runner to third base and then put the pressure on the pitcher. Leadoff walk, the dreaded leadoff walk, and that'll bring up Dan Blicken. He flied out to second his first time up.
First with no outs. And the plate, the definitely hitter, 34, Dan Blicken.
The control has definitely been there for CBC. He's just given up a lot of hits. That leadoff triple maybe should have been caught in center field. It wasn't in straight center, but it wasn't in the gap either. In there for a strike. Close pitch, but it looked like it hit the corner. 1-1 the count. As it's high and outside. Swarbrick on deck. He had a sac fly to make it 1-0. That ball driven to right field. It's getting close to the foul line. That's a fair ball, gentlemen, and that will get the runners to second and third. Putty is thinking about scoring, but instead he goes back to the bag.
The double by Blicken will have runners on second and third with no outs. And at the plate, the second baseman, number 7, J.D. Swarbrick.
Two ducks on the pond, nobody out. Outside for a ball. Fouled away. 1 ball, 1 strike to Swarbrick. That's outside for ball 2. Yearsley on deck. He had an RBI single. Thought about swinging at it. Outside strike on Swarbrick. First base open, but with nobody out, the Tribe are electing to attack, and hopefully they can get him to strike out. Missed on the breaking ball. That'll make it a full count. Second and shortstop, very deep for the Tribe. Fouled away, hits off the netting. With a full count, trying to do something here. Base hit would give them a 5-0 lead. Fly ball to center, pretty deep. Coming in now. He's going to attempt to score, and he will. So Putty scores on the sac fly by Swarbrick. And how about that? 2 RBIs for Swarbrick, both of them via the sac fly.
Addison, the right fielder, number 15, Cameron Yearsley.
Yearsley, the left-handed hitter. That one's fouled away near the dugout. Jakubowski is on deck. Cuniff in the hole. That ball hit the center field and not able to catch it. If he touched it, it's an error. And that gets all the way to the warning track. Going to try to go home with it. And the Little League home run. The Addison Braves now lead 6-0. The Little League homer by Yearsley. Not able to make the catch. And the Little League homer, and things just not going the way of the Tribe right now.
At the plate for Addison, the shortstop, number 27, PJ Jakubowski.
It was hit pretty close to him. If he touched it, it's an error. If he didn't touch it, we'll give him a home run. Swung on a miss for a strike. Waiting on the official score on that. So he did not touch it, so it's a home run for Yearsley. Things are just going the way of the Addison Braves and just nothing going the way of the Tribe.
On first, with 1 out. At the plate for the Braves, Kepler, 2, Joshua. Cuniff.
Bullpen pretty quiet for the Tribe. Reruns have scored. You can make the argument, though, that ball should have been caught in center. CBC just the location hasn't been there. As Cole Brownell Cottrell has given up 6 runs, all of them earned. This inning, he's given up a walk, a double, and an inside the park home run. But like I said, it was hit to straight center. So if the ball wasn't caught, it should have been at least knocked down. A big day for Yearsley. Got the base hit in the first. He had what seemed to be a single, and then it got all the way to the warning track, so it became an inside the park homer. That ball driven to the gap. And here's the other problem. The game is getting away from the Tribe. Very hard for them to come back. But do you really want to go to the bullpen, or is this just one of those games where CBC has to eat innings for you?
There's runners on first and third with 1 out. At the plate with Braves, the center fielder, number 3, Hayden Bird.
Eric Rosick, the manager for the Tribe, coming out to greet CBC, and it might not be a friendly one. Talking to his pitcher, like I said, bullpen very quiet for the Tribe. Sometimes when it's your day, and other times you try your hardest and things just don't work out. We do have Slaughter today, even though it's pool play. It's 10 after 5. And they're going to stick with CBC. Rosick talks to CBC. He's going to fight his way through it. If you were to walk Birch here, that would load him up, but you're at the bottom of the order. You also have 1 out. That's in there for a strike. It was only 3-0, approaching the bottom of the third. And even after the sac fly made it 4-0, things were going okay for the Tribe. But after that inside the park home run, which probably should have just been a single or a catch, things have started to unravel quickly for the Tribe. Offensively speaking, they've been pretty quiet since they loaded the bases in the top of the first. Fouled away off the netting. A little wake-up call for our videographer. 0-2, runners at the corners, 1 out. CBC comes set. Outside. 2-2 the count. And with the arrival of Pete Crow Armstrong, is everybody going to have these hyphenated last names? Fly ball, it's going to be out of play. It's hard to believe that the Mets gave up on that guy. He was only 19 when they traded him. They traded him for Javier Baez, and Baez actually had a good stint with the Mets, but then they didn't re-sign him. 2-2 count right now to Birch. That one's going to get to the gap. Will anybody catch it? They won't. And it's going to trickle all the way to the warning track. Off the wall, that's going to score, too. Birch is going to make it to third base with a sliding triple. 8-0 lead for the Braves, and the fat lady is starting to sing.
Score 8-0. At the plate for Addison, the left fielder, number 22, Ryan.
That was good base running, by the way, by Cuniff. It wasn't hit to the right center gap. It was hit to the left center gap. So you got to get a good secondary to score on that, and he did. 0-2 count. If you're just joining us, shame on you. But second of all, 5 runs have crossed home plate in this bottom of the third. We've seen a 2-run inside the park home run and a 2-run double this inning. That ball hit to left field, did not tag right away. And the Braves, you could hear from the managers for the Braves, not happy he didn't tag. Which makes sense because you're going to score anyways on a hit, so just tag up regardless. The ball was coming in, so the momentum of the play saw the left fielder arching towards home plate. So with the crow hop, Hunt probably would have thrown him out. That one's fouled away. Birch with a 1-out triple. And Yearsley with the inside the park home run. 3 RBI for Yearsley. Center field did not touch that ball. Outside for a ball. Hernandez up, and if he gets on base, we batted around this inning. High for a ball. Putty started this inning with a walk. A walk, a double, a sac fly, a homer, a base hit, another base hit, and a triple. This ball is going to get to right field, but it'll be caught by Piotrowski, and that does it for the inning. But the damage is definitely done. 5 runs cross home plate. It's 8-0 Braves as we go to the top of the 4th.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA, with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Leading off for the Midland Tribe will be Eric Rosick, the player manager today. Alec Piotrowski in the 2-hole, and McEwen batting third.
That's before for the Tribe. Designated hitter number 3, Eric Rosick.
Ball 1 to Rosick. He had a 1-out walk in the first inning. In there for a strike. In there for another strike. Schnurr has been very good after loading the bases early. 2 walks and a base hit, and he has been basically unhittable since. He's given up a walk and a base hit since then, but other than that, pretty much unhittable. Gave up a leadoff walk in the third, and then a 4-6-3 double play ended that threat. 2-2 count to the leadoff hitter in Rosick. Got out of the way from that inside pitch. Pietrowski on deck, McEwen in the hole. And if at least one of those guys gets on base, Nick Stemick will try to keep the rally going. Leadoff walk. Second time that's happened today for the Tribe. Alex Pietrowski, his first at bat, he flew out to second base. That was a big fly out because they had the bases loaded. And it's been pretty dead for the Tribe offense since. In there at the knees for a strike. If the Braves get to a 10-0 lead, they would win 10-0 after 4.5. In the dirt, but a nice block that time by Cuniff. As that's a liner, but foul. One-two count, runner at first, nobody dead. Double play depth for the Braves. Pickoff attempt. Getting back quickly is Rosick. Outside for a ball. No action in the Braves bullpen. And the reason I say that is the less pitch count, the more you could use Schnurr later on in pool play or in bracket play, and that's outside for a ball. Count full. Nobody dead. The lefty and Schnurr facing the righty and Pietrowski. Fouled away near us. That ball is sliced down the left field line. No one's going to catch that. As the left fielder in Jenkins just has to throw it back in.
To the plate for the Tribe, the center fielder, number 10, Owen McKinnon.
As that ball's fouled away, first base side. Second time today, the Tribe have had runners at first and second. Couldn't do anything with it in the first. Ground ball, but fouled away as it hits off the bullpen cage. Quick 0-2 count to McEwen. He popped up to first, his first time up with the bases chucked. Outside. Went with the off-speed pitch, and McEwen was able to see it all the way. Still a double play depth, of course, is the Braves. Tribe looking for a big inning. Swung at ball 2. First base occupied. Don't need to throw him out.
Strikeout, the first out of the inning with runners on first and second. Now with the Tribe, the first baseman, number 24, Nick Stinek.
Stimac looking to do more than he did in the second inning. Struck out swinging. Braves looking for an ending double play. Ground ball to third. This might be it. Touches the bag at third, and he saw that Stimac he got a good jump off the swing of the bat, so did not want to force a throw to first. Fielder's choice if you're scoring at home, 5 unassisted. And maybe the reason he didn't go to first base with it is it wasn't a great hop. It was pretty shallow. So if he had gone to second, the chances of them turning it might not have been great. Is able to block it well, the catcher in Cuniff. Runners at first and second. 2 outs. Still scoreless today are the Tribe. Coming set is Schnurr. Fly ball. As it'll go out of play. One the count. Still at double play depth. Braves need a lot of runs. A little bit low, 2-1. Larkin on deck. He had a 2-out single in the second, then he was caught stealing. Fouled away, 2-2. Schnurr looking to get out of this jam unscathed. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So they get the first 2 runners on, but the Tribe are still scoreless. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 8-0 Braves here at the home of the WNY Athletics.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Bottom of the 4th inning, 8-0 lead. At the home of the Wheaton Thunder, Wheaton College's Lee Fun Stadium. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Rolando Delgado and the rest of our WNY Athletics crew. All Braves today. They scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second, and 5 in the third. We've seen everything in this game, including an inside the park home run and a triple. As for the Tribe, there's been 2 different occasions where they got the first 2 runners or the first 3 runners on base, but couldn't do anything with it. Putty, the leadoff hitter, in there for a strike. They batted around the last inning with Putty leading the way. He had the dreaded leadoff walk. Dan Blicken with a double, a sacrifice fly, and then inside the park home run, and then things unraveled from there. They did leave Birch at third base. As that's a fly ball to right field. And the wind took that one, but able to make the catch is Petrowski. 1 up, 1 down.
The designated hitter, number 34, Dan Blicken.
So Blicken now up. He's 1 for 2 today with a double and a run and an RBI. Apologize, no RBI, just the double. And he scored off Yearsley's inside the park homer. Outside for a ball. In there for a strike. On deck is Swarbrick. He is 0 for 0 with 2 sacrifice flies. And Yearsley having himself a day. He does have the inside the park homer, but it was hit in front of the center fielder. But McEwen could not make the catch, and he got a late break on it, dove for the ball, and then it went past him. Close pitch, but it did look like it crossed below the letters for strike 3. Blicken down on strike. Swarbrick now up.
Strikeout in the second out. Up on the fourth. Now batted Braves. Second baseman, number 7, J.D. Swarbrick.
As that's going to get to second base. Acrobatic play on the 4-3 putout as it's Larkin over to Stemek to get the out. But we go to the top of the 5th. Still a 8-0 lead right now for the Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
possible last year of the game. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that they get out of this and they go out with no problem. Although they walk it off.
Top of the fifth inning, Midland Drive trailing 8-0. They've had their chances, but they just haven't done anything once they get a couple of runners across second and or third base. In there for a strike. Larkin's second at bat of the day. Had that 2-out base hit and then was caught stealing. Upstairs for a ball. On deck is Volland. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. High pop-up. And this should be an easy catch, and it is. As the right fielder for the Braves and Yearsley makes the easy catch.
That's the try. Top of the order. Third baseman for 4, Eddie Ballad.
Andy Villad, 0 for 1, like we previously said, looking to make things interesting. First game was a 5-0 lead, ended up in a 5-2 final. This game, 8-0 lead. Outside for ball 2. 1-1 count, apologize. Cash Kalahar on deck. And they need him to be cash money at the plate, especially if Villad gets on base. Low and inside for ball 2. That's a foul ball. First base side out of play. 2-2 the count with Cash Kalahar on deck. Kalahar is 0 for 1 with a walk. Schnur has basically been cruising since loading the bases in the first. Just got a piece of it, did Villad. That's low for a ball. Three-two the count. Nobody on. 1 out. Fly ball, little lazy one. And second base, easy catch for James Swarbrick. 2 up, 2 down.
Pop out to the second baseman and second out of the inning.
Getting out here, a bloop and a blast ends the game.
25, Cash Kelleher.
Kalahar looking to avenge what happened in the third inning where it was a 4-6-3 double play. Fly ball to right field. It's getting towards the foul line, and it'll find its way out of play. One count with Ty Trozen on deck. Right there for strike 2. Trozen is 1 for 2 with a base hit. 1-2 count. Second and shortstop both playing deep. Right there for strike 3. Caught looking. And that will do it for the Tribe. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 2 runs ended here at the home of the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Out of the fifth, Addison Braves in full control of this one. 8-0 lead. Obviously have not trailed all day. Midland tried, but the bases loaded in the first, and after that it's been smooth sailing most of the day for the Braves. Scored 2 in the bottom of the first, 5 in the third, and need 2 runs in this bottom of the fifth to end it. They got the right guy at the plate to start the rally. He's 2 for 2 with an inside the park homer. Granted, that was a ball that was hit to somewhat shallow center, but the center fielder dove for it, went past his glove. And what made that play interesting is there was nobody on base. Sometimes you see an outfielder when it's a little bit shallow hit, they dive for it because there's nobody on base. So that's outside for a ball. 1-1 count to Yearsley. He's batting fifth today and playing right field. Ground ball, and it finds its way foul. Cuniff on deck. He's had a great day as well. He's got a triple, a single, and 2 runs scored. Sorry, Jack Kubowski's on deck. Cuniff in the hole. 2-2 count. Jack Kubowski is 1 for 2. He had a single, and he scored. Ground ball to third. Should be an easy play. And able to throw him out is Andy Valid. One up, one down. Jack Kubowski, the shortstop, now at the plate. Outside for a strike. Jack Kubowski 1 for 2. That ball's going to be hit to the outfield. Finds its way to the right center alleyways. Play at second base. 1-hop throw. And in there with a 1-out double is Jack Kubowski. So with 1 out, Cuniff looking to make something happen here. As they actually go to the bench. Cuniff wears number 2, but they go to R.J. Valdez, who's going to pinch hit for him. Probably saving their star catcher for later on in the tournament. 0-2 count. Valdez looking to do what Cuniff did earlier. And Valdez called out on strikes. So now the Addison Braves Catchers have combined to go 2 for 3 today with a strikeout. Runner at second, 2 outs, 1 swing of the bat ends this game. That ball is hit somewhat deep. Dives for it, can't make the catch. That'll score 1. Into second easily is Birch. As trying to make the diving catch was Hunt. It was a tough play as the ball was slicing towards the foul line, and Hunt was playing normal left field depth. Just couldn't make the play. So it's a double.
Left fielder number 17, Frank Levin.
And now Jenkins can end the game with an RBI single or double. If Birch had scored in the third, this game would be over. But on a fly ball to left, he decided to stay at third base. That was with 1 out. Meanwhile, a strike on the outer part. If Jenkins gets on, Hernandez would bat. Hernandez is 1 for 3 with a base hit. Jenkins hasn't done much today. And I think they have a pinch hitter for him as Jenkins is 22, but we have 17 at the plate. So they're going with Frank Lavin. Lavin with a 2-1 count. Swung on and missed. Lavin without any batting gloves. Needs to swing at anything close to stay alive. Because that's an important run. Second baseman for the Tribe, keeping him close. Swung on and missed, strike 3. And the Tribe get out of it, but the damage is done. A 2-out double. We go to the top of the 6th, 9-0 Braves.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the 6th, 9-0 lead for the Braves. And let's see what the Midland Tribe can do in the top of the 6th.
Leading off for the Tribe, the catcher from 32, Ty Rosen.
Trozen, the catcher, as that's outside for a ball. Thought about it, laid off, 2-0. Rosick, the student manager, is on deck as the player manager has 2 walks on the day. He's 0 for 0. Fly ball into center field as that's very shallow. And the left fielder takes charge and able to make the catch is the left fielder in Frank Lavin. So it looked like it was going to be made by the Braves center fielder in Birch, but instead Frank Lavin took charge, made the catch. Inside for a ball. No official at bats today for Rosick. He's 0 for 0. Got to third base, but couldn't score as Hunt struck out with runners at first and second. 4-3 putout. Easy play for Swarbrick. 2 up, 2 down. Petrowski needs to keep the rally alive with a base hit or something else. He is 1 for 2 with a single. McEwen is on deck. He's 0 for 2. Ground ball fouled away. Ground ball, another foul ball. 1-1 the count. As Valdez on the block. Good block by him. 2-1. Actually, it's 2 strikes. Jumbotron guys a little bit late to the updating it. Fouled away. It doesn't matter. It was fouled away anyways. 2-2. Nice pitch, but a little inside. Started towards the plate and then crossed on the inner part away from it. Counts full. Petrowski 1 for 2 today. Looking to make it 2 for 3. A little bit low for ball 4, so he gets on base.
Perch with 2 outs. At the plate for the Tribe. It's the center fielder, number 10, Owen McCann.
Owen McEwen looking to make up for the mistakes he's made today. A triple that he might have had if he'd gotten a good break on it. And then, of course, the inside the park home run that probably should have either been caught or just been a single. And you can't make up for all the mistakes with one swing of the bat, but making it 9-2 would at least start something. Ground ball gets past the third baseman. Not able to make the play was Hernandez, and now runners at second and third with 2 outs. It's a nice hit by McEwen, as playing off the bag was Hernandez, and now runners at second and third, 2 down.
At the plate for Midland, the first baseman, number 24, Nick Stinak.
Time called by Valdez. As we'll see what Kurtowski wants to do with his starting pitcher. First base open as you're getting towards the bottom of the order here in the 7 hole. Stinak is 0 for 2, reached down a fielder's choice. And I think the Braves would love to end this one early if they can. To do that, don't give up any runs. And try to finish it with a walk-off single or better in the bottom of the 6th. Meanwhile, Nick Stinak is up to bat for the Midland Tribe. Everybody pretty deep. First and third base at medium depth. 1-0 count. 1-1 now to Steemack. Schnurr has not given up a run today. And he's been pretty darn good since the first inning. That one fouled away. You count up the hits he's given up since the first. Just 3 hits. 4 total in terms of the walks. 3 walks. Make that 4 walks. When you have as many walks as hits, usually a good thing, of course, unless you have like 7 hits given up, 7 walks. I still remember that no-hitter that Doc from the Pirates, he recorded. 7 walk no-hitter. 3-2 the count. Steemack up with Hunt on deck. Anything to the gaps will score both runners. Anything hit right at the outfielders could also score both of them, as pretty deep are all 3 outfielders. That one is going to find its way to the left center gap. This will score both Petrowski and McEwen as a 2-run double for Steemack, and that makes it 9-2. No longer scoreless.
Now 9-2.
And they decide to not go to the bullpen, and it cost him at least 2 runs. As Kurtowski will now have to make a change. As Schnurr will exit. A new pitcher coming in, and we'll take a break.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
So the Edison Braves will go to their bullpen here as they begin the big righty, number 35, and Dylan Jenkins. Dylan Jenkins on the year has pitched 13 and a third innings.
Now batting for the Sharks, left field, number 50, Chase Hunt.
He has 1 error on the year and an assist. Ball's been hit to him just twice. Outside for a strike. Looking to end this threat, Chase Hunt. 0 for 2 on the day. Larkin on deck. Good pitch in there for a strike. Braves can still end this one early, but they need 3 runs now. Yes, that one. Diving catch, trying to get him at first. One hop throw. Got him by a half step. No argument by the Tribe. It was an excellent play by Hernandez. And that does it for the inning. But a 2-run score off a 2-run double, and we go to the bottom of the 6th, 9-2 lead.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Midland Tribe go to the bullpen to their right-hander. As that one is just drilled down the third base line. It's going to reach the warning track off the wall, and a leadoff double for Hernandez. Good way to start the rally. Tyler Fillinger, the new pitcher for the Midland Tribe. Putty now up. This one, a lazy little ground ball. Fillinger will play it underhanded over to first base. As the leadoff batter in Hernandez gets to third base. Dan Blicken now up. Fourth at bat for Blicken today. That's in there for a strike. Popped up to second. Double in the third. And caught looking strikeout in the fourth with a runner at third looking to get him in with a sac fly or better. Just missed inside 1-1. 10 after 5, so if the Braves get 3 runs in this inning, the game is over. Otherwise, we go to the top of the 7th. 7 innings today. In the dirt. They're all 7-inning games except for the championship game. That'll be 9. Hernandez led off the inning with a double. He stands at third with 1 out. That ball gets to the gap. No one's going to get that. As a 2-hopper to right field. No choice but to just get it off to the cutoff man at second base, and a 1-out RBI single for Dan Blicken. So we're going to do 8 after 6 in this tournament, so that does it for today's game. Appreciate everybody that came out today for Ronaldo Delgado and everybody else that worked for WNY Athletics. Thank you so much. I'm Kyle Smith. Final score after 6 innings. A 10-2 win for the Addison Braves. Don't go anywhere. Game 3 of our quadruple header coming up next here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated, multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kyle Smith alongside my good friend and partner, Stephen Taylor, for today's broadcast of the NABF World Series. This is pool play between Chicago Cloud in the white and red and Erie Buffalo in the gray and orange. Should be a good one, although, partner, Erie Buffalo, they struggled last night. 13-0 loss in pool play.
Yeah, honestly, Erie Buffalo had a real rough start to the tournament play this weekend. So far, Erie Buffalo has given up 13 hits, 13 runs. Seemed to be a pitching issue last night, and a little bit of some fielding problems with the 2 errors last night. 12 runs given up by Andrew Tobias last night, 8 of them earned.
So, yeah, you give up 12 runs, that's one thing, but your defense gave up 4 unearned runs. So, you got to find a way to be good both pitching, locating your fastball, locating your curveball, as well as your defense making plays behind you. It's got to be a team effort, all 9 in, right? All 9 players got to make plays, including your pitcher. Erie Buffalo, they're going to be the home team today. You flip a coin, and Erie Buffalo won that coin flip. They're going to be the home team today. Pitching for Erie Buffalo is going to be Joe Downey. Yeah, Steven will tell you his stats in a minute from now, but Downey, the right-handed pitcher, and his battery mate's going to be Nate Kinder. Leading off for the Cloud, the first 4 hitters will be David Rubin, Joe Thompson, Josh Wenz, and his other brother, Andrew Rubin. Andrew's at third base and David at shortstop. And Steve, what would be the scouting report? What are the basic stats for Joe Downey this season? Okay. Get a free minute for you folks as here we go. Joe Downey to face David Rubin.
5, David Rubin, shortstop.
From left to right, it'll be Kowalski, Seifert, the other Kowalski at second base, Anderson at first base. From left to right, McFarland left, Mitiggy in center, and Kaboot in right field. And here we go from righty to righty as David Rubin into the box. First pitch down and away for ball 1. The other problem with losing 13-0, Steven, is run differential is one of the tiebreakers. Now, not only do you got to win, but you got to win convincingly.
Absolutely. They're finding themselves a little bit behind the 8 ball and looking to try and get on the board. We'll see a little bit more from them in the bottom of the inning.
So David Rubin, the shortstop, leading it off in the catbird seat, 2-0. See if they go with an outside fastball here. In there for a strike. It's 18 and over, so you can still be playing or be graduated from college to play. And that is outside for a ball, 3-1. What do you think here if you're Downey? What do you want to throw him?
You want to see if you can get it over the plate. So leaning on your best pitch, you definitely go with a fastball. You don't need to try and fool him here with a curve.
Base hit ball 4. This time he gets ball 4, the dreaded leadoff walk. And not a good start for Erie Buffalo. You just got to figure out how to find a way to eliminate in your mind what happened yesterday. New day, new ball game, and just hope that the other teams start losing. You get 2 wins. And all you got to do is be one of the 2 teams that have 2 wins in pool play. You got to win today, obviously, for tomorrow to matter.
And I think that's where it gets a little tough for Erie Buffalo coming in facing Chicago Cloud, who won last night 5-3. Chicago Cloud's coming off of a big win against the Fort Wayne Jackers.
And what was that win for the Cloud? What was the final score of that?
5-3 on that one.
So Cloud with a win today, their chances of moving into bracket play a lot better. Even with a win for Erie Buffalo, 1-1, still no absolute chance you're going to get in. That one outside, 2-0 the count. Runner at first, that's David Rubin. Wenz on deck. Right down the middle. 3-1 the count. Runner at first. Got to find a way for Downey to get ahead of these hitters. First two, he's gotten behind of them. Right down the middle. 3-2. There's a large gap between first and second base if he throws another outside fastball here. Fouled away, just fights it off. Maybe swung at ball four.
This is where you really want to get it over the plate. At this point, giving up a hit, anything to turn a double play or anything like that, giving up a hit is not the worst decision in the world here.
And that throw just to the right of the bag, but he does get the strikeout. Looked like a strike. And that's one you just got to fight off and live another day. They do get the runner into scoring position. The only good thing, Steven, about not trying to put the ball on the bat is it becomes hit and run. Sometimes you do a line drive to shortstop, then it becomes a double play. So by not swinging, they avoid the double play there.
Absolutely.
Do you think that's one of the reasons that hit and run had become non-existent in Major League Baseball? As sometimes hit and runs becomes liner and line drive double plays?
Absolutely. Just a little bit more on the spot on the defense there on the fielding side.
You know, when I was growing up, my dad was my coach for a couple of years, and I played travel ball, and we did hit and run all the time. But as the analytics of the game have changed, more and more teams are getting away from hit and runs because of line drive double plays. And of course, before they changed the rules of baseball where they expanded the width of the bases, stolen bases were becoming less and less commonplace. So it became the three outcomes: home run, walk, or base hit. Well, home run, walk, or strikeout. 3-1 the count. In there for a strike. Got a runner at second, one out. The leadoff hitter and Ruben at second. Wentz at the plate, and the other Ruben on deck. Downey in a little bit of a jam here, and for the third consecutive time behind the hitter. And the third for a ball.
Josh Wentz was all over it last night against the Fort
Wayne Jackers.
That's the one. Fort Wayne Jackers. He went 3 for 3. Single, double, and a single.
This time he walks. That's now 2 walks and 2 runners on. Not something you want to do, Steve, when you're getting to the middle of the order.
Absolutely. Now you've already got a guy in scoring position, any sort of hit, and that could be a run right there. Start from behind, which is not where the Erie Buffalo need to be.
Get ahead, stay ahead, kid. And 3 straight hitters, he's fallen behind all 3 of them. A little bit high for a ball. You know, you talk about OPS, on base plus slugging, and a 1-0 count becomes like a 400 OPS. 1-1 becomes 300. And there you go.
There's that hit.
Yep, 1-0 count. He's sitting on a fastball ready for it, and it becomes at least 1 RBI. Looking to score, they send him, and Wentz scores as well. So a 2 RBI double for Ruben. And falling behind hitters finally cost Downey. And thus far in the tournament, they've been outscored 15-0.
Well, batting. Center fielder, Mike Farnett.
So both Rubens getting the job done. The leadoff walk for David, and the 1-out double for Andrew. That'll bring up Mike Fornin, the center fielder. Already 2 runs in the inning. Nice curveball. And for Erie, just find a way to eliminate the damage. Don't want to be down 3-0 before you even bat. Finds a hole. That will get Ruben to at least third base. They're going to send him. Andrew Ruben scores. So both Rubens scored this inning. An RBI single for Mike Fornin. And Steve, they might have to get the bullpen up.
It's amazing that this early in the game, you've already got to be looking at your pitcher's depth.
Batting, number
When you're outscored 16-0 in the first 8 innings, or correction, 6 innings, got called early.
Yeah, it was called early, yeah. I was told there would be no math today.
Oh.
You got to wear that, kid. No, I'm just kidding. We got ice. 1-0. Wow. Back-to-back breaking balls. He missed both of them. When I was a hitter and the curveball didn't hit me, I would always be frustrated because I'm like, it's not going to hurt. It's a breaking ball. One time I'd have a coach that would joke with me about it. Kyle, we need base runners. Just wear it.
Anything to get on base. Of course, that leave a nasty welt. Not as
Not for a
bad for
curveball,
a
no.
curveball. Mound visit so far. Getting the shortstop and catcher up there. See if he can shake off some butterflies here.
Because this is your season, right? You lose today, it's over.
Pretty much. Take a miracle and a lot more math to come back after a loss today.
Not that you want to go to the bullpen, because here's the thing. If you go to the bullpen today, you're taxing your bullpen for the rest of the tournament. But you have to win today to even be alive for the rest of the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the chess game of being a manager that makes it so difficult. When do you take out your pitcher? When do you keep him in? You know? Kevin Cash, he was criticized. If you remember Game 6 of the 2020 World Series, Blake Snell was cruising.
Mm-hmm.
He took out Blake Snell. I believe the Rays were up 1-0. And then Mookie Betts and the Dodgers came back to win Game 6. And they didn't have to worry about home field advantage or anything because that was that weird COVID year where the World Series was played in Texas. That ball is driven near the gap. Good beat at center, but he can't get to it. As it looked like McTiggy might be able to make the catch, but he can't make it. Runners at the corners and more trouble brewing against Erie. And that's the problem, Steve. When you keep the fastball up, it makes it easier for the hitter to see it and then drive it the other way.
Mm-hmm. You've been noticing the defense has been shifting a little bit to try and defend the left side of the ballpark here, and that's how the RBI run or the RBI hit scored all those people, because the second baseman here, Kowalski, was playing over into center a little bit.
Right, and they had the runner at second. It was weird too. Early in the game, you didn't think you'd want your second baseman to try to cover the bag for a potential pickoff, but he was playing near the bag and just took the ball the other way for the base hit.
Otherwise, routine ground ball.
And if you're Chicago Cloud, as Ken the Hawk Harrelson used to say, don't stop now, boys. You just finish them, right?
Keep rolling.
Just put as many runs on the board so that they don't have any hope of coming back in this game.
Gas, relax, as they would say.
Yogi Berra said it best. 90% of this game is 50% mental. What he meant by that is this game is more mental than you think it is. Yeah, if you were down 5-0, it's only the bottom of the first, but man, we're already down 5-0. We haven't even gotten to bat yet. So you're already out of the game psychologically a little bit. But if you're only down 3-0, well, a grand slam, we still win the game. It's these little things, these little intricacies of baseball that can, the complexion and the mental aspect of these players.
Next thing you know, when you're down like 5-0, that's when you start to get a little bit in your head if you're the batter. You start to overthink whether or not that ball's going to be a little inside, whether you want to hold back and see if you can catch the breaking ball, catch the break from the umpire. But if you're always thinking about that instead of thinking about just swinging away, thinking about just focusing on the ball.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. So we've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly from Downey today. He has 2 strikeouts, that's the good. The bad, 2 walks. The ugly, 3 runs given up. It's like Nuke LaRouche from Bull Durham.
Oh, yeah.
15 strikeouts in a game, but also 10 walks in a game.
Mm-hmm.
Runners at the corners, 2 out. Third base even with the bag. As third baseman is Andrew Rubin. Sorry, third base is Shane Kowalski. Andrew Rubin is third base for the Cloud. Oh, 1 the count with Geraci at the plate. High 1-1. If you're just joining us, a leadoff walk, then another walk, then a double, and back-to-back base hits. That's where we stand right now. In the dirt, good block.
And with the unpredictability of Downey, you do have to try and keep that ball in front of you. It starts to become a little bit more of a stress game with the runner at third.
2-1 the count. Got the pitch he wanted, couldn't do anything with it. Pitching is just so difficult, right? There's a strike zone, but if you throw it on the inner part or high, that ball's going to be driven a long way. So you can't just throw a strike, you try to get it down.
Mm-hmm.
Unless, of course, you're Paul Skeens, you just throw the ball, nobody can hit it.
If you throw it fast enough, it doesn't matter where you put it.
Right. But then there's Aroldis Chapman. He threw that 102-mile-an-hour pitch, and Rajai Davis hit it the other way for a 2-run tying home run. That one's driven a long way. Will this one go over the fence? Can't catch it, as McFarland got a beat on it, but he couldn't catch it. 1 run scores. Now Candia in to score. A handful of runs have scored for Chicago Cloud.
And there's that 5-0 score we were alluding to. Something to be aware of going into the bottom of the inning once we get there.
Because now 5-0 is an interesting score because a grand slam alone does not tie the score. So now you know we need a rally to tie this one up. Plus, we need to be much better pitching and defense. We have to score 5, and we can't give up any more.
When you're looking at this in the top of the first, the top of the second does not look like an inviting place to be.
That one fouled away. We have batted around in this inning. David Rubin on deck. He's the true number 5. He wears number 5, and he plays the position 5. Outside for a ball. Just the little things of baseball, right? You don't think it's a big deal, but when you keep falling behind hitters,
it underscores the mental part of the game, as you were saying earlier. Oh,
that one he got off the end of the bat. And a 4-3 put out as Kowalski throws it to Anderson, but the damage is certainly done. 5 runs cross home plate. We go to the bottom of the first. It's 5-0 Chicago Cloud here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
or an efficient personal approach for all of your transportation needs. More information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. That is not a misprint, folks. 5-0 going to the bottom of the first. Not the start, obviously, that Erie Buffalo wanted, but it's not how you start, it's how you finish. They got to get the bats going, and they got to get them quickly because we do have slaughter rule in this tournament.
Absolutely. It might be a short game today thus far, but they've got the opportunity to step it back up, and maybe they'll bat around the entire order, much the same as their opponent.
Pitching for the Chicago Clout, number 28, Connor Ellentree. Leading off for
Starting pitcher, the righty, is Connor Ellentree for the Chicago Clout. And leading it off for the Erie Buffalo will be Jordan Kowalski, the second baseman. Third baseman inside the bag. Outside for a ball. Seifert on deck, Flynn in the hole. Flynn is a big guy, 6'5". I'm excited to see him when he comes to the plate.
We had a guy on one of my younger teams, nicknamed Nacho, big fella, and he was the designated hitter because he hit it so far that he didn't have to run really quickly.
Thought he was called Nachos because maybe he had one too many nachos and not enough salads. So that one's a little ground ball to second. Gonna be a close play at first, but they get him by a step. 4-3 on the putout if you're scoring at home. That'll bring up the 2-hole hitter at Seifert. You can't get them all in one swing, Steven, so you just got to find a way to get on base.
It's always going to be a slow roll. It's not like basketball where you just start shooting three-pointers or football where you throw Hail Marys. It's a slow game, and as such, bit by bit, journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single hit.
And what you got to think of if you're Erie Buffalo, hey, there's no time limit. We don't lose until they get 21 outs.
There you go.
How can you not be romantic about baseball, right? One of the all-time great, not just baseball films, but sports films. And in fact, it was such a good film, a couple of Academy Award nominations that year. Surprisingly, Brad Pitt did not win, but the Best Supporting Actor won for Moneyball in their first strike. I do love that movie, Stephen. What I don't like, though, is they forget to mention that Oakland also had the big three that year.
Mm.
They also had MVP and Miguel Tejada at shortstop. So, I mean, yeah, they were doing analytics and sabermetrics, but that one fouled away, first base side. But they also had some pretty darn good players.
Sometimes you got enough good players to help carry the team, but there's plenty to be done behind the scenes.
2-2 the count. Ground ball to third. Getting him out by a step again.
Now batting.
Yeah, that time it was Kowalski. Ruben over to Wentz. Eric Flynn, the 3-hole hitter, is a big guy. See if he can get on base. And even though you're down 5-0, Steve, one swing of the bat, yeah, you're still down 4, but maybe it just uplifts some of these teammates to get their head back in the game. Sometimes a solo shot can just uplift your teammates with momentum.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're finding yourself in a position like this, what you've got behind you is nothing but an inning that feels just like a ton of bricks, like it hit you like a Mack truck.
Oh, jeez. Well, something went very far, but the problem was the bat, not the ball.
Got to make contact. If you don't make contact, sometimes you lose your bat. Off to the bullpen.
I guess that was foreshadowing that they're going to be going to the bullpen, and Eric was telling us what was going to happen. Let's go to the bullpen. I don't know. This stuff happens, man. It's I talked about it in the previous broadcast. Like, Steve, if you ever have time on your hands, Google players with the most 4 strikeouts in a game. Do you know what the 4 strikeout game is known as?
What's that?
The Golden Sombrero.
Oh boy.
And what's interesting about it, though, is some of the all-time greatest players have the most 4 strikeout performances in a game. And the all-time 4K performance is Reggie Jackson. We're talking about Mr. October. So in a baseball game, because there's so many of them, you have those games that you want to forget. But as long as you don't do it in Game 7 of the World Series, nobody cares. 2-2 the count. Eric Flynn at the dish. Just a bit outside. He tried the corners and missed.
A position like this does give the pitcher a little bit of time to play around a little bit. So Ellentry, figuring out where his corners are.
It's a lot easier to pitch when you're up 5-0 instead of it being 0-0.
Can't discount the end of this game, but you do wonder at what point he starts looking ahead.
I mean, if this gets to be 10-0 or worse, Ellentry might not finish this game because you want to save your pitchers for later on in pool play and bracket play.
You want to have the option. You want to be able to go to whoever you can, not whoever you've got.
Close pitch. Whew. You make the call, Steve. Strike or ball? Umpire said ball.
Just a bit inside. From where I'm seeing home plate, I would definitely call it a ball, but
Now batting the first baseman.
anything to get a guy on base at this point for Erie Buffalo. So take what you get, and Ellentry is figuring out where the umpire's corners are.
Usually a major league strikeout. Close pitch. Home plate umpire says a little outside. Tom Anderson, he had the lone hit yesterday in that 13-0 blowout defeat as they lost to the Beecher Muskies. Slow-moving ground ball to third base, but they do get Anderson as Kowalski throws it over to Anderson. Second time that's happened today. Ruben over to Wenz. We go to the top of the second. It's 5-0 in favor of Chicago Clout.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. Text line's open. Your favorite high school, college, or MLB memory. Text it over to 330-957-7653. It is all Chicago early on. 5-0. And they batted around. So it'll be David Rubin to start things off here in the top of the second. David had a leadoff walk, and he stole second, and he also scored. Everything went right for the Clout in the first inning, and a lot of things went wrong for Erie in the first inning.
You got to wonder if Downey was able to find his pitch. A little bit of warm-up here. And see where he's at.
I'm just surprised they didn't go to the bullpen, because this is your season. Honestly, I would have maybe done it when they were down 3-0. The other problem is that here's a fly ball to center. A couple of steps back goes the center fielder in McTiggy, and he's able to make the catch. 1 up, 1 down. That'll bring up Thompson, but The other problem is when you bring in pitchers in high leverage situations, as a manager, you have to understand how many times has this pitcher pitched in high leverage situations, right? Like when you bring up a guy from AA or AAA, how is he going to do in those high leverage situations? This one gets close to the gap and it'll drop down for a base hit. So Thompson's on with 1 out.
It brings back the discussion about how mental baseball is as a game, how it's a mostly mental game. Without a lot of experience in these high pressure situations, facing a team that might have a high skill level, you got to make sure that you're able to find that pitch and feel comfortable throwing what you're going to throw.
The other thing I've thought about as the game has changed in terms of pitch counts, when you get rid of pitchers, when you don't, getting through the third time in the order, etc. Are you getting ahead of these counts? Because when you get behind, does that mean you're having to put more in your leg kick, more throwing the ball, as that's outside? Couldn't get the ball out, so stolen base, second one of the game for the Clout. Be surprised they're stealing second up by 5.
I think they want to get through this game quickly as well. Of note, it looked like Kinder actually like slipped a little bit when he was going to throw that, and that's the reason the throw didn't get out. He had him beat as far as timing. It was a matter of having control over the ball and make sure it was going to go where he wanted it to instead of right back to the pitcher.
You know, that one's going to be a high pop up to the left center gap, and able to get a read on it is McTiggy. As runner on second and 2 outs. That'll bring up Andrew Rubin. Rubin had that big double that really ignited the rally back in the top of the first for the Clout.
There have been a lot of hits out to left center, which is where you're really happy to see McTiggy start to make a couple outs there. 2 big catches for the fly balls. That's something that you didn't see in the in the first inning.
Everything was just working for the Clout. Sometimes in baseball, just things just continue to work for you, and then sometimes it just goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, sometimes it was between finding the gap and also just not a lot of just a location that where McTiggy couldn't quite make the catch. Wasn't enough gas in the tank to get there in time.
2-0 the count. Runner at second. Swung on a miss. He swung at ball 3. Huge gap in right center. And the ball is not dying on this turf. It is making it all the way to the warning track.
That's why you're starting to see a little bit of the Clout looking to swing a little late on some of these. Anything to get it to go opposite side.
Yeah, second base, I'm a little bit surprised. With 2 outs, he's playing real close to the bag. That's Kowalski. Huge gap between first and second base, and now Kowalski moving over. Inside for a ball. Don't want to walk people. You know,
Now batting is center fielder.
some people consider Nolan Ryan the greatest to ever do it. But what's interesting about Nolan Ryan, yeah, he had 7 no-hitters. He didn't win a single Cy Young. Why do you think that is, Nate? I mean, Steven.
Well, I really couldn't tell you.
Too many walks.
That'll do it.
He just, if you can't locate, I don't care how hard you throw. You're not as valuable as a guy like Burley, as a guy like insert player here, Shota Imanaga. If you can locate and get out with 3 pitches, obviously you're not going to get 3 pitches most of the time, but you're looking for 10 or less pitches an inning if you can do it. Oh boy. But right off the top of the helmet, so he'll be okay. It's a hit by a pitch. Mike Fornin on first base. Base is full of Clout, and this might be the end of Erie season if they can't get an out here.
You know, with 2 outs, this is easier said than done, of course, but the play is everywhere. Fly ball, any hit into the gap is the real concern, but strikeout would be helpful. But any hit to anything in the infield, plays right there.
Force at any base. On the outer part for a strike. Candia, he had that single, and then he also scored. That was that 2 RBI double by Geraci, playing second base today. Same spot. He attacks it. And an early 0-2 count as Downey trying to get out of this. Every inning's an adventure this tournament thus far for Erie.
He's found this corner, so.
Ground ball. Steps on the bag and a force out by Kowalski. 5 unassisted. That'll do it. The Cloud load the bases, but they can't do anything with them. We go to the bottom of the second, 5-0 Cloud here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor, bottom of the second. And we'll see if getting out of that bases loaded jam ignites this Erie Buffalo team. They got to find a way to score 5 runs, not give up any more, but you can't get them all on one swing of the bat. Base runners, base runners, base runners. And for Allen Tree, make sure you don't walk guys like Downey was.
Absolutely. You've got a sigh of relief getting out of that jam in the bottom, excuse me, in the top of the second. So now all you got to do is put the bat on the ball.
Counter Allen Tenney, the pitcher, winds up and the delivery. Outside for a ball. Nate Kinter trying to make up for not throwing that guy out at second base. Outside for a ball. And according to Game Changer, Stephen, what is Erie's record coming into this one?
Currently just 0-1.
Oh, okay, so
they are posted on the tournament and only the tournament.
You had one job, Erie, and you blew it. You know what? You're not allowed to go into bracket play. You didn't give us the stats. You had one job and you blew it. 3-0 to count. Good at bat right now by Kinder. Just a bit outside. You know what movie that's from, Steven?
I believe so.
Yeah.
If I name it, then it's real.
Yeah, which one is it?
Oh, this is where you're going to throw me off, because I've heard it before, I've quoted it, and I can't remember the name.
If you get it wrong, you're fired, but no pressure.
Oh, well. If I hold my breath a little bit, then...
As long as it's an educated guess, if you say A League of Your Own, you're definitely fired.
Oh, yeah.
That one's a nice bunt. As Allen Tenney makes the play, 1-3 on the putout if you're scoring at home. A sack bunt, interesting, down by 5.
Now batting the center field.
Advance the runner, get him into scoring position, and then maybe you might be able to get one around.
I guess what they're thinking is, let's just get one. Let's get, the monkey off our backs, and then we can start to think about baseball again.
This would be 7 scoreless innings if they aren't able to complete one lap around the field.
Okay. Left field, it's a one-hopper. They got to hold the runner. If it was 1-0, they would have sent him, but being down 5-0, that run doesn't really matter. A nice hit by McTiggy.
Number 8, Brandon Cope.
Yeah, at this point, you want to make sure you get as many runners on base to complete, to get around the bases.
And for everybody watching and listening, the name of that movie was Major League. Bob Uecker, the Brewers play-by-play guy, posed as the Indians radio play-by-play guy in that movie. 1 out, runners at the corners. Fly ball to right, shallow hit, and that's going to find its way near the foul line. Good catch. They send him, and then going back to third is Kinder. I would have gone, partner. The momentum was going towards the fence. It was a nice arm that time in right field from Chicago Clouds, Joe Thompson.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to keep runners on base to keep the option. If they get any sort of hit, then that advances the runner, hopefully gets them on the board. I think that right now they just want to make sure this doesn't look embarrassing.
They decide not to send him, so now it's up to that one's in the dirt. It's a wild pitch, not a stolen base. If he had caught it, it would have been a stolen base.
That is an old strategy we had in Little League was you had a runner at first and a runner at third. You try and steal second, and if they get the guy at second, or at least get the throw, then the guy can steal home.
2-0. That's, the game within the game when you're a manager. When do you steal a base? Well, the theory is the best time to steal a base is 0-2 or 1-2 because the pitcher might throw a split finger, a curveball, something in the dirt. Ground ball and a one-hopper and running towards the base. And underhands it is Alan Tenney. So Erie threatens, but they don't score. We go to the top of the third, 5-0 Cloud.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
5-0 lead here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel. If you're not familiar with NABF, stands for the National Amateur Baseball Federation. It's pretty cool. These guys have full-time jobs, but they still love baseball. They graduated in 2016, 2018 from college, and still here to play some baseball and just do something, even though they're not getting paid for it.
Well, they're thrilled to be a part of this organization. It's been around since 1914. And it's always been for growing the game of baseball, working with the MLB. And this tournament, the Charles M. Blackburn World Series. Ooh, high pitch.
He struggled with that. Remember, we saw it back-to-back pitches.
I'm wondering if he's having trouble with his curveball and bringing it down and in.
Location, location, location. If you're a pitcher, you can be a realtor because it's the same thing, right? Liner.
There's a good catch.
There's the hops and able to make that catch beautifully. The shortstop and Alex Seifert.
Second base, John Curacci.
So the tournament's named for Charles M. Blackburn. He was a former commissioner of the league back in 1967.
Okay.
Currently, the executive director emeritus. Now, there is the Charles M. Blackburn and Charles M. Blackburn Jr., and I'm trying to differentiate between the two, but my research can only get me so far.
No one likes excuses, Stephen. We need you to do better with the research.
Well, the namesake Charles M. Blackburn Jr. is the current executive director emeritus for the NABF World Series.
All outside for a ball. Kacharski on deck. His first at bat was a 4-3 ground out. Geraci, of course, is currently up. He had a double in the first. Swung on and missed. Nasty pitch from Downey.
You like it when it matters to start chasing down like that. But he's been having trouble bringing that pitch down.
Right, you got to make it look like a strike, and then when they're about to hit it, it just dies out of the zone. That's why you don't want your curveball to hang, among many other reasons. But the main reason is they're either not going to swing at it because it starts as a ball, or it's up in the zone, so you just wait on it, keep that weight back, and then you drive it into the outfield. The worst thing you can do as a pitcher is a hanging curveball. 1-2. Swung on and missed. That was a nasty pitch.
Got him chasing.
From Downey. Look, it's not over yet. You get a couple of runs in the third. Anything can happen. But that's why there's so much pressure now on Erie, and why I thought about going to the bullpen. Now it looks like a silly move now as Downey's starting to get into a rhythm.
Well, the big thing is the game starts at 4. You need to show up at 4 and not show up about 40 minutes late.
You know, Richie Allen is now in the Baseball Hall of Fame. I read the craziest story about Richie Allen. You talk about getting to the ballpark late. Apparently, like, Richie Allen got to the ballpark 5 minutes before a Phillies game.
Oh, man.
And his teammates like, "Are you ready to go? You didn't have any BP or anything?" "I'm ready. Dude, I don't know, man. First pitch, gone. And he just runs around the bases. He doesn't say anything back to his teammates. He just sits down and just starts drinking water in the dugout. Like it was just like he was going to work as a barber or something. And if you're wondering why he's in the Hall of Fame, there are stories like that. Where for some guys, like, they don't need 2 hours of BP because it just comes to them naturally.
Yeah, it's a very technical game where you can focus on technique and strategy, but some people, there's just this natural skill and natural talent that where, hey, how did you manage to hit that ball 405 feet? And they just say, I don't know, I just launched it.
The craziest story is when Ron Santo allegedly hit a walk-off home run and he was going through minor diabetic shock.
Oh, man.
Just Google that story. That one's insane. He said it was so bad he was seeing two of the pitcher, so he just guessed at one of them, and he hit a homer. I think it was to right center. Insane.
He could have been just as good where if he bet on the other guy, would have gone to left center.
Like I said, you talked about, there are some guys that just comes to them naturally. Liner, and it's going to get into center field, so Kacharski's on base.
Yeah, and then in the NBA, you see players like Jokic basically treats it like a 9 to 5. Wins an NBA championship. They say, all right, what are you going to do now? Expecting something like Disney World. And what you end up with is, I'm going to go home. I'm going to go hang with my family.
2 out. Leadoff hitter and Rubin up. Excellent block. They're going to send him. The throw is late. And that's a wild pitch if you're scoring at home. No stolen base. They're still in this, though. If you get a couple of runs in the bottom of the third, you just keep chipping away at this lead. But there's so much pressure on Downey, you just can't give up any more runs. Which is why I thought about maybe going to the bullpen, because when it's 3-0, it's just different mindset than 5. That one's driven out to right field, and that's going to drop for a hit. Right before it hits the foul line, goes to the left of it, and it's going to be a triple for Rubin. David Rubin, have yourself a day, kid. That's a walk, a stolen base, a run, and an RBI triple.
Now you start thinking about the bullpen again. Downey seemed to be locked in, and with 2 outs, he's not out of this yet. But you start thinking about who you're going to start warming up, who you might be wanting to put in his place.
The problem is it too little, too late? If you had gone to the bullpen when it was 3-0, that one, nice diving catch by McTiggy. The damage is done. The 2-out triple by Ruben is now 6-0. Cloud here at the NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the third. Erie Buffalo trailing 6-0. They had their opportunities in that second inning. They had runners at second and third. They couldn't get the job done, though. In fact, they had second and third with 1 out. And then a fly out to right. They decided to not send Kinder. And then the fielder's choice, 1-3 put out, ended the threat. Kowalski, the leadoff man, up in the first, grounded out to second. Nice pitch. And on the outer part for a strike.
Erie Buffalo has been able to put the bat on the ball. So even with just 1 hit, they've managed to get some contact here. So you got to hope that they figured Ellentry out to at least get some runners on base.
They had that 2-out walk in the first. They had a walk and a base hit in the second, so just 2 hits thus far in the entire tournament. But it just shows you how valuable walks are. Because of that leadoff walk, they got the leadoff man to third base. You want to force hitters to earn their way onto first base.
Any sort of on base, that leads to some trouble if you're the Cloud.
But it just shows you just how valuable walks are and how it can get into the mindset of a pitcher. Because right now, Alan Tenney is cruising. But even when he's cruising, like if he walks hitters, second and third with 1 out, but he got out of it. 1-2 the count. Missed. The Cloud win if they get 10 after 5 or 8 after 6. And meanwhile, for Erie, they're looking for their first run of the tournament. They've been outscored 19-0 thus far. Fouled away. It happens, though. The teams go on bad stretches. The Tigers have not been good since the All-Star break. At one point, when the White Sox won it all in 2005, they had a losing record in August. They were once up 15 games on the Indians that season, and it went down to a game and a half.
Really want to be playing your good baseball down the stretch, and you don't want to lose that big lead going into the postseason.
Fouled away. Just shows you any good team, they go through bad stretches. Just got to find a way to fight your way through it.
In other sports, especially hockey, but there's a discussion about mojo, and you got to think that players start taking a different route to the field, start changing their socks more, because whatever they're doing ain't working.
Change your approach. Baseball is the game of adjustments. Alex Seifert grounded out to third, his first at bat. The dreaded leadoff walk. 3 walks today for the Cloud starting pitcher. Missed. Ooh, that was close. He's been pretty consistent with that spot, but that time it calls it a ball.
Yeah, you really want to hope for a swing on a breaking ball like that, and I guess if you don't get the hitter to bite, might not get the umpire either.
Same spot. Catcher didn't like it, and catching today.
Sabo.
Yeah. Tariq Sabo. Swung on and missed.
Finding that same spot.
Yeah, that time he got it at the knees. Pitching, it's not just about throwing the ball hard. Changing your arm angle, changing your delivery, changing velocities. 2-1. And Sabo not happy. I can understand Sabo's frustration. It looked like he was calling that a strike in the first couple innings. 3-1. That one is going to find its way to the right center gap. But it will be caught. As a good read on the play by Joe Thompson. And now 1 out.
Batting number 9, Eric Flynn.
So now Flynn up. He had a walk in the first. Just got to get that monkey off your back. Get that run. Maybe good things can come after that.
You got Flynn, your designated hitter, up. Gotta hope that he's ready to swing for the fences if he sees the right pitch.
Right. But the only problem with that home run is it kind of stops the rally. But maybe it just gives your teammates some extra boost of confidence. That one's going to be hit right to the center fielder, but there's a lot of topspin on that ball. But good read on it and able to make the catch is Fornan. 2 very loud outs. And Flynn knows that he just
Batting
missed.
number 37, Tom Anderson.
Tom Anderson had the only hit last night. Be nice if he got Erie's second hit of the ball game. They have just 2 hits this entire tournament.
You gotta appreciate the power that they're putting behind the hits in this inning, but it doesn't mean much if you hit it that high or hit it straight to the center fielder.
Right. That's why we have stats now like batting average, balls in play. Lets you know how lucky or unlucky you are as a hitter. Now we have all these analytical stats, weighted runs created plus. 2-0 the count, runner at first. Try to split the gap if you can. Do you like baseball jokes, Steven?
Oh, yeah.
What's the number 1 place that a batter likes to shop at?
What's that?
The gap.
Oh, that would make sense.
2-1 the count. Kowalski at first. Kowalski goes with the pitch. He attempts the steal and he gets there safely. As that's the second stolen base of the game for Erie Buffalo. McTiggy stole one in the second. 3-1 the count. Catbird seat for Anderson. He walks.
Now you've got 2 runners on base from the walks. Even just giving up 1 hit. Already a mound visit with the catcher.
Problem with the walks, too, if you're looking to save him for later on in the tournament, that pitch count's going up. So either you get rid of him in the 4th or 5th inning to keep his pitch count low, or he overdoes it with the pitch count and he's not available later on in the tournament.
You want to see if you can give him the whole inning, but at the same time, you got to be smart about that pitch count. You can't just keep him in here expecting him to get out of the jam, because he probably will. Still on top 6-0, but you don't want to keep driving up that pitch count.
That one's going to find the gap, gets to the left center gap. That'll score at least one. On his horse is Anderson. He gets to third, and they're going to send him. The relay from short, and he'll just hold the ball. Anderson scores, and a 2 RBI double that time for Kinder off the first pitch.
And some life from Erie Buffalo.
They're off the schneid now, partner. That's their first 2 runs of the tournament.
Number 6, Gary McFarland.
Had 7 scoreless innings, but the 8th time's the charm.
Just 2 hits today, but 4 walks have really hurt Alan Tenney. That one's going to be trouble. Got to hurry with the throw, and a good throw that time by Geraci, but the damage is certainly done. A 2-out double by Anderson. We go to the top of the 4th. We got ourselves a ball game now here at the NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the 4th, they get their first 2 runs of the tournament. Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. Erie Buffalo gets off the schneid. And can they hang on, not give up any more runs, and make things interesting later on in the ballgame?
They seem to have now gotten some rhythm going, and sometimes you just take what they give you. And if they give you 3 walks or 2 walks in the inning, you're going to take them. 1 hit, and now it's an interesting ball game.
Nate Kinder, the catcher, 1 for 1 with that 2 RBI double, but is it too little, too late? They're going to stick with Downey, even though he's gotten into a lot of trouble today. Looked like he was maybe getting into a rhythm, but then after that, that 2 RBI triple ended his scoreless streak, if you want to call it a scoreless streak.
He's starting to find his pitching. You can see it in the 2nd inning, and as we start the 4th inning, he's had 2 good innings with the 2nd and the 3rd. The problem is that even giving up 1 run, you're giving them an inch, and they will take a mile. Can't give up in a run, making it 6-0.
Josh Wentz, he had a walk in the 1st, and he flew out to center. High pop-up. This is a major league pop-up if you're ever going to see one. Late break on the ball.
Got it.
And he finally makes the catch at McTiggy. The unnecessary dive, but he did it anyway.
That one's for the stat sheet, or a little less for the stat sheet, a little bit more for the highlight reel. McTiggy's had a lot going on in center field tonight. He's gotten, I think that would be his 4th fly ball.
Yeah, we count him up here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, yeah, 4. If you can hold him here, still alive. You never know. When you're only down 4, you get 3 base runners, 1 swing of the bat. That's why they call it a bloop and a blast.
And you got to talk about momentum, is that even starting out with 5 runs in the 1st inning, that's a lot of momentum right there. But now they're starting to slow the roll, and then that's shifting that momentum back to the other direction.
Just never know in a baseball game. The 2001 Seattle Mariners tied the Cubs for most wins in the regular season. That's outside for a strike. But they could have broken the record. They were up 12-0 on the Cleveland Indians, and they blew that game. So they would have broken the regular season record with the 1906 Cubs. That was played at Jacobs Field. No choice but to bury. And look at this play. Hang a star on that one. My goodness. Alex Seifert with a throw over to Tom Anderson. Barehanded? You won't see shortstop play much better than that.
And this is where it's all about the highlight reel. We've got 2 highlight reel defensive plays from Erie Buffalo.
The first one wasn't really necessary, but he got a late break on the ball.
He's got a partner, a love interest in the stands somewhere, I'm sure.
You ever seen the highlight where Manny Ramirez forgot how the relay works? And there was a ball to left center, and he decided to cut off the relay.
Oh man!
So it became an 8-7 relay. I'm like, Manny, no, your job is to back up the center fielder. You don't go to where the cutoff man is.
You don't need to help them out. They've got it.
Gotta trust in your teammates, right?
Trust in their teammates, but sometimes it's the thought that counts.
2-1 the count. Mike Fornin, base hit, and he also got hit by a pitch. Swung on and missed.
Big swing. You thought he had that one. Downey's maybe finding his curve.
2-2, 2 outs. And Downey steps off. 6-0. It's got to get into your mind a little bit. Giving up 19 runs, actually 6-2. I'm sorry, it was 6-0, but then it wasn't. So they are off the schneid. So they've been outscored 19-2. Just 2 hits though. That's the other.
Second day of tournament play, but no other team has given up 19 to start out.
Two, 2 outs. Fornin at the plate, the center fielder for Chicago. That one's going to get to center field. And a 2-out base hit. So he is having a heck of a day. 2 for 2, a run scored. And then how many RBI today for Mike Fornin?
Working it now. Fornin's got an RBI, just 1.
Okay.
Rubin's got 2, and Garachi's got 2.
Liner into left field. That's going to drop for a hit. Fornin thought about going, but you don't want to make the third out at third base.
Yeah, different
Batting the catcher, Tariq.
single out or a no outs would be a different story. I think he may have gone for it.
And some managers have said you don't want to make the first or third out at third base. Sometimes I agree with that. Sometimes I'm like, well, depending on who the runner is. So like if Pete Crow Armstrong hits it to the right center gap, and you get a right fielder who can throw him out, I mean, you just tip your cap to him. Obviously, if Paul Konerko is running to third base, yeah, please stay at second. Don't run to third. Runners at first, second. Just know the speed of your base runner in there for a strike. Like if Pete Crow Armstrong is on the base pass and I'm the third base coach, I am waving him home no matter what. If it's Mo Vaughn, no.
PCA's he's got some wheels. Oh,
hard to believe the Mets gave up on that guy.
Well, he certainly found a home on the north side of Chicago.
At the time, he was only 19. If you ever Google the story, it's an interesting story. He wasn't regarded that high in the draft. 1-1 the count, runners at first and second. And there's stories like that all the time. Like you probably know the story, Steve, but Mike Piazza was only drafted by the Dodgers because his dad was friends with Tommy Lasorda.
Wow.
He fell to like the 35th round. 2-1 the count. And that Mike Piazza guy found out how to play baseball a little bit.
That he did, a storied career.
493 home runs.
And sometimes it's just finding your stride. You can start out really slow, and you got to hope that you get the opportunities. The more opportunities you get, the more chances to succeed you have. but sometimes you find your stride a little later in life. VCA may have struggled in the first couple seasons, but sure enough, he's hitting his stride here in Chicago.
2-2, 2 outs. 2 runners on base. Looking for the appeal at first. Close, Steve. You think he went?
I would definitely call it around, but that's the angle I have back here.
First base umpire says he did not. Big no call. Erie really wanted to get out of the inning unscathed. Full count. Runners go on the pitch. High pop-up. Will it stay in play? Kinder got a late break on it, and he makes the catch. Big catch by Kinder. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Buffalo trailing by 4 here at the NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
And it's Erie Buffalo, the Who, Erie Buffalo, an eminent front as they're starting their don't call it a comeback here to start off the bottom of the 4th.
So it's going to be a chance for Ellen Tenney to get out of this unscathed, inside for a ball. Ground ball, and that's going to be a base hit to the left side.
McTiggy hits the 3rd hit of the game for Erie Buffalo.
One on, nobody out.
McTiggy already starting his lead off. He's already gotten a stolen base in this game.
In there for a strike. Kaboot flew out to right field. That was that play where they decided to not send Kinder. In there for strike 2. And Kowalski on deck. He had that fielder's choice. Pitcher to the first baseman. 0-2, runner at first. Erie needs a rally to stay alive in this tournament. Ground ball. Knocked down by the pitcher. You got to be kidding me. Oh, boy. It was going to go right through the pitcher into center field, but somehow Alan Tenney got a piece of it, and it goes right to the second baseman, 4 unassisted to 3 double play. You got to be kidding me on that.
Incredible 4-3 double play. That's you got to thank your pitcher.
1-4 because it touched the pitcher first, so 1-4-3, yeah.
He can pitch, he can catch. What can't this guy do?
So he caught last night for the Cloud?
No, he can just stop what's hit to him.
Oh, gotcha. Oh,
He can
gotcha.
pitch, he can field.
Sometimes just the baseball gods are not in your favor, and that's what's going on for Erie right now. How about that? It just goes right down the middle, shoots the box, and then becomes a double play.
You can't let that kill the momentum. Right now, you still got 2 outs, but you also got 2 more innings after this. But don't look to them. Look to right now.
Ball 3-0. Shane Kowalski is at the plate. His brother Jordan on deck. Brother Jordan, a walk, a stolen base, and scored. 0 for 1 is Shane. There's a walk right there. The walks continue to pile up for Ellentenney.
Just like we were a moment ago, runner at first.
Now batting, number 5, Jordan Kowalski.
And that will probably do it for Connor, I would think. But knowing that you want to preserve your bullpen as best as you can. The problem is you keep him in. I think we've seen with a large enough sample size, he's going to keep walking better. So if you keep him out there and you want to use him later in the tournament, you'd have to take him out now because you don't want your pitch count to keep increasing.
And there he goes, staying on the mound. Got to think that this is his lone appearance in pool play. Or if you're the Chicago Cloud, you got to hope this is his lone appearance in pool play.
5 walks today for Ellentenney. 2 of them, the leadoff variation.
But you do have to think, if you're the manager of the Chicago Cloud and you saw the game last night, you're thinking 13-0, well, maybe I want to save my better pitcher for when I have to go and play the Jackers.
Make that 6 walks now. Sorry, 5 walks. It was a leadoff base hit, right?
That's right.
Yeah, 5 walks. 0-1. Jordan has a job to do. Advance brother Shane into third base or maybe score him on a double.
You hit it into the gap. You hit it into the right spot. We'll see what kind of wheels Shane has.
This is really interesting, partner. They're playing him in center field to the left of the second base bag, but he's left-handed.
Got to think that there's an assessment of the swing, whether he's coming late, but what we're seeing here, what I'm seeing here is that he's right on time. I think if he does get a nice drive into the outfield, the center fielder's going to have to head back over to right.
Yeah, he's really far to the left of the second base bag on a left-hand hitter. He's basically playing like a right-handed hitter. That ball, chopper, 2-hopper to third, got him. So they threaten a leadoff single, a double play, a 2-out walk, and a ground ball. We go to the top of the 5th, still a 6-2 ball game here at the NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
Or an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs. More information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the fifth, 6-2 lead for the Chicago Cloud. Looking to get something done here. You know, we talked about the first game of the day. It started as a 5-0 lead, then became a 5-2 final with the tying run at home plate. Right now, goes from 6-0 and now 6-2. That ball absolutely smoked. Will it stay fair? It won't. And they have stuck with Joe Downey in this game. See how long that Joe Downey can last today. They need him in a big way if they're going to be any kind of eligible for bracket play. 0-1 the count, a long fly ball from Geraci. Ground ball, that one's also foul.
Downey's got to be thinking about his changeup here. You've already seen him come around twice and foul it off on the third base line. Slow that ball down, you might get him to swing a little bit ahead of the pitch. And there's your third strike.
Oh, 2. Just missed. Ball. One and 2 to the leadoff hitter and Geraci. And that one misses. 2-2. Kacharski on deck. Base hit, and he grounded out to second. David Rubin in the hole. Just missed. Count full.
Gender's got to be mindful about that leg kick out to the right. Batter's going to see that and know it's going to the bottom. Going to be a breaking ball on the outside.
3-2. And foul tip. They're going to say it went into the glove before it hit the dirt. Foul tip and a strikeout. 1 up, 1 down. That's now 2 strikeouts against Geraci.
That'd be his 4th strikeout on the day, which matches the total from Andrew Tobias last night.
They're in this game. They've had their opportunities. A bad break. Looked like they were going to have runners at first and second, nobody out, but it became a 1-4-3 double play. Now with 1 ball, no strikes. David Rubin trying to get things going. He's on deck. Kacharski gets in the way, out of the way of that pitch. David Rubin, a triple, a single, and flew out to center. Foul tip into the glove. 2-1 to number 41 and Matt Kacharski. Kacharski today, a single and that 4-3 put out. He also scored after the wild pitch, got him into second base. A little bit high, 3-1, catbird seat. Sit on a fastball, kid.
Got a little space to choose the pitch he wants. He didn't want that one.
1 on, 1 out. That'll bring up David Rubin, the third baseman. His 4th at bat of the day. Remember, we play 7 today because we have a 6:30 game, an hour and 10 minutes from now. You got to think how valuable those 4th, 5th, and 6th runs were for Chicago Clout. Be so much different in the mindsets of these Erie baseball players being down 3-2 instead of 6-2. They only have 3 innings to work with at the plate. Meanwhile, that one's in the dirt.
Ruben's already got a hit on the day. That hit drove in a run, making it, as you said,
6-0.
Yeah.
That was that triple, by the way. 1-1. It's pretty much been the David and Andrew Rubin show. Andrew Rubin with the double and the walk. His double, of course, made it 2-0. A 5-run first inning for Chicago Clout. They've been pretty quiet since then, though.
Chasing that one.
That one's fouled away.
Late swing on it, too. He seemed to see what he could get for that one.
You know, some people found Hawk Harrelson to be a little bit irritating, and some of his sayings were a little cliched, but he was right. Don't stop now, boys, because you never know, like, if you're going to get more rallies later on in the game. The way the game was going, it looked like that Chicago Clout was going to win 10-0 or worse, and now it's 6-2, got into second base. We're going to call that a wild pitch or defensive indifference.
A little bit of defensive indifference, but I think you'd have to call it a wild pitch on this one. Had to get in front of it and no time for a throw.
So that's 2 wild pitches for Downey. That really wasn't wild. I mean, he was almost at second base before the ball was blocked by Kinder. Downey, a little bit of a jam, though. Full count. Swung at ball 4, and he knew it. That'd been a big walk, too.
I think they're treating the 6-2 lead as if it's more of a 10-2 lead. They seem to be working with what they got. They, at least Rubin, Dave Rubin seems to think he's got Downey in his pocket.
3-2. Fouled away. Humongous gap in left center. They are playing him straight to pole and hugging the line. Ball 4.
Finally takes it. Going to be his second base on balls.
Pretty much a best case scenario for Chicago Clout. They get the walk they wanted, and it forced Downey to throw a couple more pitches.
Oh, yeah.
That should be Downey's day, one would think. Wasn't his best game, but he battled through. It looked like he was going to leave before the first inning ended, but
there he goes, 5 1/3 innings.
Some more action in the bullpen, and that does it for Downey. New pitcher coming up, and we'll be back.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Adam Lampin, the new pitcher, the lefty for Erie Buffalo, in a jam right now. Runners at first and second, just one out. Season on the line, of course. You keep it to a 4-run deficit. A grand slam ties it. Anything more than that, so much more pressure on your offense to deliver. High leverage situation, getting towards the middle of the order. Joe Thompson, the 2-hole hitter, has a job to do.
Force it all the bases. And you kind of want to try and get this runner out in a double play if you can. Not just to end the inning, but next batter is a lefty himself.
And if you're Thompson, try to avoid getting jammed. Know the strike zone. If it's outside the strike zone on the inner part, try to avoid it unless you got 2 strikes on you. Low for a ball. Cloud have not trailed all day. Started off with a 6-0 lead. Now they lead 6-2. Runners at first and second. 1-0 count. Look at how close second base is to the bag. That's in there for a strike. Kowalski playing right next to the bag.
Not a lot of indications that they're going for the pick.
In there for a strike. Got him with the curveball. 1-2. A win here for the Clout. They would move to 2-0 in pool play. They won 5-3 last night. Ground ball, diving play, trying to get him at second. It does. They can't turn it, but they get a huge out as Shane Kowalski able to get it to Jordan Kowalski, his brother. And that's why I guess they're playing at third and second respectively. A huge out that they needed. And runners at the corners now.
Big stop. Keeping that in the infield. Make sure that the guy at third base gets held at third. It's very imperative you keep this a 4-run game going into the top of the 6th. Or, excuse me, going into the bottom of the 5th.
Big block by Kinder. First base open if you want to go that route. You've got 2 outs. Problem is Andrew Rubin's on deck. He has that walk and that big double. Would you really want to walk Wenz to get to Rubin? But if you walk him, you have a force at any base, including home.
It's worth consideration, but Wenz has not had the same performance that he had last night. And as I say that, he starts to show signs.
Gets it to the outfield. That's going to be a 2 RBI single, and that might be the dagger. Look, there's no easy solution to this. Darned if you do, darned if you don't. But it is hard to pitch through runners at second and third. There's really no advantage there. If the bases are loaded, you're already down by 4. So if the runner at first scores, it doesn't really matter anymore. But the way that Andrew Rubin had been swinging the bat, I don't know if I would have walked Wenz to get to Rubin. Rubin, and it's going to be a fielder's choice, but the damage is certainly done. A 2 RBI single, and it's back to a 6-run cushion for Chicago Clout.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work with a strong passion for
Buffalo. Shortstop, number 20.
Top of the sixth, 8-2 lead right now for Chicago Clout. As the Erie Buffalo only have 3 innings to work with. Inside for a ball. Alex Seifert at the dish. As that's low for ball 2.
Alan Tree's still taking the Nolan Ryan approach. And in the dirt, ball 4.
So the leadoff walk.
The designated hitter, number 9, Eric Flynn.
Eric Flynn today, a fly out to center and a walk. In there for strike 1.
Alan Tree still got that that inside pitch. He's painting the wall. He's a little inside the lines, a little outside the lines for the strike zone.
As that
Slap
one's
to the bat.
yeah, high pop up to left. Diving catch. And
another one for the Highlandville for
yeah.
Kacharski. Tom Anderson's last time at bat resulted in him coming around and scoring a run.
Anderson, a walk, and that's going to be a stolen base. That time for Seifert.
Hanging in on the inside pitch.
Anderson up with Kinder on deck. Kinder's the guy they want to get the rally going towards, as he's got that double and a walk. They decided to stick with Connor Ellentee.
They might try and give him the whole game, but this is again the consideration to begin with, whether Ellen Tree was the choice today because of Erie Buffalo's performance last night.
Right. So I guess if they want him to pitch the whole 7, they don't really worry about not being able to use him the rest of the tournament if he's your number 3 or number 4 starter.
Yeah.
Fly ball. It's going to get to the right center gap, but able to
tag up. Here's the throw to third. It's going to be close.
Yeah.
And they got
him. Yeah. It was getting a beat on at that time was Thompson, and a nice throw over to Andrew Rubin. And that will do it for Erie Buffalo. And slow to get up. I'm not sure if he was hurt or if he's just frustrated by getting thrown out, but he decides to test the arm of Joe Thompson. It was a mistake. We go to the top of the 6th. It's all Chicago Cloud here at the home of the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
Or an efficient...
Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor.
Lean out for the cloud.
Well, Erie Buffalo had their chances,
Mike Barton.
but after that 2 RBI single to make it 8-2, and they decide to test the arm of Joe Thompson, and that was a mistake. At least we know that Erie is alive and they're trying, but maybe it's a talent gap between the teams they're playing this tournament.
It could be. Name of the game so far seems to be desperation. After the first inning, it's been desperation for Erie Buffalo, looking to take what they can get. And sometimes they just can't get anything.
Swung on and missed. Oh, 2. Thought about it, and Farnan decides not to go after it. He's had a decent day, 2 singles, a run scored, and that hit by a pitch. He has an RBI. Play of the game might be that Josh Wen's 2 RBI single. First base was open. They decided to pitch to him, and he made him pay. Ooh. Would it be a different ball game? Possibly. The thing about it is, too, when you give up 6 runs, it's so hard to win baseball games. You're looking at that 5 or less run giving up thing when you're a pitching coach.
It makes a lot of difference. Starting from behind makes everything just a lot harder. If you take off that first inning, you're looking at a 3-2 ball game.
If you want to be great, it's not a sometimes thing, it's an always thing.
That's why you got to show up to the ballpark on time. Much respect to Downey for locking in.
But too little, too late.
Much too little, much too late. Can't give up 5 runs and expect to find success. Or you at least understand you're a little bit behind the 8 ball.
5-3 put out on the 3-2 count, so that's the first time that Farnan's been retired. Another guy that's been doing a really nice job today,
The designated hitter, number 20.
Armin Candia. And he has a single. He grounded out to third base, and another single. He's also scored. Their reliever and Paul Landman's look really good.
Landman's been totally in control of his pitches.
Knocked it down, giving his second baseman a chance, and surprisingly, Candia just stopped hustling on the play,
Batting for the cloud.
and it allowed
25.
Kowalski to make an easy throw to Anderson. 2 up, 2 down.
Starting to see signs of the Chicago Clout, just focusing on the next game. 8-2, it's nothing to sneeze at. It's a pretty solid game. It's almost well in the bag, but you have to understand that if you just keep giving up on that, then you're giving them a little bit more to work with.
It's possible Candia might be nursing a hamstring or something, but looked like he was fine the first 3 quarters as he was running down the baseline.
Thought it was a chance until it was tipped by Lampman.
You think about that walk-off grand slam that Freddie Freeman hit for the Dodgers in last year's World Series. He'd been nursing that hamstring the entire World Series, in fact, the entire postseason. And of course, Kirk Gibson's famous, "I can't believe what I just saw," from Vin Scully. He was nursing that hamstring injury. Sometimes players can play well injured outside for a ball.
That's where it gets to be a little bit more of an art than a science as far as sports go. Sometimes it's the heart, and sometimes it's just because you can hit the ball really far.
Then there's guys that once they get hurt, they're nothing close to what they are when they're healthy. I think of Phillip Rivers when he had that sprained MCL in the AFC Championship game against the Patriots. 2-2 in the dirt for a ball. And of course, Cubs fans remember the '89 NLCS where Andre Dawson was not even close to his normal self. He had to play through that knee injury. 3-2 count to Tariq Sabo, looking for his first hit of the day. Accidental swing. This will be a close play at first, but the reliever and Landman able to get Sabo. That does it. 1-2-3. Go the Clout. We go to the bottom of the sixth. 8-2 lead for the Clout.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Bottom of the sixth, 8-2 lead. It's been a very fun day at beautiful Leaf Fund Stadium. If you missed any of the action, just hit the rewind button. You can watch it as many times as you'd like. Well, they got off the schneid, Steven, 2 runs, but they need 7 more to have any kind of chance of playing in bracket play.
And what you will not see on the WNY YouTube channel is Erie Buffalo trying to rewatch the first inning of tonight's game. That's where it started, and that's really been the story of the game. Starting behind 5-0, it's a tall mountain to climb, but it starts with a single step, and they're going to get the opportunity to start with that step with Kinder coming to the plate here shortly.
Other problem is when you're down 5-0, because they scored 5, but do you have the talent to score 5? Because if you don't score 5 in the bottom of the first, then you can't give up any more runs, and you have to keep chipping at it the entire game. And they've been chipping at it a little bit, but the problem is they keep giving up more runs to Chicago Cloud. Giving up more than 2 runs in an inning can really put you behind the 8 ball. I know that's been a repetitive cliche that we've used, but
A little Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation. Start to improve on the offensive side and only watch it deteriorate on the defensive side.
And we talked about that fly out to right. They tested the arm of Anderson. That was kind of a silly move by Seifert because Kinder has been doing such a nice job at the plate. You'd like to have him at the plate with a runner at second. Yeah, you're down 8-2, and even if he hits a 2-run bomb, you're still down 4, but he's the right guy to have at the plate for those situations. You don't want to take the bat off his hand.
And now is the time where you cannot afford to make those kinds of mistakes. So desperation or no, whatever leads you to that decision, you got to hope it's the right one. And it was very clear to end the inning that it was not.
Especially when you're down 6, your run doesn't really matter. You're just on base to just run around the bases. And you're hoping that because you're on base, you get into the mind of the pitcher and he's not able to focus on the batter. 2-1 in there for a strike. McFarland on deck. He has a sacrifice bunt and a ground out. They look much better offensively than they did last night. The defense has been better. You just wonder if, and that's a strikeout, by the way, as Kinder is retired for the first time today.
The left fielder, number 6, Jared McFarland.
And then if Erie Buffalo loses this game, would they just kind of have a fun game tomorrow and just kind of put in all the guys that haven't really played a lot?
Yeah, make the most of your time here.
Or do you have to play for gamesmanship's sake meaning the game might not matter to you, but it matters to somebody else in this tournament. You have to be fair to everybody that made the trek to this tournament. I don't know. It's one of those things you have to decide as a manager, right? You think about playing the role of the spoiler at the end of the season, but at the same time, like, well, I don't have an obligation to your team because I don't work for your team. But in the spirit of the game, those like quote unquote unwritten rules, gamesmanship and sportsmanship versus what's in the best interest of your team.
Well, we might see tomorrow as Erie Buffalo comes back out. We might see starting out the game being a good competitor, starting their starters and putting their best foot forward. But you might see towards the end of the game, you get more subs coming in and trying to get some guys some reps and sets. And this is just as much an opportunity for your team being here as much as it is everybody else's. And so when you get some extra reps and sets for your guys, that's just a way for them to improve against what appears to be a better team.
4-3 on the putout. We go to the top of the seventh, 8-2 lead for the Chicago Cloud.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers, the Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
It's been all Chicago Cloud here, the WNY Athletics YouTube channel. If you'd like to rewatch the action, hit that rewind, pause, or fast forward button as many times as you'd like. And at WNY Athletics and Sports Broadcast Solutions, we like to do the 3 stars of the game. Steven, who are your 3 stars of the game?
It's got to start with Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin's been on fire. We also need to recognize McTeague in center field for the Erie Buffalo. He has had so many fielded balls. He's caught sac flies and kept Erie Buffalo a little bit closer to in this game. And then finally, you've got to give the last one to Farnan. Is he the one with the RBIs there? Got the scorebook for me.
Andrew Rubin had that 2 RBI double.
Andrew Rubin would be then the 3rd star of the game.
Yeah, I think you got to say both Rubins. We got both Rubins and both Kowalskis, and the Rubins are beating out the Kowalskis today.
Well, very impressive. You got 2 Rubins that are beating up on a team from New York.
Maybe somebody should buy them a Reuben sandwich.
There you go.
In reward of their services. Yuck, 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 yuck.
From what I hear, it's a downstate sandwich. Not much for the upstate.
And that's a strike. One and 2 to the leadoff hitter in Geraci. Tried to frame it, did Kinder, but the home plate umpire says, nope, that's a ball. 2 and 2. High pop up. That's going to find its way near the foul line.
Ooh.
Excellent route to the ball that time by Jordan Kowalski.
The left fielder.
And able to make that catch.
It's ours.
Looked like it was just going to be a lazy fly ball, and then it just kept finding its way closer and closer to the first base foul line.
Just drifting up, and Kowalski able to find that, locate it, and pull it in. Lampman pulling that ball down in the strike zone, forcing a pop-up.
You know, we think of first baseman usually for their bat, but if you can get a good first baseman that's defensive sound and nice base hit by Kucharski, he's been very good in the 9-hole today. He's got a base hit, a walk. He's gotten into scoring position a couple of times on wild pitches. Keep that line moving. The 9-hole hitter, it's a very underrated part of the game.
A lot of people, a lot of kids especially, a lot of kids will be putting on the ninth batter and they'll think, oh, it's because I'm not the best player on the team. But everybody's got a role to play, and you bloom where you're planted. Planted on the ninth.
Because some managers, they see the value in that because, right, you put your leadoff hitter as the best on base percentage, your fastest guy, etc. So as the 9-hole hitter, if you can get the rally going to your leadoff guy, you're not really the 9th best hitter. You could be the 5th or 6th best hitter. Because once it gets past the 5-hole, it starts to become kind of ho-hum. But the 9-hole hitter is, to get it back to the top of the order. So it's more valuable than you think it is.
It's the cyclic nature of baseball. You got to make sure that everything leads into everything else.
Like, yeah, if you got a catcher that's fantastic defensively, like Martin Maldonado, all right, well, he has to bat 9th. You can't put him up in the order. But, I talked about that Joe Madden decision. So when Burley threw his perfect game in 2009, you got to face 27 batters, right? 27 up, 27 down. The last batter he had to face was a guy who went to the All-Star game. He put Jason Bartlett in the 9-hole, who batted over 300 that season. Oh, and to the count with 2 dead. That one's fouled away. So there are managers that analyze the analytics, the sabermetrics, and they're like, well, we want to get the ball to Schwarber. So let's put some of our better hitters, not our best ones, but our better ones in the 9-hole to get the ball back to Schwarber and back to Harper. 0-2 the count, runner at first. So that one's fouled away.
It's written in the first page of the rule book. The goal is for a batter to become a runner and a runner to round the bases. So if you just get on base, 9-hole hitter, that's someone for top of the lineup. It's bat in.
Joe Thompson, his 5th plate appearance of the day. Swung on a miss, and that does it for the Threat. They leave a runner at first base. Erie needs 6 runs to tie here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor, as they're just going to have their starting pitcher go the whole 7. And Connor Allentenny. I was surprised by this. He was pretty wild today. But yeah, he's still on the game changer, so they did not make a pitching change. Look, there's no such thing as an easy managerial decision, but one would think he's most likely unavailable the rest of the tournament unless you get to the championship game, and even then, it would kind of have to be an act of desperation. You really don't want a guy to throw 200-plus pitches in 4 days.
He's got 81 pitches on the day thus far. 6 innings pitched and just as many batters walked.
Right. You got to remember, though, sometimes this here's a ground ball. As Allentenny's going to try to make the play. It's close. Didn't get him. I thought he was actually out, to be honest. But
yeah, photo finish. make it a little bit more of an interesting game.
The third baseman, number 30, Shane Kowalski.
The other thing about doing the Game Changer, it's a great app, by the way. I love it. It's still like anything else. It's all about the guy that's on the live stats. And if you take that text message, you miss the foul ball. So it's real, like a foul ball still counts as a pitch. So it might not actually be 81 pitches, but
That was Joe Villafranca making it back to first base.
so they went with a pitch hitter, Villafranca.
Yep.
So that does it for Kaboo. He went 0 for 2 when he grounded out into that double play, but it was a nicely hit ball. It's just a bad break. Went off the pitcher's glove right to the second baseman's glove. And as much as I love triple plays, sometimes they can be pure luck, where you have the slowest guy on the earth. So, and the third baseman's like right next to the third base bag, so he just touches, fields it, takes one step to the bag, throws it to second, then throws it to first. I mean, it's cool. It's still hard to do that. It takes skill, but I'm like, well, if Pete Crow Armstrong was running, that's probably not a triple play. 1-1 the count. You get a base hit here, things get somewhat interesting.
They got their rally caps on in the dugout.
Look, they could have just given up when it was 5-0. They could have just thrown in the towel, put in all the subs, and just said that's it for the tournament. But they fought hard today. Ground ball gets through. And down 6, you're not going to try to make the same mistake again on Thompson's arm.
Villafranca, smart base runner. His eyes were not on the coach or to third base. He was looking straight back, seeing if Thompson was in control of the ball, and that he was.
If you were to put in a relief pitcher, it would be a save situation now. Which is why saves are kind of a tainted stat, right?
Yeah, you can get 3 outs and have a nice little line on your stat line.
But they have other stats like 1-run saves, 2-run saves. How many innings pitched per save. That's not really a thing anymore, but back in the day, right, when Bruce Suter was doing it, Lee Smith.
A little dance going on between Villafranca and Dave Rubin.
That's a strike on the outside part of the plate.
Further, Villafranca gets off the bag. Rubin starts to cheat over towards the base. Villafranca goes back to the base, and Rubin goes back.
Try and do whatever you can to get both the pitcher and the second baseman out of their element. When you're down by 6, you're looking for something crazy to happen. 1-2. A walk or a base hit keeps the rally going. Could have done without that. And that's a strikeout against the leadoff hitter in Kowalski.
26, Alex Seifert.
Seifert coming to the plate.
He's reached base once on a walk. Fly out to right. Ground ball to third. Got to give credit to Connor on the mound. Didn't have his best stuff, but he battled. Liner to second. Not great base running, and that does it.
That'll do it.
For the Erie baseball team. That kind of symbolizes their tournament thus far. They play some good baseball and then some not so good baseball. Freeze on the liner, go back to the base, because if it gets through the infield, you can always advance, right? But you don't want to get doubled off. Not that it really matters. They probably would have lost anyways, but
It's a tough one. I mean, it's 100% of the game that you play. You can talk about the highlights and you can talk about the great plays that we saw from these guys, but at the end of the day, you give up 5 in the first. You can't get any sort of luck. Can't get some momentum going, and that leads us to the final score, 8-2.
And the game ends on a line drive double play. That shouldn't have happened because you should have froze on the liner or got back to the base. Unless it was a hit and run, which it didn't look like it was. Especially when you're down by 6. I don't think you'd be doing a hit and run down by 6. Well, partner, it was fun. We got you for one more game. And so far, excellent crew for Ashley Mazico and Stephen Taylor. I'm Kyle Smith. We'll see you next time. 6:30 game. Our last game of the quadruple header coming up next here on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your teams? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
300 Level Media is a locally owned and operated, multi-purpose media company right here in Western New York. You'll find us everywhere covering the Bills, Sabres, Buttes, Bisons, Big Four basketball, local college sports, and much more. Our staff offers a variety of media services, from video production, live event coverage, audio broadcasts, professional voiceovers, camera operation, and videography. Visit www.300levelmedia.com or give us a call at 716-427-2600. This is 300 Level Media.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
At WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Were you injured in a car accident? Or were you injured on the job? Don't wait. Call your patient coordinator, Tom Prince, at 716-771-9690. One of the hardest things to do is to find a physician that accepts no-fault car insurance or workers' compensation insurance. Let your patient coordinator help you find the physicians that can get you on the road to recovery.
Build your next connection. Earn your next internship. Crush your next goal. What will you do next?
Box Out gives you the ability to create graphics at the speed of sports to highlight your athletic department, teams, and student athletes in seconds. Used and trusted by Notre Dame, Ohio State, UConn, Marquette, Georgetown, and many more of the top college brands in the country. If you want your school's brand to stand out through all the clutter, start your free demo at boxoutsports.com.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Are you an AD struggling to keep up with the social media needs of your team? Check out Box Out Sports, a platform used by colleges and high schools all across the country. It's a true plug-and-play system where in less than 30 seconds you have access to over 1,000 templates that include your colors, your logos, and your information to highlight your student athletes. If you're interested in learning more, go to boxoutsports.com today.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA, with locations worldwide, including right here in West.
Kyle Smith alongside Steven Taylor. It is 6:32 p.m., which means it's about some time for the NABF World Series pool play, our fourth game of the quadruple header. It's the visiting Beecher Muskies taking on the home team in the Fort Wayne Jackers. And leading off for the Muskies, that's brought to you by WNYathletics.com. It'll be Andrew Olszewski, the center fielder. Then the two-hole is Thomas Offil. Batting third, Andy Gayton. And cleaning up will be Marty Coyle, the catcher. Watch out for Gayton Steve. He's got 31 RBI on the season.
And don't sleep on Marty Coyle. Marty Coyle led the team. He had 3 runs off of 3 hits and 3 runs batted in last night, batting 3 for 4.
Two guys to watch out for in terms of RBI. Coyle with 25, Gayton with 31, and Zacco with 21. Zacco, surprisingly, is in the 6 hole, so he must have been struggling in the last couple of games. Normally, you'd think he'd be higher in the lineup. But here we go, Olszewski, as he steps into the box, and he'll face the opposing pitcher in Machowski. That one down in the dirt for ball 1.
Olszewski was, he led off at the last game, and he's got 2 runs off of 2 hits. Must be noted. Last game we just watched, Erie Buffalo fell 8-2. Erie Buffalo has been over on this tournament thus far. Erie Buffalo fell last night to these Beecher Muskies, 13-0.
13 runs off 13 hits for the Muskies, so doing a lot with limited hits. Not that 13 hits is limited, but doing a lot with what you get.
Making the most of it.
1-2 the count to Olszewski with Offil on deck. And in the windup, swung on a miss, strike 3. First batter of the game goes back to the dugout via the K. And 1 up, 1 down. That'll bring up Offil, the second baseman.
Second baseman number 10, Thomas Phil.
Fort Wayne Jackers with something to prove. They fell 5-3 last night against the Chicago Clout.
We saw Clout in the previous game. They won 8-2 over Erie Buffalo. Huge game, of course, for Fort Wayne to have any kind of chance of playing on Saturday. He's got one of those unique windups, and that's not in there for a strike. It was pretty close, but it must have gone above the letters. 2-0.
Awful keeping that strike zone real tight, real low. Just a little inside.
3-0. And it's always up to the umpire's discretion. If he stands straight up, that's what the normal strike zone is. So what Jeff Bagwell used to do, as that's high for ball 4, it's a live ball. Offfield decides to jog instead of walk over to first base, the 1-out walk. You know, you always talk about the cliches in baseball, the dreaded leadoff walk, and I think one of the reasons for that is it can kind of rattle the confidence of a pitcher. He's trying to start off strong, get ahead, stay ahead, and a guy gets to first base, but he didn't even earn his way on board. We talk about 90% of the game is 50% mental.
Got to put your best foot forward. You start out with 2 strikeouts versus you start out with a leadoff walk. Different sort of energy for that next batter.
Andy Gate, not known for his power, just 1 homer on the year, but 31 ribbies and 8 doubles coming into the tournament. He has a great eye, too. He's got 17 walks to 11 strikeouts. Not a huge guy either. One of those Jose Altuve, Dustin Pedroia-esque players. They don't look like much, but they have a lot of pop.
Back to the point of 90% of the game is 50% mental. He's a smart player.
A couple of sack bunts as well as 3 sack flies. He does everything for this team. 13 stolen bases, 3 caught stealing. That one's fouled away. How about this for a stat? Andrew Olszewski's perfect 13 for 13 stealing bases. He struck out as a leadoff hitter today. This team could win it all. They seem to have enough talent to do it. Can they put it all together in this tournament? Stepping off and the pickoff attempt over to Awful. Coyle on deck. Coyle with 25 RBI leads the team in homers with 4. High pop-up. Got a late read on it. If he dives back into the base, he might be able to get there. And he slides instead. Interesting decision there, Steve. Usually you see a base runner go head first back into the bag.
It's always a smarter and a safer bet to slide feet first, but I don't know if he knew how much of a step he had on that ball.
So 2 out. That'll bring up Coyle.
3 for 4 last night, Coyle.
It's kind of awkward going back to a base with your feet, but when you're going towards the next base, it's easier to go with your feet than the hands.
Well, he made a full 180-foot run. Got
right.
all the way to second and that all the way back.
Be interesting to do like a sample size of like 100 of the fastest MLB players, and what's faster getting back to the base, head first or feet first?
Only science can tell.
But obviously, you don't, when you go to the next advancing base, as that'll be a stolen base for Awful. You want to go feet first to the next corresponding base because you want to avoid broken fingers. 1-1 the count to Marty Coyle. Do you like that the base runners wear the mittens now when they're on the base pass? Or does it look weird?
I think it's a little bit awkward, but high-level athletes, it's not for nothing.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Look how deep they are on Coyle. They have definitely done their homework on this kid. Anything shallow will score Awful. In the dirt, excellent block. As the catcher today is Bellman for Fort Wayne. 2-2 the count. Sit on a fastball, kid. That one fouled away.
Staying alive.
What do you want to do around 2-2? Breaking ball or the changeup?
I'd hit him with a changeup.
Don't have to throw a strike here, because remember he's at second base, not third. Worst case scenario, a pass ball or wild pitch against third base. 2-2 the count. Runner at second. Ground ball. Right in the hole. One hops to first, and they get him. Excellent throw that time as it's McGee over to Coughing for the out. We go to the bottom of the first. No score here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
How's it going, everybody? Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor at 6:42 p.m. as the bottom of the first is about to begin. It'll be Callaway, DeCook, and Forson for Fort Wayne. The Jackers looking to get on the board. As for Fort Wayne, as Lay Cook pitching today for Fort Wayne. Callaway to lead it off. Probably they'll turn the lights on around 8:15. Huge game for Fort Wayne. They lose, their season is most likely over. As crosses the knees for a strike. Outside for a ball. 1-1 to Callaway. And how about this, Steve? We got a sidearm delivery in the starting pitcher in Brooks McDowell.
He's definitely a go-to guy for the Muskies.
Did he catch it? Base
They're calling it.
umpire says yes. That's a big call, too, because that would have been a tough play on his knees to try to throw him out at first.
No kidding.
In a game like this, as an umpire, like the pressure just intensifies because every call is so important. It did look like he caught it. If you say he trapped it, even if that's the right call, it's a big call because you're trying to throw somebody out from your knees. Obviously, if you're Manny Machado, he can do that in his sleep, but these guys, as good as they are, I don't know if they're as good as Manny Machado.
Now, when Manny Machados start growing on trees, then. But credit to Zacco, staying under the ball and making the play. Brooks McDowell is on the mound, as we talked about, and he's one of the top two guys for the Muskies. He's got 40 innings pitched, 40.1 innings pitched, 40 and a third innings pitched on the season.
Okay, gotcha. 1-2. See if he goes with the breaking ball here. Got him chasing, but it's going to be a tough play. Has to barehand it. Infield single. Pitcher did his job. It's just one of those things about baseball.
Alexander just couldn't quite get his hand on the ball.
Even if he did, I don't know if he would have gotten him out. That's one of those plays. You need somebody extraordinary like Alex Rodriguez or somebody played shortstop. And that's why baseball, you know, you talk about the chess game, the game within the game. If you play medium depth or shallow, it's an easy play. You don't have to barehand it. When you play deep, you got to barehand that. But if you don't play deep, then duck snorts go over your head.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's no Jeter, but
yeah, right. You got to know who's in the lineup. If it's the 3, 4, 5 hitter, you probably want to play deep at shortstop. If it's the 1 or 2 hole, they might be the contact guys, so you might want to play more shallow because they're going to hit the ball on the ground. But then you have guys that are leadoff hitters that hit everything, so you got to be cognizant of that too as a shortstop. 0-2. Fouled away, just staying alive. Staying alive. 0-2, 1 out. See if he first and thirds him here with a shot to right field. Look how deep the outfielders are for Beecher.
Here's the run and a fly ball going foul.
You think it was a steal or a hit and run?
Hit and run.
That's the other thing too you have to know as a pitcher. Do they like to do steals? Do they like to do hit and runs? Because if they like to do hit and runs, you probably don't want to throw it on the outer part because then the batter's just going to go with the pitch and hit it to right field. And it's easy for them to do that because the second baseman's going to cover the bag for the stolen base attempt. The game within the game, right? It's these things about baseball that people that haven't played don't know.
It's back and forth about if they do this, then I'll do that. Then they'll do this, then I'll do that.
Oh boy, did it hit the groin?
Looks like it was just right there on the foot.
Maybe just above the part where the shin guard doesn't go up.
Catch you in the right spot, and you'll feel it.
One and two. See if they do a straight steal here. They've got to Cook at first base. Very unaggressive lead. Excellent pickoff move. As McDowell had a chance to get him. Liner off the glove of McDowell. How about this? To second, to short, to first. You got to be kidding me on that double play. 1-4-6-3, Steven.
Making it right up. There's Alexander.
So the lead up, the one out single goes for naught. We go to the top of the second, no score on a brilliant play from the Muskies.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs. More information about our
Top of the second, no score off a brilliant double play ball. Off the pitcher's glove to the second baseman's glove to the shortstop to the first baseman. That's one you're going to want to replay and fast forward a bunch of times. And the first 3 games, some good, some bad. This one might clearly be our best game of the day. And there for a strike. Fort Wayne season's on the line. Mark Dye trying to get the rally going as the leadoff man. Ground ball should be an easy play at second. And an easy 4-3 putout as throwing him out. Callaway over to Coffey.
Batting for the Muskies, the third baseman, number 3, Nolan Zacco.
Here comes Zacco, one of their better players. We talked about him in the pregame show. He's got more RBI than strikeouts. That's usually pretty good.
It's where you want to be as a hitter.
Coming into the tournament, 20 strikeouts, 12 RBI. We talked how good Gayton is. 31 RBI, just 11 strikeouts, and 25 for Coyle, 24 Ks. So that's fouled away, an early 0-2 hole for Zacco.
Zacco's got to be pleased with himself. He's coming off of a 2-run, 1-hit outing last night. He wasn't the star of the show, but he was part of the mix.
Kind of surprised he's in the 6 hole today. So the Jumbotron changed it to 1-1. Now it's 1-2. Come on, Jumbotron guy. Earn your paycheck. Just kidding. He had one job. Swung on a missed strike 3. 2 up, 2 down for Beecher. The other thing is, too, Steven, you want to win today if you're Beecher because you kind of want game 3. I mean, you want to win it to go 3-0, but to be one of those games, those filler games, if we lose, we can still get in. Because if you have to put in your all-out effort to get to bracket play, how much are you going to have left in the tank in the semifinals?
Exactly. You're already finding yourself a little bit in a good spot right now, being 1-0.
That's what makes the College World Series so interesting because it's double elimination. So you're like, oh, we get 2 automatic games. But you still want to win the first game because then you're really behind the 8 ball because you have no more losses to work with. Swung on a missed strike 2.
You start to feel like you have all of the losses you can give if you have one to give. But if you have none to give, you really do feel like it's now or never.
fouled away. Lehman kind of in a groove right now. Sorry, Lay Cook. Lay Cook in a groove right now. Gave up that one-out walk, but it's been smooth sailing ever since. In the dirt for a ball.
Garmodi staying alive.
What do you want to throw here on 2-2?
Let's see. Probably a fastball just to keep him honest.
That's what he did.
That's what he did, and there it is.
Slicing towards the foul line. It's going to fall in for a hit.
Drop. It's going to be a close for a double.
And a 2-out double for Carmody.
That double by Carmody has run on second with 2 outs.
First hit of the game for Beecher, so you can cancel the post-game show.
That's at the plate for the Beecher Muskies. The left fielder, number 14, AJ Lee.
See what A.J. Lee can do here with a runner in scoring position. A.J. Lee with 14 ribbies on the season, 2 homers. Just one of those things. You got these guys that have pop in their bat, but they're towards the bottom of the order.
3 RBIs from the last night's game.
Now you got Zacco hit 6th and Lee hit 8th.
Keeping him honest.
Fly ball to right. This has a chance to get down. Diving forward, can't get it. This is going to be at least an RBI double. Lee rounds 2. He's thinking 3 all the way. He's going to get there standing up. RBI triple for A.J. Lee in the 8-hole at an early 1-0 lead for the Muskies.
Big hit, and his wheels carried him all the way to third. Getting a guy that could run like that, that's what you need on this team.
Just slicing away from the right fielder, and Marshak did his best, but he just couldn't get it. Swung on a miss for a strike.
Alexander looking to settle in.
Strike 2.
That first swing looked like he put everything he had into it. And it reminds me a lot of his missed bare hand from the bottom of the first.
In an early 0-2 hole, but he's got a job to do. Get it past the infielders. High fastball raised the ladder, but Alexander was not fooled. It's Alexander and then the top of the order. Just a huge hit by A.J. Lee. Swung on a miss for strike 3, but the damage is done. A 2-out triple by A.J. Lee. We go to the bottom of the second. It's a 1-0 lead for the Muskies.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do?
It'll be Coughing, McGee, and Perkins, the 1-2-3 hitters of this bottom of the second for Fort Wayne. In there for a strike. What a huge hit by A.J. Lee. Just when it thought that Lay Cook was cruising, and back-to-back extra base hits. Swung on a miss, strike 2. In the heart of the order for Fort Wayne, Coughing, McGee, and Perkins. Coughing at third base. McGee at short. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Not a great at-bat by Coughing. And he was fooled on that third pitch.
Strikeout, that's 1 out now with no one on.
He was not very confident in that entire at-bat. Some of the swings, he didn't seem sure of himself, and you could tell. And the thing is that if you try and check swing, you can't do it all the way through the swing. You have to decide early on.
Hard to get on base when you're half doing it. You got to be able to finish the swing. One out, nobody on. Outside fastball for a strike. Fort Wayne with 1 hit today, and then a bit of against the baseball gods. That's outside for a ball. Baseball gods were not in their favor. They had a liner to the pitcher, went off the glove, then to the second baseman's glove, to short to third. That ended the threat in the first. Now they're looking to get something going here in the bottom of the second. Swung on a missed, and another strike. Brooks McDowell looking real good right now, Steve.
He seems really settled into his pitches. You can tell that the Muskies are coming off of the 13-0 win just by the confidence that they're displaying today, and just the fact that they seem very comfortable in the kind of baseball they want to be playing right now.
It's going to one hop to the center fielder and a 1-out hit as it one hops over to Olszewski. So now 2 hits on the day for Fort Wayne. See if they want to do a hit and run here. Sometimes your 3, 4, 5 hitters aren't the fastest or the quickest of foot. But got to find a way to get him into second. First base coach on his horse to get to the box. Outside for a ball. Who says only the players hustle?
Fast-moving game. That's what they always say about baseball.
Maybe in the pitch clock era. Pickoff attempt by McDowell. Runs may be hard to come by. Both pitchers doing well, especially McDowell. That's why I said that triple by Lee was so big. Swung on and missed. 2-1. Still ahead in the count.
Perkins struck out twice last night against the Clout.
Anything but a strikeout here. Obviously no double play either. Three and one, once again in the catbird seat. Lays off the high fastball. Runners at first and second, 1 out. That'll bring up Spurger.
And the Wildcats runners on first and second with 1 out. That's Blackburn on Jackers. The designated hitter, number 7, Tristan Spurger.
Apologize. Sprunger is his last name. Sprunger, the DH, with the catcher Bellman on deck. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Look at this bunt. An incredible bunt, has to barehand, fakes the throw, and the bases are full of Fort Wayne Jackers.
The base hit single by Spurger had bases loaded with 1 out. At the plate for the Jackers.
You just don't expect it because usually the 1-2-9 hitters are your best bunters, but in the 7-hole, Spurger with a beautiful bunt.
Got to be able to play the field. Got to be able to be there for the right situation. Skillful bunt leads to bases juiced, 1 away.
Bellman, the catcher. Any kind of hit will probably score 2. Fouled away by Bellman.
The one kind of hit that won't.
Outfielder's very deep. Anything right at him should be 2 RBI hit. Not a good attempt that time by Bellman. You got a job to do here, but if you're late, probably just let the strikeout happen. You can't have an inning-ending double play, so if you're late, maybe just let the pitch go past you. That's what he did.
Yeah, look for the curve on this next one. Something to try and fool the batter, get that strikeout, keep the runners in position.
Try to avoid something if you're the batter on the inner part. That one's going to be a double play ball to third, to first, dropped it. One run scores.
Play at the plate.
And he's going to be safe. So 2 runs score off it. It's going to be Perkins scoring the second run. What I was going to say is avoid something on the inner part, avoid being jammed. That's what the catcher was asking, was the force no longer there? Yes, because he touched third. That's the problem when you don't go home with it. And he had all the time in the world to go home because it was a one-hopper.
A little bit of brainstem power, looking to go to make the play at first, which he had the throw in time. Just got to make sure you make that play.
So if you're wondering how to score that, it's a fielder's choice and an E5. Even though the first baseman probably should have gotten off the bag to field it, it is a one-hopper, so it's technically an E5. So no RBI on that. And runners at second and third. It's such a crucial and crazy play. They haven't updated the jumbotron yet, so they're trying to decide who to give the air to. And are there RBIs on that? No, it's fielder's choice. But yeah, the first baseman, Steve, probably should have gotten off the bag.
I understand the impulse, trying to make the play, but you got to make the catch before you can make the play.
Because if you get off the bag, it's a 1-1 tie. If you don't get off the bag, now it's a 2-1 deficit where runs are hard to come by.
Comes back to a mindset. Beecher's coming off of a 13-0 win. Might think it's a cakewalk. And one thing about the Fort Wayne Jackers is they are not the same team they played last night.
As that swung on and missed. And it still says 1-1 on the jumbotron, so we're going to get that clarified. But right now, we go to the top of the third. Still a close ball game here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Hi, everybody. Hope you're having as much fun as we are. I'm Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. We're getting a clarification on the score. It says 2-1 on the jumbotron. A lot of confusion because one of the game changer counts still says 1-1. It's a big play, so it's one of those plays where usually the third baseman goes home with it, but because there was one out, he wanted the inning-ending double play. Third baseman went to third, touched the bag, but an overthrow to first. There's no more force at the plate. Okay, so the run, but you think the run would score right away because it's the overthrow. But the runner at second can't score because he was out at third. So for the second run to score, it would have had to be from first base. Home plate umpire saying it is 1-1. Well, no, I think that was for pitches. So we still don't have a clarification yet on the score. Right now, it's just 2-1 on the Jumbotron, but we'll get that clarified for you folks as the game continues. It's going to be Andrew Olszewski, the center fielder, who struck out his first plate appearance. And it indeed is 1-1. And I don't think he caught that ball. Olszewski running towards second. What's the call? And the third base umpire put his hand up for the outside.
Olszewski hesitant to go back to the dugout. He wants to make sure he gets his base if he earned it.
And you never want to criticize umpires, but I think that one dropped.
That one's a close one. Can't trust the fielder on that one. Of course he's going to hold his glove up. Or pull out the plate.
That's why you got to run out there and see it. It's a big out. Controversy galore today. We don't know what the score is, and we don't know if he caught it or not.
Laycook repositioning his center fielder.
Little chopper, two-hopper to second. Underhand throw to get the out. 1-2. 2 up, 2 down right now is Gayton in the 3 spot of this top of the third, now up. Gayton with that fly out to right field. So that was a crazy play in that bottom of the second because we saw a second run come home, but that was the guy from second base that for some reason didn't think he was out. I guess trying to confuse the other team. I don't know. Because it confused us because I thought it was because by this level you would think that the runner at second knows he's out once the third baseman touches the third base bag.
Well, I do appreciate a commitment to the bit, but
he confused the play-by-play and color commentators anyways.
Credit to him. They ended up with 2-1 on the board for a little bit. Now we're back to 1-1.
High pop-up, major league pop-up, can of corn. Look at this. The shortstop is right next to the left fielder, but able to make the catch is DeCook. We go to the bottom of the third. A very fun one here at Wheaton College Stadium, Leaf Fund Stadium, 1-1 tie.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work with a strong...
Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. As we're now to the top of the order, it'll be Callaway, DeCook, and Forson.
Second baseman Callaway.
As Callaway, high pop-up, as that'll get to right field, and the lefty able to handle it in gate.
Right at the first out of the inning. At the plate for the Jackers.
Just flying by. We started a little bit late, around 6:35. It's now the bottom of the third. Here at beautiful Leaf Fund Stadium. It's only 7:12.
Time flies when you're having fun, and they've made up their time.
So McGee was the guy who scored to make it 1-1, and Perkins thought he was safe and ran towards home. Meanwhile, ground ball and easy play as it's awful over to Carmody. But look, if you can get away with it, you try it, right?
Always take what they give you, umpires included.
Confused the heck out of me because one would think at this level you would already know that you're out. I was confused why the catcher was confused. Swung on a miss for a strike. Forson looking to get on base, start a 2-out rally, coughing on Deck, who struck out in the second. Ground ball. Should be an easy play. Able to get it and throw it and throw out the runner and Forson as McGee throws out Forson. We go to the top of the fourth. 1-1 tie here at Leaf Fund Stadium.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can link me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Today's game brought to you by both WNY Athletics and SportsBroadcastSolutions.com. Hope you're enjoying the game as much as we are. The text line's open, 330-957-7653. Your favorite high school, college, or MLB memory. All FCC regulations do apply. 1-1 tie, partner, and you look at the Jumbotron, just 2 hits for the Muskies and 3 hits for the Jackers.
It's been a busy game. Despite how quickly it seems like it goes along, the hits have gone a long way. Second inning, run apiece.
That run was unearned, and the run for the Muskies was an RBI triple off the bat of A.J. Lee. That's where we stand right now. Not a lot of offense thus far, and we're halfway through the game. Marty Coyle start trying to get something going. That one's a fly ball, first base side. No one's going to catch that. Can't ask for a better day for baseball than what we had today. Not too hot, not too cold.
Feeling's just right. It'll go Goldilocks kind of day. 71 degrees out.
Reminds me of the movie Miss Congeniality.
Favorite date for baseball is July 31st.
She's questioned by the committee at the beauty pageant. Explain to me your perfect date. I'd have to say April 24th. It's not too hot, it's not too cold. You just need a light jacket. Fouled away.
She's never had a spring in Chicago. April was nice, cool. We definitely needed a little more than a light jacket.
April can be brutal. Even May. Sometimes May's not too much fun.
Didn't get the heat until June this year.
Fly ball. This one's hit pretty much straight to center field. Got a late break on it, but then comes in and an easy catch for Forson. 1 up, 1 down. Mark Dye is now up. He grounded out second his first time up. We were wondering what Gayton and Coyle would do. They've been pretty non-existent. It's been the bottom of the order. Harmony and Lee. It's been their 2 go-to hitters. Fouled away. Humongous game for the Jackers. Still a big game for the Muskies. If the Muskies lose, they're still alive for bracket play. But you don't want to falter tonight if you can avoid doing so. Fly ball. This is going to reach the gap. And an easy play in right field, able to make the catch, is Marshak.
Good communication between these teams. Nobody wants to be on the not top 10 for ESPN.
Hard to be on the not top 10 when you only have to move 2 steps to your right.
Second baseman, as soon as he heard the right fielder calling him off, he's all done.
Zacco trying to get something done with 2 outs outside. Tried the curveball and missed. Fastball missed, 2-0. In the dirt, 3-0.
Laycock taking a breather.
Brooks McDowell on the season coming into this tournament. We'll talk about him after this pitch. So that's in there for a strike. Brooks McDowell has had a great season. 38 1/3 coming into this tournament. 51 strikeouts to 15 walks. He's got more strikeouts than hits given up this year. And that's a 2-out walk. And it brings up Carmody, who had that double in the second inning.
First, with 2 outs. On the plate for the Muskies, the first baseman, number 6, Patrick Carmody.
Well, it's been a low-scoring affair today, and that's been kind of the story this season for McDowell. 6 starts, but a record of just 2-1, even though those good numbers we talked about. So pitching is one of those things you do what you can to control, but your defense and your offense has to help you out as well.
He's been put in some pretty good situations, all things considered, but sometimes you just fall a little short.
He has, coming into this tournament, 6 games started. He also has a save in that save appearance, just 1 for 1, as he's not really used in relief. Other thing is, too, if you're winning all the time, you don't have a closer that has that many saves, right? Unless, of course, you play 1- and 2-run games. 0-1 right now to Carmody. Fouled away. 0-2. What do you want to throw here? High fastball or a breaking ball?
You got a little bit of room to play with no balls so far on the at bat. So I'd do a little breaking ball, maybe a little curve.
Just don't hang it.
Don't hang that curveball.
Got to get it down. Laycock having a nice game thus far. Pickoff attempt. Ooh, we almost got the runner and Zacco to bite. He got a late break back to first.
At this point, you really don't have any reason to start trying to pick him off. You almost made the play, but at this point, you've shown your hand twice.
0-2. Almost hit him off the glove.
There's the breaking ball.
And Zacco a little shaky at first base. If he had got the secondary that he needed, he probably would have been able to get to second base on that.
Absolutely.
Just one of those weird plays, though. He probably thought it was going to hit Carmody, and maybe he went back to the bag.
Maybe he's trying to play it safe. Stay on base. Keep an option open.
Right. I think if it was an outside fastball and it was dropped by the catcher, he probably would have been at second base. 1-2. See what Carmody can do here. Ground ball.
That's through.
Yep, and it gets past the left side.
Very conservative base running by Kamadi.
If he was at second base, though, maybe he could have scored. It's these little things of baseball, right?
The left fielder, number 14, AJ.
Got the right guy at the plate, though. We talked about his offensive numbers in the pregame show. We had that, at the time, the go-ahead RBI triple.
All you can hope for if you're AJ Lee is that your runners can run faster than you can.
Got to be awake if you're the base runners. Anything past the catcher, if you have a good secondary, you got to try it. Help out your batter, right? Make it easier for him.
He's probably hitting you in, so make it easier.
Foul tip. Runs are so hard to come by, partner. Some teams and managers, they like to be risky and do the double steal, but with 2 outs, do you avoid it here?
I would say you do. You at least try and advance the runner from second to third, but you got to be mindful. You don't want to try do too much.
With 1 out, probably a better idea. It's just you don't know how many times you're going to have runners at first and second, so you don't want to make the last out at third.
With AJ Lee at the plate, you're also looking at a really good opportunity. If you're the base runner, all you need to do is just keep the options open, because as soon as that ball gets hit, you've got options.
Ground ball is short. Instead of going to second, he'll go to first. Gets the out as it's McGee over to Coughing. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Still a 1-1 tie here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
Bottom of the fourth, 1-1 tie. Each team with a run and 3 hits apiece. That costly air by the Muskies. That's where we stand right now. But it did not cost them an additional run on that air. We thought it did because the runner at second decided to run home even though he's already out.
Trying to keep things exciting here, Lee Fund Stadium.
I mean, it's a fun stadium, right? You got to keep things fun.
Absolutely. The namesake, Lee Fund, misspelled if you're keeping track at home for those who like fun.
Swung out and missed for strike 2. Coughing, he's struggling a little bit. He's having trouble reading that fastball from McDowell.
His last at bat, he didn't seem very confident with control of his bat, which is definitely not where you want to be as a batter. Seemed very unsure of himself. I don't know if he was trying to figure out the pitcher or just couldn't locate the ball.
It's not easy. Side armor and sidewinder. Arm angle's different. But there are little tricks of the trade. If you ever have time, go on Alex Rodriguez's TikTok channel outside. And A-Rod would say the different types of ways that the pitcher moves his glove, you can determine if it's a split finger, if it's a curveball. I'm like, wow, I never even thought of it like that. 2-2 the count. Because the pitch is going so fast, you only have a tenth of a second to determine if it's going to be a breaking ball or fastball. But pitchers can tip off their pitches before the pitch even starts.
Yeah.
3-2.
It's keeping an eye out for the little things because the way you hold the ball affects the pitch, and you just got to be mindful of that.
So
first out.
Starts off not so good on the at-bat, but Coughing makes the adjustment. And just a hard hit ball for an out. Runs hard to come by, so as we get to the later part of the game, stolen base attempts, double steals, hit and runs are going to have to be considered for both teams' managers. And we always talk about, is it important to be the home team? Well, in a game like this it is, because it might come down to the last at-bat. Right down the middle for a strike.
Everybody wants to play the walk-off hero, and we may see one later tonight.
That's how big that getting the score right was, because 2-1 is so different than 1-1.
down the stretch, you got to be able to rely on the scorekeeping. So I guess more power to the base runner that decided he wanted to be a little cheeky.
I think he just got confused, to be honest.
It happens, especially in the heat of the moment.
Right. It's Perkins who made that mistake, swung on and foul tipped right into the glove. And a good job hanging on to it. The catcher in Marty Coyle. 2 up, 2 down. And here comes Mr. Cheater himself in Perkins.
He'll look to touch home plate again today.
He was like sliding into home, and the catcher was like, I think he's already out. If you're not having fun at a baseball game, you're probably in the wrong sport. There's always something in a baseball game you're going to have fun doing. That's one of those things. Slid home when he was already out.
Make the most of it. Get a little dirt on the uniform. It's an all-turf field here, but you start to see some discoloration.
So what do we don't call it the infield dirt anymore. What do we call it? The infield brown rubber pellets?
Yeah, the infield miscoloration.
The infield reddish brown. Little ground ball.
Blooper.
And an underhand toss over to the first baseman in Carmody. 3 up, 3 down. We go to the top of the 5th. 1-1 tie here at Leaf Fund Stadium.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the 5th. What a game we've had today. 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error for the visiting Muskies. 1 run, 3 hits, 0 errors for the home team in the Fort Wayne Jackers. We got 9 outs to work with. Otherwise, we're going to go to extra inning tournament rules. Which team wants it more? Which team's going to be more disciplined? Make your pick, Steven. I'm going to go with the Muskies. Are you going to go with the Jackers?
I think I got to go with the Jackers. The Jackers are playing a different kind of baseball. They just seem to be a different team than what we were seeing last night against the Clout. They're locked in. They're locked and loaded. They're behind Lake Hook. I think that they can really do something good and stay ahead of the Muskies.
Nobody on, nobody out. It's going to be the shortstop at Quentin Alexander to lead it off. 1-1 tie. An unearned run. And an earned run, and that's where we stand. Alexander! That one is driven near the gap, but a nice beat on the ball. Takes a great route to it. And Marshak with a brilliant play in right field.
He got most of that, but leave a little bit of room to work with. Right fielder's going to make that play every day.
You got to take the right route to it. You take one bad step, that's over your head. Marshak, I'm not going to say the play of the game, but a very important play.
Absolutely. He's keeping in front of the ball, and even when he had to make that little catch over the shoulder, he knew where the ball was. Good vision by Marshak.
Olszewski, the leadoff hitter, 0 for 2. They've gotten production near the bottom of the order, but it's been pretty quiet from Gaten, Coyle, and Dye. And here's the thing, Steven. You talk about the analytics of the game. As here's the second pitch of the at-bat. Inside for a ball. We talk about third time through the order. Such a huge game for Fort Wayne. even though that Lay Cook is cruising, because of these analytics of the game, do you consider getting the bullpen up just to make sure nothing bad happens?
You absolutely do, because the way that Lake Hook is playing, you kind of want to keep an eye out for later in this later in the tournament. Looks like that was inside, but not enough to hit the player.
Yeah. It might have grazed Olszewski, to be honest.
I think he was looking for it.
Got to sell it, though, right?
Absolutely.
And some teams don't like it because they say, oh, you're embellishing it. Well, not really. You're helping out the umpire know it happened.
Yeah. If it just bounces off you, no one's going to tell.
3-1. Now, Fort Wayne might be arguing that he didn't get out of the way, but here's the thing. You push back at the ball. If you don't do anything, you're fine. If you lean into it, then it's a ball. And obviously, if you put your hand over the strike zone, then it's a strike.
Right.
It doesn't matter. It was a walk, and actually, it helped out Muskies because more of the pitch count for Laycook.
Yeah, getting later down the stretch of this game, we're already in the 5th inning, second half of the game. Laycook is getting up there in his pitches. He's at 68 pitches.
You know, we talk about that fly ball in left field that it might have dropped, but they said that it was caught. How important was that? Outer part. Strike is called. Big throw. Good one, but in there for the stolen base is Olszewski. He's been pretty much unstoppable on the base pass this year when it comes to stealing bases. Gayton is 13 for 16 coming into this tournament. Olszewski was a perfect 13 for 13. I don't know if he stole any last night, but 0-1, 1 out. Muskie's trying to get the go-ahead run. Ground ball. He attacks. It's a fair ball. And a nice throw to get out Awful. And nothing about that throw was awful.
Spot on throw.
That was Perkins over to Coughing. But runner at third, 2 outs. You've got Gayton at the plate, Coyle on deck. You don't necessarily have to pitch to Gayton. You could walk him, meaning there'd be a force out at both first and second. But Coyle's pretty good too. Every run's so crucial, so you got to think about the analytics of the game here. On the outer part for a strike.
They'll face him head on.
What would you do if you're the coaching staff of the Jackers? Would you walk him to face Coyle?
I'd take him straight on. I'd pitch to him, and maybe this is gonna prove me right.
Yep, F7. They threaten. They get Olszewski over to third, but they can't do anything with it. Bottom of the 5th. Still a 1-1 tie here at Leaf Fund Stadium.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Sprunger, Bellman, and Maschuk, the 1-2-3 hitters of this inning. Been a very fun one. Marshak is the third hole hitter in this one. As it's in there for a strike. This could go to extra innings. Huge pitch for Laycook in that top of the 5th, getting out of a jam. Runner at third, 2 outs. Should be an easy catch in center, but that's starting to drop. And a good read on it. Able to make the catch, Olszewski.
A fly out to center field for the first out on the bottom of the fifth.
Bellman now up. He reached first base on a fielder's choice. That was that same fielder's choice on the throwing error at third base. McGee scored right away because the bases were loaded, and then Perkins didn't know he was out and ran towards home. Since then, it's been pretty quiet for the offense of the Jackers.
Been a defensive battle. Been some exciting baseball, all things considered. McDowell at 59 pitches. This is his 60th. Ground second.
Yep. 4-3 put out. So pitch count, not a worry for McDowell. When Laycook is about to pitch, you'll let me know his pitch count. But there is no tomorrow for the Jackers. Very hard to get into bracket play with a 1-2 record. So you don't want to pitch Laycook necessarily till his arm falls off, but he might very well have to go all 7. And then after that, you have to reevaluate how you want to do it.
You really got to play the game as if there's a tomorrow for both teams. Muskers are already ahead right now. They've got 1 win, and they seem to be in the driver's seat for a tie game.
That's through the middle. Base hit. Callaway now up. He's 0 for 2.
But between these two teams, if you're coming into the game 1-0, you know you're ahead. You have a game to lose. Discussion earlier about College World Series and the double elimination. If you have both games to give, then you're not worried about it. But if you lose, you're out. You're worried about it, and that's where it comes into the Fort Wayne Jackers.
For Beecher, you want to win because you don't want to have to go all out tomorrow, but you also don't want to overuse your bullpen.
Everybody knows there's a game 3 in pool play. You got to be mindful about where your pitchers are.
Outside for
And
a
where your
strike.
runners
What
are.
a pop time and a throw. He was out by a mile. An excellent pop time and a throw, and that does it for the bottom of the 5th. It was Coyle on the caught stealing. We go to the top of the 6th. Still a 1-1 tie at beautiful Leaf Fund Stadium.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Kyle Smith alongside Stephen Taylor. 72 pitches for Laycook, 45 of them for strikes. And decision time for this coaching staff. How many pitches is he going to throw through 7? Assuming that he continues at this trend, it would be just over 100 after 7 innings. The other thing is, too, as a coach, what you have to consider is how many breaking balls is he throwing? How many fastballs, how many changeups? What's worse on the shoulder? The theory is the curveball would be the worst, and the slider. If he's overpowering him with the fastball.
Got to be mindful about pitch selection as much as you do about pitch count. And this is the point where decisiveness is going to win out. You might see both teams a little bit hesitant to switch out their pitcher because they're in the zone, they're in the groove, and they haven't given up but 1 run apiece.
Right, but
you got to be mindful. I think decisiveness. If you're going to change the pitcher, you got to be decisive. You got to know who you're going to go to, and you got to start warming them up now. Even just a 1-inning closer in the 7th.
Good decision by Laycook avoiding that ball. That could have been a major hand injury. It does stink, though, for Jackers because that's a leadoff man on, Marty Coyle. Up now is Mark Dye in the second inning, a 4-3 putout. In the fourth, it was a fly out to right field. It'd be a humongous win for Beecher if they can get it done. Have not trailed today. Each team with 4 hits.
Another bunt.
Pretty nice bunt. No choice but to go to first. And Dye able to get the job done. Sacrifice bunt, 1-3 on the putout.
By Dye gets one over to second with 1 out.
Now you don't necessarily have to pitch to Zacco. Talked about how good his numbers are coming into this tournament. And the other thing is, if you want to walk him, then you have a force at 3 bases.
Right now, between Zacco and Carmody, you might want to consider keeping pitching to them. Keep Lee for the 7th inning.
Carmody's had some good at bats. That one's fouled away.
Baseball finds the hood of a Ford F-150.
Carmody is 2 for 2 today. And for Zacco, 0 for 1 with a walk, but Zacco has the better numbers. And you also got to play the percentages. Yeah, he's 2 for 2 now, but is he really going to go 3 for 3? Is Zacco really going to go 0 for 2?
Yeah, there is a concept that nobody will truly accept is the idea of being due for a hit.
Right.
Sometimes it's getting the monkey off the back, but sometimes you're just due for one, as it looks like Zacco is here.
Well, if they had gone with my idea, they would have had runners at first and second instead of runners at first and third.
And that's why they put me in the headset behind the plate instead of the dugout.
Right. Maybe I should be managing because I said to walk it. No, just kidding. Well, runners at first and third. You got Carmody. I don't know if you want to walk Carmody to get to Lee, although Carmody has the better numbers today. I mean, this might be the game. I don't know if McDowell's going to give up another run.
Hard to really tell. McDowell seems to be really locked in, and the only run for the Jackers was off the air.
I would go infield in. I'm surprised that they're going to go corners in and double play depth. But I guess from the game film, they've seen enough that Carmody cannot beat out a double play ball. So much riding on this pitch. Here we go. Potential double steal. Eyes third. The throw. Did they get him? They did. Coyle doesn't like the call, Steven, but he looked out to me.
Oh, he was very out. Umpire had a good view on that one.
It's 1-3-5 if you're scoring at home. I don't like that one bit. If you're the runner at third, just stay at third and force them to commit to second base, and then you risk it.
And this is the play that is often run, at least at a little league level, where they put people at first and third.
Right.
And they try and get the second base runner to draw the attention to advance the third baseman or the guy at third to home. But it's pretty standard run-of-the-mill play, easy to read, easy to pick up on, and to pick off, as proven here.
And with 1 out, I could understand with 2 outs maybe running that play. With 1 out, what I would have done is just run to second, see if they overcommit on defense, and then either try to run home or just stay at third. Because even if he's out at second, you still got Carmody at the plate with a runner at third.
Yeah, what you're looking at now is you've lost the runners in scoring position. Go-ahead run is now at first base instead of 90 feet from the lead.
And anything can happen with a runner at third. A pass ball, a wild pitch. You want to do the suicide squeeze.
Way the Muskies have been playing, you could see a suicide squeeze this inning, and you wouldn't be too surprised. Now, a little more surprising.
Do you think that was by design, or do you think the players just did it on the, ad lib?
I think it was an ad lib. I think it was a planned play, and I think that the runner at third, that was Coyle,
yeah.
was a little too
Over
antsy.
aggressive, yeah.
He wanted to get home. He knew his role, but did not adjust to the changing circumstance.
2-1. See how big that play comes into play. Still a 1-1 draw. Muskies, you got to just readjust to the situation at hand. You are ahead in the count if you're Carmody. Ooh, that didn't miss by much. So much pressure on the home plate umpire, right? Every pitch, it just changes the OPS of the batter. 3-1, you're in the catbird seat. Anything but a fastball you're going to attempt to hit.
Just a bit outside, but nope, right over the plate. Found the inside part of the breaking ball.
3-2, so Carmody goes on the pitch. Sorry, Carmody's at the plate. Zacco goes on the pitch. Even the broadcasters make mistakes. Full count. Anything in the right center gap should probably score Zacco. Home plate umpire didn't have to grant time, but he does for Carmody. And now the chess game continues. Do you throw a non-strike here and try to have him chase something out of the zone?
I think you you do throw a non-strike. See if he'll chase it, because he knows he's got to hit something.
Ground ball. This will be an easy play at first. Able to pick it out, and a nice pick from Coughing. So Beecher has runners at first and third. They try the double steal. They're thrown out at third, and they don't score. We go to the bottom of the sixth. Still a 1-1 draw here at Leaf Fund Stadium.
I guess they did not like the comments.
Okay. Jesus.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Explore your next idea. Blaze new trails. Imagine new ways to do things. What will you do next?
1-1 tie, bottom of the sixth. Do apologize for all the family members of Noah Perkins. We were just kidding, of course.
Noah Perkins, an aggressive base runner.
Right, yeah.
Heck of a baseball player.
And just trying to get to home after he was out at third. I think he was just confused, to be honest. Nobody out, nobody on. Swung on a miss for a strike. Chess game continues. You see the bullpen getting up for Muskies. It's the top of the order. Might be the reason they're getting the bullpen up. Not the pitch count, but because it's the top of the order. Anything bad were to happen, like a leadoff walk, you might want to go to the bullpen right away. 0-2 the count. As McDowell is just cruising right now. After that second inning, he's had 2 1-2-3 innings. And then he got the first two batters, a 2-out single, and then caught stealing.
All right, backing up.
But we talked about McDowell's numbers. You don't want to overuse them. The pitch count is pretty low. I think he's going to go all 7 unless he gets into some trouble. That one's high for a ball.
2-2. That was his 67th pitch.
How many strikes has he thrown? It's got to be a lot. It's got to be over 40.
McDowell is at a 47 strikes.
Yeah.
Little tip.
If you're wondering how that works, A foul ball is considered a strike, so if you swing at something out of the zone, it's still considered a strike, even if the ball is hit into play. So a ball is just a ball. Everything else, foul ball or in play, is a strike.
So that was his 48th strike.
Inside for a ball. Count full. What do you want to throw here if you're McDowell?
Something you're confident with. If you can get a breaking ball in there and you've been working it all day, that's the one.
High pop.
Ball.
That's a catch. One up, one down. I'll bring up the Cook.
Ball in the sixth. Now to play for the Jackers, the left fielder, number 14, Nick. Cook.
As that's outside for a ball. Forson on deck. He was the guy that grounded into that 1-4-6-3 double play. 1 for 2 is to Cook. As to Cook fouls it into the dugout.
A little hello to the Muskies bench.
There's got to be a winner. There's got to be a loser. But both teams have fought so hard today. Fouled away. Besides that second inning, Fort Wayne has had very limited opportunities.
They took advantage of what they had, and now they're finding some difficulty here. But it's been scoreless on both sides since the second.
That's a liner and a one-hopper. Goes off the glove, running hard to first. Close play, and he's safe. DeCook gets there on the infield single.
Foot race with McDowell.
It was hard hit. All you can do at first base is either make the diving play or knock it down. He knocks it down, did Carmody, but he couldn't finish the play. And now decision time for Fort Wayne. Do you do a hit and run here? Do you think about a pinch runner?
You do consider a pinch runner. But overall, DeCook's been a pretty solid runner.
Or do you even think about testing the arm of coil after what happened the previous inning? He's also got a good slide step, so you don't have much in terms of a secondary off this pitcher. 0-2 to Forson.
I think you've got to be real conservative if you're Fort Wayne right now. Take what they give you, but don't take too much. Tight game. All you need is one run for the go-ahead.
Pop fly. As it's going to be down the first base line, out of play. Oh, 2 the count. Runner at first. Close, but it was a ball.
Inside, looked over the plate from back here, but there's a big fella wearing blue who knows what he's talking about right in front of me.
Coughing's 0 for 2. He had a line out to center. Another stolen base attempt. This time the throw isn't great. The tag attempt, and he dropped it. It was Quentin Alexander on the tag attempt. Into second is DeCook. So they decide to keep DeCook in the game. And Coyle had a great pop time, but not the best throw.
Alexander's starting to seem a little bit shaky.
Foul tip right into the glove. 1 on, 2 out. You got the cleanup hitter and Coughing. If you were to walk him, that would bring up McGee. He's 1 for 2 with a base hit, and he scored on that fielder's choice.
No, McDowell had struck him out back in the fourth.
He struck out both Coughing and McGee.
Gotta think he's got some magic left for that.
Outside for a ball. Bullpen active for Beecher. Like we talked about before, if he gets in any kind of trouble, they're going to get it up and ready right away. 2-0. You don't have to throw a strike here. If you want to walk him, you can do that.
I think if you see DeCook go to third on anything, a batted ball or a stolen base, I think that's when you start to ask if the fellow in the bullpen is going to be ready to take over for McDowell.
2-1. I don't think DeCook would attempt a third base steal. Ground ball, two hopper to second. Easy play. 4-3 on the putout. They get the runner to second, does the Jackers, but we go to the top of the seventh. Still a 1-1 draw here at Leaf Fund Stadium.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Logistics Plus is a global transportation provider headquartered in Erie, PA with locations worldwide, including right here in Western New York. Logistics Plus is consistently recognized as a fast-growing transportation and logistics company, great supply chain partner, top freight broker, leading project cargo manager, and a great place to work. With a strong passion for excellence, our 500-plus employees put the plus in logistics.
For an efficient, personal approach for all of your transportation needs, more information about our Buffalo office is available at logisticsplus.com/Buffalo.
Top of the seventh, 1-1 tie. Lay Cook still in the game. Could be his last inning. Been a fast one here at Leaf Fund Stadium, home of Wheaton College.
Wheaton College Thunder. So we're here at the Thunderdome.
How long you been holding that one in?
At least a week.
1 for 2 is Lee with that RBI triple.
And the bullpen is active for the Jackers. Probably same story as last inning for the Muskies. Jackers are looking to replace Laycook if he finds himself in any trouble. Otherwise, it looks like he's going the full 7.
We talked about which team has the edge in terms of winning this game. Well, the Muskies have had 2 opportunities where they had the runner at third base. They left Olszewski stranded at third. And then they also had Coyle at third base, but they did the first and third base running play, and then Coyle got thrown out.
Big hit, same place as his hit in
How
the
about
first inning.
this? Towards the line, but this time they play the spray charts excellently, and A.J. Lee is out on the fly out to right.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, fiddle-dee-dee.
I don't think I've ever heard the fiddle-dee-dee version before. I've heard the shame on you. Did you ad-lib on the fiddle-dee-dee?
Oh, no, that's a stolen line from the TV show BoJack Horseman.
Okay.
Yeah. Solid line.
I watched it after the first episode. I couldn't get into it.
Understandable.
Upstairs for a ball. What's that show on Apple TV Plus that everybody tells me to watch?
So, if about like 5-10 years ago, that would have been Ted Lasso, but
not that one.
Succession?
No, the one with the guy from Parks and Recreation.
Oh,
Adam Scott.
Yeah, it's Oh, it's not called Succession. It's the other one though. It starts with an S.
Right. I did like Parks and Rec.
Severance, that's the one.
Severance, yeah. I was watching it, and I mean, I didn't hate it. I was just like, this is intense. I don't know if I'm in the right state of mind for this. 2-1. I mean, this game is intense.
This is the intensity I'm in the right mind for.
Quentin Alexander, they're playing him kind of deep. If he wants to drop one down, he might have time to get to first base.
If I were him, I would rely on what you can actually like get yourself on base. make a play. Everybody wants to be the hero in the 7th inning. Everybody wants to swing for the fences, but you lay one down, you're still the go-ahead run, and then you're on base in a better position.
Also, you get back to the top of the order, and Olszewski has been great today.
May not be exciting baseball, but bunt after bunt could be pretty fortuitous.
He swings away on 2 strikes, and 2 up, 2 down. We play 7 in. They tried to throw it around the horn. That didn't really work out too well. One of the few mistakes, if you want to call it that, for the Jackers.
Getting comfortable with no people on base.
It was close, but I agree with the home plate umpire. I think it was a ball.
Definitely pulled back in time and a little too far to our bottom right.
Remember, it's a major league strike zone, not a high school strike zone. Got to be careful on that windup. You got to continue the motion. If it stops, it's a balk.
Not where you want to be. Do not need to be balking people tonight.
And with nobody on base, it would be a ball awarded to the batter. Every little bit counts in a 1-1 tie like this. And if you're Jackers, you just want to have the tie and have a chance to end it in the bottom of the 7th.
You get the opportunity to be the walk-off hero as the playing home team tonight.
Doesn't get much more even than this. 1 run, 5 hits, 1 error. 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. Even baseball most of the night. And every time that Beecher has threatened, Fort Wayne has had the answer. But can they do it one more time with Olszewski at the plate on a 2-1 count? Fly ball to center field. This is going to drop. And the shortstop got a great beat on that, but did he drop it?
Hold it in.
Hold it in, and it was caught that time by McGee. See, the Jackers were slow to get back into the dugout, so I thought he might have dropped it. Bottom of the 7th, 1-1 draw. Could the Jackers end it on a walk-off? We'll find out.
Need an electrician? Empire Electric is your residential wiring specialist. New builds, service upgrades, lighting, generators, you name it, Empire does it with hundreds of 5-star reviews that speak for themselves. Call Empire Electric today for your free estimate.
Bottom of the 7th. It doesn't get much better than this, partner. A walk-off could end the game.
This is what we live for. This is what the NABF is all about. Bottom of the 7th. Who's going to be the hero tonight? Or are we going to see extra frames?
And how about that? We got Perkins on deck. See if he can make some magic happen again like he did in the 2nd inning. But not a lot has happened offensively for the Jackers.
Ooh.
Did it hit him? It did not.
Danced away from that one.
And if you're the Jackers as a player, you're joking to the player, just get out, we need a base runner. You can ice it tonight.
Everybody wants to be a base runner because that could be the game-winning run.
Bullpen once again active for Beecher. You think this is McDowell's last inning?
Absolutely. They got to make sure that he stays fresh. He's their number 2 guy. They want him for down the stretch. And the Muskies' next game will be against the Clout, team that's 2-0 in pool play.
3-0. For Fort Wayne, there is no tomorrow if you lose today, so if you want to have Lakewood go to the 8th, you could do that. In there for a strike. 3-1.
I think if we do see extra frames, partner, then Lake Cook is probably iced. I think he's hitting the bench.
Comes back. From a 3-0 count to now 3-2.
Make it exciting. It's a cool night here in Carroll Stream. Ball isn't carrying quite as far as it would on a hot, humid Chicago summer day.
It's going to be driven down the line. Will it drop? It won't.
A.J. Lee on the grab.
One up, one down. Lee played him perfectly. Perkins 0 for 1 with a walk. And he advanced to second base and then was out on the 5 unassisted. And the manager goes to the home plate umpire. Are we going to see a pinch hitter? We are. It's going to be 27 for Perkins. Always tough, partner, when you're coming off the bench to pinch hit. I mean, you had BP and stuff, but that was so long ago.
At this point, you're pretty well iced.
0-2. Trying to find a pitch that you like and you can drive to the outfield. Fouled away near us, 0-2. So Perkins' day is over. Had a nice game. See what 27 can do.
Grabner.
As Grabner fouled away. Grabner calls for time. That one's fouled away. 0-2 with one out. Gradner trying to be the hero, either get on base or possibly a long fly to keep the Jackers season alive. A fun one at Lee Font. Outside, ball one. Got to be careful, too. You don't want to overdo it with your bench in terms of pinch runners and pinch hitters. That's just a very loud foul ball.
Makes contact. Grabner's making a move here. Derek Grabner's first appearance in this playoff.
First base right on the line. So got to be careful. On the inner part, you don't want to jam yourself. That one is near the line, and it's going to find its way foul. 1-2 count. One out, nobody on. It's been pretty silent with the bats the last 4 innings for Fort Wayne. A single from Marshak, an infield hit from Cook. That was the liner that went off the first baseman's glove, and that's it. Looking for a spark from 27. Gradner in. Outside, just missed. It was pretty outside. Coyle didn't even want to argue his case.
McDowell's up here, showing 100 pitches. Seems like we may be able to jump.
Yep, he gone.
Stats.
Gradner doesn't like the call, partner, but it looked like that was strike 3.
Got him looking.
2 up, 2 down. Huge call by the home plate umpire, but I do agree with him. Sponger up with 2 outs. He had an infield hit in the second and a fly out to center. Pop fly, first base side, out of play. McDowell has been great today. Not a lot of strikeouts. Just 4, as that's outside.
Stretches down to his last strike here in bottom of the 7th.
0-2. If Sponger gets on, it'll be Bellman, who's 0 for 2, reach base on a fielder's choice. Good pitch, but a pitcher's pitch. just throw it a little outside, see if you can get the batter to overextend himself and swing and miss.
You're still ahead in this count, too.
2-2. You don't have to throw a strike. Nobody on base. Even if it gets to 3-2, you still don't have to throw a strike.
Got a little bit of space to work with here.
You gotta know that the batter is probably going to swing at anything close to the zone. Strike 3, drop third strike coming up. And a strike from Coyle. We go to the top of the 8th. 1-1 draw here at Leaf Fund Stadium.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in this city helping our customers. The Paul Wolf Agency. We are Buffalo.
Right?
Yeah.
It should be 1-1 count. Is Lake Hook still in?
Yeah. Well, the sun is down over the houses here in Carroll Stream.
It's definitely dropped a couple of degrees.
You can feel the cool air, the cool July air. And we're getting ready for some free baseball.
Top of the 8th. We play 7 in pool play, 7 in the semis as well. Only 9 when it comes to the championship game. There are a lot of different rules of California rules. They haven't updated the count yet. In Major League Baseball, it's a runner on second, nobody out. So it looks like they're going to go with Major League Baseball California rules today.
Olszewski will take the position of the runner at second.
I understand why you do this. Would be nice if we could get 9 full innings before we go to this, but rules are rules, right?
Oh, yeah.
Straight steal. Olszewski, very heads up play. Now you got to bring the infield in. And you know what? If you're Fort Wayne, well, you put yourself in this position. You had 7 runs to win it. 7 innings, and you just couldn't do it. Now you got to find a way to get out of a huge jam.
It all comes down to Laycock. Is he going to be able to throw it, get his strikeouts, or keep it simple here?
Other thing is too is with nobody out, the chances of you giving up a run are very high. You just can't give up 2 runs because remember, you also have the runner at second with nobody out.
Presented with the same advantages, you might end up in the same exact situation. And with these 2 evenly matched teams on the score sheet,
that hit him.
What you want to make do, or what you want to make sure that you do, is that you don't hit the runner or don't hit the batter.
Yeah, because that run matters, but the guy at the plate mattered more than the runner because you get the same advantage as Beecher, and that will probably do it for Lake Cook. Had a heck of a game. Just didn't get enough from his offense, and now it's up to the relief pitcher to help him out. But they haven't made the switch yet. Because remember, you lose today, season's over. I mean, I know I said that so many times, but it factors into all these decisions. If he says he can get out of this threat unscathed, then you go with it. Or do you play double play depth, give up the run, but you get the double play? Like, all these things go into it.
It's a matter of like how much you trust Laycook, but at the same time, you got to understand that he does want to, he wants to be in there. He wants to be in this position and he wants to thrive.
Situations like this, when you look at the stats and you looked at what each pitcher looks like in practice, who's your best pitcher? Because in the 8th inning with your season on the line, arguably speaking, you want your best pitcher in these situations. He's in a jam now. Gayton, possibly their best offensive weapon. Fouled away. And if you're Beecher, nobody else you want at the plate besides the guy that had 31 RBIs coming into the tournament. He's got some pop in his bat, too.
Big hit could send 2 home.
0-1. That's a liner, fouled away. And if Gayton strikes out, mathematically speaking, you can get a double play without giving up a run. I just don't think Gayton's going to strike out here. He's got 11 strikeouts to 17 walks coming into the tournament.
Made contact with 2 so far. He knows where he's going to hit it. Oh.
Pass ball! Here comes Olszewski, the throw!
A wild pitch.
Past Laycook's glove and into third base is awful. Oh, boy. If it didn't touch the glove, it's technically a wild pitch. I think it grazed the top of the glove.
Yeah, excuse me for misspeaking. That was it was a wild throw from the catcher back to Laycook.
Right. What do you think, Bart? Do you think it hit the catcher's glove?
I think it did. I think it was just off the tip of the glove, but you got to stay in front of that. It's positions like that, steal home. And now you're in the hole right now. You're down 2-1.
And that's something that, and it's just been a very nice day catching today for Bellman. You know the runner is going to get into second base, and it's going to be a tough play. It's a pretty big backstop here, so the chances of you getting that runner at third, especially Olszewski, who hasn't been caught stealing all season. Swung on a miss. Strike 3 for Gayton. I was just going to say, like, you might not have to throw it home because the runner's at second now instead of third. Obviously, you want to get out the lead runner, but it's got to be a throw under control, and it's hard to be under control when you're sliding towards the backstop and then a no-look throw to the plate.
Intentional walk here.
Don't disagree with that one bit.
One out. At the plate for Beecher, the designated hitter, number 30. Dot.
If you fall behind the count, you could walk die to get to Zacco, then you have a force at any base. As for Beecher, Steven, you think they'll try the first and third play again, or have they learned their lesson?
I think they've got nothing to lose right now. With how low scoring this ball game has been, I think that this is an opportunity where they could put themselves ahead by 2. And that, like right now, as we've said, the Jackers are going to be put in the same position that Beecher was. So getting a 2-run lead is a lot more than just a 1-run lead here.
You're in the heart of the order. You're in the 5 spot with Mark Dye. Zacco on deck. He's had a good game. 1 for 2 with a walk. Dye, not much to show for it. 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt. And for Bellman, you just got to shake off what happened and try to fight your way through it. Two and 1. That's going to get down for a base hit. Gets to the gap, in fact, as that will score awful. Runners at the corners, and time is running out right now for the Jackers. They're down by 2 right now, and they only have 3 outs to work with.
Pitch runner for Die.
Why not? To be honest, I would think about doing a pinch runner for Coyle, because anything short to the outfield, you could score on the sacrifice fly. I mean, the runner at first, I guess it kind of matters, but one would think the runner at third matters more. Regardless, this is a huge jam for the Jackers.
Looks like Milburn, the pinch runner.
Oh boy, it's starting to unravel right now for Fort Wayne. They
He's
played a
already
heck.
going for 3.
Yeah, why not? You're up by 3. He's going to get there as it's
off his face.
The pinch runner getting all the way to third base. It's an E1. Unearned run if you're scoring at home. Anything can happen in a baseball game, but the way that Beecher has been pitching for the first 2 games of this tournament, I just don't see the Jackers putting up a 3-spot or more in the bottom of the 8th. Ground ball, and gets him to overcommit. The throw, is he out? He is. And so the pinch runner for Die is out on the 6-5 putout.
At the plate, the first baseman, number 6, Andrew Ramoni.
The advantage, too, about being up by 3 runs. Now you can just focus on getting outs in the bottom of the 8th. You don't have to focus on the runner at second anymore.
It's a lot easier to play from ahead, even in a tight situation like the bottom of the 8th.
So much different when you're up by 3 versus up by 1. And obviously, if it was a tie game. That was such a heads-up base running play by Olszewski. He saw that the third baseman overcommitted, and that short wasn't bailing him out and not reading Olszewski. Now, these are like harder things than just talking about them. It's easy to say in hindsight, but that's just what makes baseball such a difficult game. It's not a cardio-intensive sport, but there's so much of the chess game to it.
It's a lot more than just running from base to base.
And that's like something that Olszewski has to see with his peripheral eye vision. Well, sorry, the shortstop in McGee has to see if Olszewski runs towards third, he has to cover his third baseman if his third baseman overcommitted. Or his third baseman can't be that deep inside the bag, and he's got to either backtrack or run back to the bag. You know, the chess game within the chess game, coaching staff for Jackers, after that happened, maybe you call time to talk to your pitcher and just try to readdress the situation, but at the same time, the offense just wasn't there today for the Jackers. They had their chances. They were limited, but they had them.
They did. They could have been up. They could have been up a little bit more than they are right now, but now they're finding themselves in the hole, and you can only hope that on the other side of the ball, McDowell is going to have the same sort of luck that Laycook has had. But if they go to the bullpen, that's out the window. And again, the mindset change, but from being tied 1-1, knowing that you're in extras, to being down 4-1 and knowing that your season might be on the line.
The thing about it is, too, let's say we played 2 more innings, regular baseball. Because Beecher had both runners at third base in the 5th and 6th, I have a feeling that they eventually would have scored in the top of the 8th or the 9th.
Absolutely. You give them more opportunities, especially with the attitude that they've been having. Just bad luck. Bad luck and a couple missteps, and now you're finding yourself deeper in the hole.
3-1. Did Laycook step off? Beecher wants a balk called, but did the home plate umpire call time? Once he steps off, it doesn't matter anyways. Beecher doesn't like it, but okay, even if you did that, if the umpire has his hand up, it's not a balk. I understand Beecher's frustration, but I think either the home plate umpire had his hand up or he had just granted time before any balk happened. Outside for a ball.
Pitch count showing 112 for Laycook.
What do we have on the box score for Laycook for his earned versus unearned runs?
The left fielder, number 14, AJ. Lee.
3 earned.
3 earned runs.
Because Olszewski obviously is not his run because it's an imaginary runner.
AJ Lee now at the plate.
Right guy to have at the plate. He almost did it again with a second triple, but it was read well and good defensive positioning by Marshak. Runners are first and second. Almost got hit. How many pitches for Laycook?
Looking at this would be 114.
In any other game, they probably would have taken him out by now, but with their season on the line,
Got to put your best foot forward.
You're just hoping you get the last out here, no more damage. Ground ball to third, and that's going to be off the bag. 5-1 lead. Nobody's at the plate, by the way. I like the aggressiveness by the catcher and Bellman, but with a runner at second, just stay home. Let your right fielder try to back that up.
Man, final score is not going to tell the whole story of this game.
No, certainly not. 5-1 now. E5 on the throw. It was such a bad throw that Coughing couldn't even get off the bag to try to knock it down. That's why offense is so important. You know, the old saying, defense wins championships, but timely hitting, just didn't get enough of it from the Jackers today, and it cost them. Unless something crazy happens, you get 3 walks and a home run. You still got to get out of this inning, though.
The last out is looming. And what one might consider to be a routine play, 6-3, turns into a bigger issue.
Baseball is a complicated game, but sometimes it can be a simple game. Catch the ball, field the ball, hit the ball. When you don't do all 3, it makes it harder to win.
Now we're down to our last strike for Alexander. Struggled tonight.
Yeah, his team picked him up in a big way. Made some pretty good defensive adjustments. 0 for 3 with 2 Ks. Close pitch. Surprised that Laycook didn't get that one. Kind of the story of this inning. And it all started with Olszewski on that stolen base.
Beecher just asserted what they wanted, and it was decisive. I mean, they pretty much knew he was going to try and steal third. They probably chose him specifically for the opportunity.
Oh, well, no, it's the last batted out. Oh, it just worked out that way. Gotcha. But good try, my friend.
Almost. It was as if they had almost chosen him because of how
right, yeah.
How he was ready and locked and loaded.
Sometimes baseball is a lucky game, right? You just lucked into Olszewski being the last batted out. 1-2 the count. But yeah, if they had it their way, yeah, he'd be the runner. And I wanted to ask you this too, Steven. Sports talk radio, they like to talk about these fun things that we could add to baseball. Do you like the golden batter idea?
I'm unfamiliar. Please enlighten me.
We'll talk about it after this pitch. Swung on and missed. So we'll talk about it in the bottom of the 8th. So swung on and missed on the 1-2 count, but the damage is certainly done. 4 runs cross home plate. It's do or die time for the Jackers season here at the 2025 NABF World Series.
Look, Patriot account is not going to close itself. Looks like you're going to be here late again. I need this by morning.
Oh no, not again. My son has a football game tonight.
WNYathletics.com. You can thank me later.
WNY Athletics, your home for high school sports.
Yes.
Buffalo, a city built by hard workers, a city of good neighbors, a city with passion. There's no place we'd rather be than in.
Well, partner, it was a 1-1 tie until it wasn't. 4 runs cross home plate in the top of the 8th. But here we go. It'll be Sponger at second base. Bellman will lead it off. And I wanted to ask you about the golden batter. So the way the golden batter works is you get to pick anybody in the lineup to bat. Do you like that, or is it too artificial baseball for your liking?
Well, I think that it would be one of those rules that can be added deeper into the game. I think that's like a top of the 15th kind of
You're
situation.
right, yeah, top of the 18th. Right.
I don't mind moving the game along. It's definitely interesting because you get the perfect opportunity. You see the pitcher, you choose your batter. It's a great opportunity, but it's definitely a little too artificial baseball hit by the pitch here.
Could we do the golden pitcher? Like, let's say that Skeens throws 7, and it's the top of the 18th. Can Skeens re-enter?
I would argue, yeah. If he's feeling confident.
All right, here we go. Hit by a pitch. One swing of the bat, you're only down 1. Are you surprised they're not using a pinch hitter here for their 9-hole hitter?
A little bit, but maybe they trust his base running. I haven't seen much out of him yet, Bellman. But,
Oh, I'm sorry. Pinch hitter, not a pinch runner.
excuse me. For Marshak, yeah, I'm a little surprised, but they trust where they're at, and with no outs, they know they've got the top of the order coming next.
Just get on base, right? Give your top of the order a chance. If you got to take one for the team, take it.
Absolutely. Evidenced by the first one, Bellman.
That's why 5-1 is important, and why Lake Cook getting out of that jam. I mean, yeah, it stinks to give up 4 runs. You get one more base runner, any swing of the bat, and let's say it's not a home run. If you get the bases loaded down by 4, anything to the gap is going to score at least 2.
As soon as you find out as soon as your tying run or go-ahead run is in play, whether it be at bat or on base, that's when things get really interesting.
Do you like what they did with the All-Star game? You know, we're talking about artificial baseball, and I understand why they do the California rules and why MLB does it too. But did you like the swing off after the bottom of the 9th for the All-Star game, or was that too artificial for you?
I like where they're trying it out. I like the opportunity to see it, but I don't think it's going to make its way into the majors, right? Or excuse me, into the regular season.
No, absolutely not. Infield fly, by the way. Down to their last out. It'll be DeCook to try to keep it alive for Fort Wayne. DeCook, 2 for 3. You got the right guy at the plate. If you wanted to get really risky, you could walk him for Forson, since Forson's 0 for 3.
Just a bit outside, ball 1.
If you're beach or anything to the gap, you probably just hit the cutoff man. You don't even worry about relays because you don't want the batter to advance to a next corresponding base.
Yeah, everything on base is still kind of fair game. They can afford to give up both of these runners.
So 3-0, first base open. You could walk him if you want. Or you just throw a curveball out of the zone, see if he swings at it. You don't have to throw a strike up by 4 with the runners at second and third.
Yeah, see what he'll take. See what he'll swing at. Down at 100.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Any pitches.
I love Beecher. Like, why not, right? We're up 4. Let's argue it. That's been there all game. I'm like, no, not at all, man. That was 3 feet outside. Right, but that's like the fun stuff of baseball, right? You're up by 4. Let's give the blue a little talking to.
Let's keep it interesting here.
One swing of the bat, kid.
Forcing.
Ground ball. Could be trouble. Close play at second. They got him. 5-4 on the putout. It got interesting a little bit. They had the tying run at home plate, but the 5-4 putout ends the game. A big thank you to the NABF for having us here. We got 2 more days of this for me. 5-1 final. Final thoughts, partner. It was a nice game from Fort Wayne, but Beecher was the better team today.
Beecher was able to outlast the Jackers' run and went to extras, made it super exciting. A great game. It's what the NABF is all about. Can't wait to see what's next in continued pool play and then into the bracket tournament.
We'll see you tomorrow, partner. But for now, that does it for tonight's game. 5-1 final in 8 innings. Beecher moves to 2-0 in pool play. Fort Wayne falls to 0-2. For everybody that worked for us tonight, for Ashley Mazzico, Stephen Taylor, I'm Kyle Smith. We'll see you next time on the WNY Athletics YouTube channel. Mike, what's your last name, bud?
Goodberry.
Goodberry?
Yes.
Goodberry?
Yep.
Okay. Stealing my shit?
As per usual.
Such a douchey thing to say.
Having a hard time.
It's like,
What's the worst thing I could say to that?
what's douchier than, oh, YOLO would be douchier than busting. Or no, gotta spend money to make money. That's what you douchey.
Miss meetings to have.
Oh God, I hate meetings.